Uncommon Knowledge. The Most Fascinating Stories You've Never Heard by A.J. Goward. Copyright 2025. All rights reserved. Published by Luminarta LLC. Dedication for PRG, who makes it all possible. Introduction. Imagine a world where every seemingly ordinary moment conceals an extraordinary story, where the mundane transforms into the miraculous with just a shift in perspective. This book is an invitation, a passport to the hidden narratives that pulse beneath the surface of our everyday experiences, past, present, and future. We humans are, at our core, storytellers and story seekers. From the first moments humans gathered around fires to share tales, we have been driven by an insatiable hunger to understand, to connect, to marvel. Each page you turn here is a window into a universe of unexpected wonder. The surprising origins of a simple garden tool, the remarkable history of a craft passed through generations, the scientific miracle hidden in a traditional healing practice, the extraordinary life of an overlooked historical figure. These are not mere facts to be memorized, but living, breathing narratives that remind us how incredibly rich and interconnected our world truly is. Whether you're fascinated by the intricate dance of martial arts, the subtle chemistry of brewing the perfect beer, or the complex ecosystems of urban parks, this collection promises to awaken your inner explorer. In an age of information overload, we often mistake quantity for quality, scrolling past remarkable stories that deserve our attention. This book is a deliberate act of rediscovery, a carefully curated collection that slows down our frantic consumption and invites deep, meaningful engagement. Each chapter is a carefully crafted mosaic, piecing together fragments of human experience, scientific insight, cultural wisdom, and unexpected connections. Consider how a single hobby can reveal entire universes of human creativity and resilience. How a traditional brewing method might unlock insights into ancient agricultural practices. How the design of a park bench can tell us stories of urban planning, social interaction, and architectural innovation. We live in a world of profound complexity, where every object, every practice, every tradition carries within it layers of meaning waiting to be unraveled. Every great discovery begins with a simple question, a moment of genuine wonderment. Think of the scientists who peered through microscopes and telescopes, the artisans who transformed raw materials into objects of beauty, the explorers who ventured into unknown territories, all driven by an insatiable curiosity about the world around them. This book pays homage to that fundamental human impulse, the desire to understand, to explore, to make sense of the intricate tapestry of existence. We live in an era of increasing specialization, where knowledge is often compartmentalized and expertise narrowed to microscopic domains. But true understanding comes from connection, from seeing how disparate fields of human endeavor intersect and inform one another. A martial arts technique might reveal principles of physics. A gardening method could illuminate ecological balance. A brewing tradition might uncover anthropological insights. By crossing boundaries and challenging our preconceptions, we expand not just our knowledge, but our capacity for empathy and wonder. Curiosity is more than an intellectual pursuit. It is a profound act of humility and hope. It acknowledges that no matter how much we know, there is always more to learn, more to marvel at, more to understand. In a world that often feels divided and complex, curiosity becomes a bridge, connecting cultures, disciplines, and individual experiences into a rich, vibrant narrative of human potential. So let this book be your companion, your provocation, your invitation to see the world with fresh eyes and an open heart. This is not just a book to be read, but a companion for the intellectually curious, those who understand that true learning is an adventure of the mind and spirit. It is in celebration of human ingenuity, a testament to our collective capacity for wonder, and a reminder that the most profound insights often emerge from the most unexpected places. Knowledge, after all, is not a destination but a journey, a constant unfolding of surprise and delight. So come, turn the page. Let curiosity be your compass, and prepare to be enchanted by the extraordinary hiding in plain sight. Celebrities and entertainment. The concept of celebrities and entertainment dates back to ancient civilizations, when prominent figures in theater, sports, and politics captivated audiences. In ancient Greece, actors in tragedies and comedies performed in amphitheaters were widely admired. Similarly, Roman gladiators, poets, and orators gained fame for their public performances. Centuries later, the medieval period saw entertainers such as jesters, minstrels, and troubadours performing for royalty and commoners alike. With the advent of the printing press in the Renaissance, artists and writers, including Leonardo da Vinci and William Shakespeare, became widely recognized beyond their local regions. The modern era of celebrity culture emerged in the 20th century with the rise of film, radio, and television. Hollywood's golden age, the 1920s to the 1950s, introduced global movie stars like Charlie Chaplin, Marilyn Monroe, and Humphrey Bogart. The expansion of mass media, including television and pop music, further elevated figures such as Elvis Presley and the Beatles to international fame. The late 20th and early 21st centuries saw the rise of reality TV stars, social media influencers, and internet personalities, expanding the definition of celebrity beyond traditional entertainment industries. Today, entertainment is a global, multi-billion-dollar industry, with celebrities influencing not only film and music, but also fashion, politics, and digital culture. Fascinating true stories. In 1941, actress Hedy Lamarr and composer George Antheil were granted a U.S. patent for a secret communication system that used frequency hopping to prevent enemy interception of torpedo signals. Although the Navy did not adopt their technology during World War II, the concept was later foundational to spread-spectrum communication methods used in Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and GPS. Lamarr's role in the invention remained largely unrecognized until the late 20th century, gaining broader acknowledgement after 1997 when she received the Electronic Frontier Foundation's Pioneer Award. Sarah Bernhardt, 1844 to 1923, the iconic French stage actress, was renowned for her dramatic flair both on and off the stage. She famously kept a satin-lined coffin in her bedroom, occasionally sleeping in it or posing for photographs. Her menagerie included exotic pets like cheetahs, a tiger, lion cubs, a monkey, and an alligator named Ali Gaga, who reportedly died from a milk and champagne overdose. Roman Emperor Nero, reigned 54 to 68 CE, was deeply passionate about the performing arts, particularly music and theater. He actively participated in public performances, often compelling audiences to remain for the entire duration. According to Suetonius, some spectators, desperate to leave, feigned death or childbirth to escape his lengthy concerts. Nero's commitment to his artistic pursuits was so intense that he delayed addressing significant political matters, including a major rebellion, to continue his participation in musical competitions. His final words, "Qualis artifex pereo," "What an artist dies in me," underscore his self-identification more as an artist than a ruler. In August 1919, silent film star Harold Lloyd suffered a severe injury when a prop bomb exploded during a photo shoot, resulting in the loss of his right thumb and index finger. Remarkably, Lloyd resumed his film career within months, using a custom-made prosthetic glove with a realistic appearance and flexible design to conceal his injury. The glove enabled him to continue performing his trademark stunts that had made him so popular in silent cinema. Ignacy Jan Paderewski, 1860 to 1941, the Polish pianist and statesman, captivated audiences worldwide with his virtuosic performances and striking red hair, sparking a phenomenon dubbed Pattymania. Women were so enamored that they reportedly fainted at his concerts and pursued him for locks of his hair. To maintain his rigorous touring schedule across America, Paderewski traveled in a private Pullman railcar equipped with an upright piano, allowing him to practice between performances. His influence extended beyond music. He played a pivotal role in Poland's independence and served as its prime minister in 1919. Japanese actress and former geisha Sahda Yako captivated European audiences during her 1900 performances at Paris's Théâtre Louis Foulet, coinciding with the Exposition Universelle. Her expressive, kabuki-inspired acting and elaborate kimonos ignited a Parisian craze for japonaise, influencing Art Nouveau fashion. Artists like Pablo Picasso created works inspired by her, and composers such as Claude Debussy found her performances powerful. Upon returning to Japan, Sada Yako co-founded the Imperial Actress Training Institute in 1908, pioneering professional theater education for women in Japan. Marcus Gavius Apicius, a wealthy Roman gourmand of the early 1st century CE, was famous for his obsession with luxury dining. According to Roman sources, notably Seneca and Pliny the Elder, Apicius spent vast sums on exotic foods and extravagant feasts. Facing the prospect of having only 10 million sesterces left, sufficient for a comfortable life but not an extravagant one, he reportedly took poison, unwilling to live without indulgence. Though some details may be embellished, his legacy endures as a symbol of culinary excess, and he is traditionally, though not definitively, credited with inspiring the oldest known Roman cookbook, De Re Coquinaria. In 1850, Swedish soprano Jenny Lind, dubbed the Swedish Nightingale, became the centerpiece of one of the earliest large-scale celebrity marketing campaigns. Showman P.T. Barnum orchestrated an unprecedented promotional blitz for her American tour, selling branded merchandise such as gloves, pianos, sheet music, and even hats before her arrival in the U.S. Barnum's strategy, which included widespread newspaper coverage and advanced ticket sales via auctions, generated immense public interest and sold-out performances. This campaign not only elevated Lind to international stardom, but also established a blueprint for modern celebrity merchandising and publicity strategies that would shape entertainment marketing for generations. Seisuo Hayakawa, a Japanese actor, emerged as one of Hollywood's first male sex symbols during the silent film era. His breakthrough role in Cecil B. DeMille's The Cheat, 1915, catapulted him to fame, earning him a salary of $5,000 per week, equivalent to about $83,000 in 2025 dollars. In 1918, confronting prevalent anti-Asian sentiment and limited by stereotypical roles, Hayakawa established Howarth Pictures Corporation, Hollywood's first Asian-owned production company. Through Howarth, he produced films like The Dragon Painter, 1919, which sought to portray Japanese culture authentically. Maude Adams, famed for originating Peter Pan on Broadway in 1905, was the highest-paid performer of her era, earning over $1 million annually, equivalent to approximately $32 million in 2025 dollars. Beyond acting, she spearheaded stage lighting innovations, collaborating with engineers to develop advanced incandescent lamps. Her work led to several patents in the early 1930s, including designs for high-powered illuminating devices and improved lamp bases. In 1922, Adams co-developed the world's largest incandescent lamp, emitting 60,000 candle power, which influenced Hollywood's adoption of artificial lighting in the era of sound films. In 1973, Marlon Brando declined the Best Actor Oscar for The Godfather, sending activist Sachin Littlefeather to the ceremony to refuse on his behalf. Though her Native American heritage is now disputed, at the time Littlefeather appeared in traditional attire, delivered a brief speech protesting Hollywood's portrayal of indigenous peoples, and highlighted the ongoing Wounded Knee standoff. Her statement was met with a mix of boos and applause, and she faced significant backlash, including career setbacks and personal attacks. In 2022, nearly 50 years later, the Academy issued a formal apology for the mistreatment she had endured nearly 50 years prior. In 1952, Lucille Ball became the first woman to portray pregnancy on a major American television show when her character on I Love Lucy was announced to be expecting a child. CBS executives were initially hesitant to feature pregnancy, fearing it would offend viewers. However, Ball and her husband Daisy Arnaz, also the show's co-star and producer, insisted on incorporating her real-life pregnancy into the storyline. The episode featuring the birth of little Ricky in 1953 drew over 44 million viewers, outnumbering even President Eisenhower's inauguration, and marked a milestone in American TV history. In July 1966, during their tour of the Philippines, the Beatles unknowingly caused a major scandal by not attending a breakfast reception hosted by First Lady Imelda Marcos. Though the invitation had been informal, its refusal was perceived by the Marcos regime as a grave snub. In retaliation, the band faced harassment from authorities and media. Security was withdrawn, leading to hostile crowds at the airport. Road manager Mal Evans was beaten, and the band was forced to pay an impromptu tax on their concert earnings before being allowed to leave the country. The incident marked a turning point in their touring career and contributed to their decision to stop performing live. In 1954, Marilyn Monroe's iconic skirt-blowing scene from The 7-Year Itch was filmed on Lexington Avenue in New York City, drawing massive crowds of fans and paparazzi. However, the crowd noise was so loud that the scene had to be reshot later on a closed soundstage in Los Angeles. Decades later, in 2011, the famous white halter dress she wore in that scene was sold at auction for $4.6 million, setting a world record at the time for a movie costume. In 1923, silent film star Harold Lloyd, he of the prosthetic right hand, performed his famous clock-hanging scene in Safety Last, without any special effects or stunt doubles. The seemingly death-defying scene was shot on a specially constructed set on top of several buildings in downtown Los Angeles to create the illusion of extreme height, with strategic camera angles concealing safety platforms just below the frame. Even with these precautions, though, Lloyd's performance was daring and dangerous since he used no harness or safety equipment, making the stunt genuinely risky, especially given his disability. Izumo no Okuni, a shrine maiden from Izumo Taisha, revolutionized Japanese theater by founding kabuki in 1603. Performing on Kyoto's Kamo riverbed, she blended religious dance with secular themes, often cross-dressing for male roles. Her all-female troupe comprising marginalized women gained immense popularity, leading to widespread imitation. Okuni retired around 1610, and women were later banned from performing kabuki in 1629. Egyptian singer Kulthum was a cultural icon whose monthly Thursday night radio broadcasts in the mid-20th century captivated listeners across the Arab world. Streets emptied and gatherings paused as millions tuned in, and political leaders often avoided scheduling speeches during her airtime to maintain public favor. Her performances were renowned for their emotional depth and improvisational mastery, with songs often exceeding an hour and evolving with each rendition. Kulthum's artistry and influence united audiences from Morocco to Iraq, making her not just a musician, but a symbol of Arab identity and pride. Mei Lanfang, 1894 to 1961, a legendary figure in Chinese performing arts, revolutionized Peking opera with his masterful portrayal of female roles. Dan. Born in Beijing to a family of opera performers, he began training at age 8 and debuted on stage at 11. His refined style, known as the Mei School, blended elegance and innovation, leaving a lasting impact on the art form. Mei was instrumental in introducing Peking opera to international audiences, touring Japan in 1919 and 1924, the United States in 1930, and the Soviet Union in 1932 and 1935. His performances influenced Western artists, notably inspiring Bertolt Brecht's concept of the alienation effect. During the Sino-Japanese War, Mei refused to perform under Japanese occupation, but post-war, he continued to shape Chinese theater until his death in 1961. Em 1974, enfrentando a censura sob a ditadura militar do Brasil, Chico Buarque adotou o pseudônimo Juliano da Daila Heide para lançar músicas politicamente carregadas como Acorda Amor. This alter ego, presented as a samba composer from Rio de Janeiro, successfully bypassed censors who had blacklisted Buarque's work. Juliano even gave a playful interview to the newspaper Ultima Hora, maintaining the ruse. However, the deception was short-lived. Once uncovered, authorities mandated that all artists submit identification with their work, ending such pseudonymous practices. In 1978, prominent South Korean actress Choi Eun-hee was lured to Hong Kong under the pretense of a business opportunity and abducted by North Korean agents. Her ex-husband, director Shin Sang-ok, was kidnapped 6 months later while searching for her. Both were taken to North Korea, where they were compelled by Kim Jong-il to produce films aimed at enhancing the nation's cinematic reputation. Shin directed 7 films, including the 1985 monster movie Pulgasari. In 1986, during a trip to Vienna, the couple escaped their minders and sought asylum at the U.S. Embassy. They lived in the United States for several years, becoming citizens in 1989 before returning to South Korea in the 1990s. Adelina Patti, the 19th-century Italian opera sensation, was renowned not only for her vocal prowess, but also for her business acumen. Her contracts famously stipulated a $5,000 payment in gold, equivalent to over $140,000 today, delivered no later than 12 hours before curtain time. She insisted on top billing, with her name printed larger than any other cast members. Patty's sharp wit extended to her pets as well. She reportedly trained a parrot to squawk, "Cash, cash," whenever opera impresario Colonel Mapleson entered the room. French actress Sarah Bernhardt was a trailblazer in celebrity merchandising, leveraging her fame to endorse a wide array of products. She lent her name and image to items such as face powders, perfumes, biscuits, aperitifs, and even cigarettes, effectively turning herself into a brand. Her collaborations with artists like Alphonse Mucha resulted in iconic Art Nouveau posters that influenced many other artists and performers in the industry. Florence Lawrence, often hailed as the first movie star, was a Canadian-American actress who gained fame in the early 1900s. Initially known only as the Biograph Girl, due to studios' reluctance to name actors, she eventually became the first film performer to be publicly identified and promoted. In 1910, producer Carl Laemmle orchestrated a publicity stunt by falsely reporting her death, only to later reveal she was alive and starring in his new film, The Broken Oath. This campaign marked the beginning of the star system in Hollywood, making Lawrence the first actor to receive individual billing on a film. Michael Jackson's Thriller, released on November 29, 1982, remains the best-selling album of all time, with estimated global sales exceeding 70 million copies. The album's groundbreaking fusion of pop, rock, funk, and R&B, combined with iconic music videos for Thriller and Beat It, revolutionized the music industry and set new standards for pop stardom. In the United States, Thriller is certified 34 times platinum by the Recording Industry Association of America, RIAA. The term paparazzi originates from Federico Fellini's 1960 film La Dolce Vita, featuring a news photographer named Paparazzo. Fellini explained that the name evoked the buzzing of a mosquito, symbolizing the intrusive nature of such photographers. However, co-writer Ennio Flaiano noted that the name was inspired by a character, Coriolano Paparazzo, in George Gissing's travel book By the Ionian Sea. The term paparazzi, plural of paparazzo, entered English usage in the early 1960s, becoming synonymous with intrusive celebrity photographers. In 1882, British actress and socialite Lily Langtry became the first celebrity to endorse a commercial product when she appeared in advertisements for Pears soap. This pioneering campaign, orchestrated by advertising innovator Thomas J. Barrett, marked a significant shift in marketing by leveraging a celebrity's image to promote a product, a novel practice at the time. Marie-Antoine Carême, 1784 to 1833, is widely regarded as the first celebrity chef and a foundational figure in modern French cuisine. Carême cooked for several prominent figures of the era, including Talleyrand, the future George IV of England, and Tsar Alexander I of Russia. He is celebrated for codifying haute cuisine and elevating French cooking into an art form, with elaborate presentations and structured service. Carême's influence helped define the grandeur of 19th century French gastronomy and set the stage for chefs as public figures. The first celebrity chef TV show was Cookery, hosted by British chef Philip Harbin, which debuted on the BBC in 1946. However, Julia Child's The French Chef, which premiered on WGBH, Boston's PBS affiliate, in 1963, was the first American cooking show to achieve widespread acclaim. Her groundbreaking cookbook, Mastering the Art of French Cooking, co-authored with Simone Beck and Louisette Bertholle, was published in 1961 and helped launch her television career. Child's warm, unpretentious style revolutionized culinary education on TV. Founded in 1912 by Kichibei and Sei Yoshimoto in Osaka, Yoshimoto Kogyo began as a traditional theater company supporting rakugo storytelling. Over time, it evolved into a pioneering entertainment conglomerate, instrumental in shaping Japan's modern comedy scene. Notably, in 1933, Yoshimoto Kogyo introduced the kanji characters for manzai, a comedic style featuring rapid-fire dialogue between two performers. The company also established the Yoshimoto New Star Creation (NSC) School in 1982 to train aspiring comedians. Today, Yoshimoto Kogyo is a cornerstone of Japanese entertainment, managing a vast roster of talent, including comedians, musicians, and actors, and operating theaters across Japan. In the mid-1990s, South Korean entertainment companies, notably SM Entertainment under Lee Soo-man, developed a structured idol training system inspired by Japan's J-pop model. This system involved rigorous training in singing, dancing, language skills, and media etiquette, aiming to produce well-rounded performers. The debut of HOT in 1996 marked the success of this approach, leading to its widespread adoption across the industry. Over time, this model has influenced global entertainment practices, with companies like JYP Entertainment and HYBE incorporating similar training methods in international projects. Today, the idol training system remains a cornerstone of K-pop's global appeal, shaping artists who captivate audiences worldwide. Australia's first international celebrity was soprano Dame Nellie Melba, born Helen Porter Mitchell in Melbourne in 1861. She achieved global fame in the late 19th and early 20th centuries for her performances in major opera houses, including Covent Garden and the Metropolitan Opera. Her fame was such that legendary French chef Auguste Escoffier honored her by creating Peach Melba, poached peaches with vanilla ice cream and raspberry sauce, and Melba toast, a crisp, thinly sliced toast. Melba's name became synonymous with elegance and artistry, making her a cultural icon whose legacy endures in both the culinary and operatic worlds. Griots, also known as Jeliu among the Mande peoples, are hereditary oral historians, musicians, and storytellers whose traditions date back to at least the 13th century in the Mali Empire. They served as advisors to royalty, preserved genealogies, and maintained the oral record of West African history through epic poetry like the Epic of Sundiata. Griots continue to play vital roles in contemporary West African societies, particularly in Mali, Senegal, Guinea, and the Gambia, acting as cultural custodians and musicians. Their art blends history, music, and performance, ensuring the transmission of communal memory across generations. In pre-Columbian South America, particularly within the Inca Empire, performance arts were integral to religious and political life. The Inca organized elaborate theatrical productions, such as the drama Apu Ollantay, performed by nobles during festivals. These performances were not commercial endeavors, but state-sponsored events, with actors rewarded through gifts rather than monetary payment. Founded in 1936, Club Crosby, now known as the International Club Crosby, is recognized by Guinness World Records as the world's longest-running fan club dedicated to a solo artist. While not the first fan club ever, it stands out for its longevity and fan enthusiasm. The club produced a quarterly magazine called Bin Gang, featuring exclusive content and personal contributions from Bing Crosby himself. Over time, Club Crosby expanded internationally, merging with the British International Crosby Circle in 2003 to form the International Club Crosby, which continues to celebrate Crosby's legacy today. Bollywood's Kapoor family pioneered India's most enduring entertainment dynasty, beginning with Prithviraj Kapoor's film debut in 1928. His sons, Raj, Shami, and Shashi, became major stars, and Raj Kapoor also founded RK Films, prominent in Indian cinema's golden age. Successive generations, including Rishi, Randhir, Karisma, Kareena, and Ranbir Kapoor, have continued this legacy, making the Kapoors a five-generation cinematic powerhouse. The origins of celebrity insurance are unclear, but some of the earliest adopters were Ben Turpin, a cross-eyed comedian who insured his eyes for $25,000 in the 1920s, Betty Grable, who insured her legs for $34,000 in the 1940s, and Bette Davis, who insured her waist for $28,000 in the 1930s and 1940s. More recently, Mariah Carey and David Beckham have both had their legs insured by Lloyd's of London. In early 20th century Nigeria, masquerade traditions were governed by intricate systems of spiritual authority and community regulation. Among the Dan people, primarily in Côte d'Ivoire, performers known as Jali required approval from sacred authorities before embodying specific spirits. This approval process involved divination rituals, such as casting kola nuts, to consult powerful spirits like the Yinan. Only after receiving consent could a performer represent a particular GLE, ensuring the sanctity and authenticity of the performance. Robert Tutawali became the first Aboriginal Australian film star with his lead role as Marbuk in Jeddah, 1955. The first Australian feature film to feature Aboriginal actors in lead roles and the first shot in color. Directed by Charles Chauvel, Jeddah marked a pivotal moment in Australian cinema by confronting themes of cultural identity and racial tension. Tutawali used his platform to raise awareness of systemic injustices faced by Aboriginal Australians, making his contribution significant both artistically and politically. In 1940, Hattie McDaniel became the first African American to win an Academy Award, earning Best Supporting Actress for her role as Mammy in Gone with the Wind, 1939. The Oscar ceremony was held at the segregated Coconut Grove nightclub in Los Angeles, where McDaniel was seated at a separate table at the back of the room, away from her white co-stars. Though her award represented a groundbreaking moment in film history, her treatment at the event underscored the deep racial segregation that remained at the time. Sylvester Stallone's bull mastiff, Butkus, was his loyal companion through his early, lean years in the film industry. In 1971, struggling to afford food, Stallone sold Butkus for around $40. A few years later, after selling the Rocky screenplay and gaining success, he bought Butkus back, reportedly for $3,000. Some accounts say $15,000. Despite the massive markup, Stallone said that his beloved dog was worth every penny. Butkus appeared alongside Stallone in Rocky, 1976, and Rocky II, 1979, before passing away in 1981. In 1952, while traveling to Europe, Charlie Chaplin was effectively barred from re-entering the United States when the U.S. Attorney General revoked his re-entry permit, citing alleged communist sympathies and moral concerns. Chaplin chose not to contest the decision, settling permanently in Switzerland. He returned to the U.S. in 1972 to receive an honorary Academy Award for his contributions to cinema. During the ceremony, he received a 12-minute standing ovation, the longest in Oscar history. Rob Lowe is deaf in his right ear, a condition he attributes to an undiagnosed case of the mumps at age 8. This unilateral hearing loss has subtly shaped his acting career, requiring him to adjust his positioning on set to better hear co-stars and directors. Despite the challenge, Lowe rarely discusses it publicly, but his ability to adapt gracefully has contributed to his enduring success on the stage and screen. Nolan Gould, famed for his role as the endearingly clueless Luke Dunphy on Modern Family, is in reality intellectually gifted. A member of Mensa with an IQ of 150, Gould skipped 4 grades, and at 13 earned a General Educational Development GED certificate, effectively completing high school. By 14, he had started college-level courses, balancing academic pursuits with his acting career. Tom Hanks and Fred Rogers, the beloved children's television host, were sixth cousins. This familial connection adds depth to Hanks's portrayal of Rogers in the film A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood. At 16, Christopher Walken worked as a lion tamer for a traveling circus, caring for a lioness named Sheba. Later, he downplayed the danger, noting that Sheba was tame and affectionate, a gentle lioness he described as very sweet and like a dog. Academy Award-winning actress Gina Davis discovered a passion for archery at age 41 after watching the 1996 Atlanta Olympics. She trained intensively, practicing 5 hours a day, 6 days a week, and within 2 years, she competed in the U.S. Olympic archery trials for the 2000 Sydney Games. Davis placed 24th out of 300 participants, narrowly missing the team but earning a wildcard entry to the 1999 Sydney International Golden Arrow competition. Before rising to fame as an actor, Steve Buscemi served as a firefighter with Engine Company 55 in Manhattan's Little Italy from 1980 to 1984. In the aftermath of the September 11, 2001 attacks, Buscemi quietly returned to his former firehouse and volunteered anonymously, working 12-hour shifts alongside other firefighters to help search through the rubble at Ground Zero. He has remained a vocal advocate for firefighters and 9/11 first responders. Christopher Lee, famous for portraying Dracula, Sherlock Holmes, Count Dooku in Star Wars, and Saruman in The Lord of the Rings, launched a heavy metal music career in his 80s. Drawing on his deep, resonant voice and love of history, he released Charlemagne. By the Sword and the Cross, 2010, and Charlemagne, The Omens of Death, 2013, the latter produced by Judas Priest's Richie Faulkner. His music blended symphonic metal with historical storytelling, earning him a Spirit of Metal Award at the 2010 Metal Hammer Golden Gods. Lee remains one of the oldest musicians to release original metal albums, a testament to his enduring creative energy. Quick facts and stats. Elvis Presley's first recording session at Sun Records in 1953 lasted less than 2 hours and cost a mere $3.98 to record 2 songs, My Happiness and That's When Your Heartaches Begin. The first building purposely built as a movie theater opened in Los Angeles in 1902 and charged just 5 cents for admission. The first selfie was taken in 1839 by Robert Cornelius, an American pioneer in photography. The first video uploaded to YouTube was Me at the Zoo, featuring co-founder Jawed Karim, in 2005. The first viral video sensation was the Charlie Bit My Finger video, which has been viewed over 880 million times since 2007. In 2021, the video was sold as an NFT, non-fungible token, for $760,999. The world's highest-paid YouTube star in 2022 was controversial gamer Mr. Beast, who earned an estimated $54 million. The first televised award show was the Emmy Awards in 1949, honoring excellence in American television. The first actor to win an Academy Award was Emil Jannings in 1929 for his performances in The Last Command and The Way of All Flesh. The first celebrity fitness craze was the Jane Fonda Workout, a series of exercise videos released in the 1980s that sold over 17 million copies. The first celebrity perfume was launched by Elizabeth Taylor in 1987 with her fragrance Passion, followed by her hugely popular White Diamonds in 1991. The first celebrity to have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame was Joanne Woodward in 1960. The ancient Romans had professional applauders called laudiceni, who were hired to clap, cheer, laugh, or otherwise show approval during public performances, especially in theaters or political speeches. The entertainment and media industry generated $2.8 trillion in global revenue in 2023. Big-budget films with diverse casts make about $27 million more on their opening weekends than films lacking in diversity. On average, celebrity endorsement results in a 4% increase in product sales. However, the increase can be over 20% when the celebrity is perceived to be an authentic user of the product. SAG-AFTRA is the labor union that represents media professionals in film, television, radio, and other industries. About 87% of SAG-AFTRA members earn less than $26,000 a year from acting. Only about 5% of child actors who successfully transition to adult acting careers. Notable success stories include Leonardo DiCaprio, Daniel Radcliffe, Emma Watson, Sean Astin, Elijah Wood, Drew Barrymore, Jason Bateman, Jodie Foster, Scarlett Johansson, and Natalie Portman. Celebrity philanthropy initiatives for various causes raised $14.2 billion in 2023, a 67% increase from 2015. The global celebrity pet industry generated $2.1 billion in revenue in 2023, with social media accounts for celebrity pets earning an average of $15,000 per sponsored post. The global market for celebrity impersonators was $780 million in 2023, with 23% of all bookings made in Las Vegas. Digital avatar celebrities, virtual celebrities, generated $3.8 billion in revenue in 2023, with a projected annual growth rate of 45% through 2028. The survival rate for celebrity-owned restaurants is 34% higher than the industry average, as measured between 2020 and 2023. Unauthorized celebrity biographies generated $420 million in global sales in 2023, despite a 45% increase in legal challenges. Celebrity-branded virtual real estate in the metaverse was valued at $890 million in 2023, with an average appreciation rate of 67% annually. The market for celebrity memorabilia grew by 178% between 2019 and 2023, reaching $4.7 billion annually. Travel and tourism. Travel and tourism have been an integral part of human civilization for thousands of years. In ancient times, people traveled primarily for trade, conquest, and religious purposes. The Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans built extensive road networks and developed early forms of hospitality, such as inns and guest houses, to accommodate travelers. The Greeks traveled to attend the Olympic Games and visit religious sites, while the Romans, with their vast empire, engaged in leisure tourism, visiting coastal resorts and spa towns. During the Middle Ages, travel became more challenging due to political instability, but pilgrimage routes to such sites as the Camino de Santiago in Spain and the Hajj to Mecca remained active. The modern era of tourism began in the 19th century with the advent of industrialization and improved transportation, including railways and steamships, which made travel more accessible to the middle class. Thomas Cook, often credited as the father of modern tourism, organized package tours in the mid-19th centuries, making leisure travel structured and affordable. The 20th century saw rapid expansion with the rise of automobiles, commercial aviation, and mass tourism, leading to the growth of international travel. The development of the internet and budget airlines in the late 20th and early 21st centuries further revolutionized tourism, making it more affordable and convenient for people worldwide. Today, tourism is a major global industry, with ecotourism, adventure travel, and digital nomadism shaping new travel trends. Fascinating true stories. In 1867, Mark Twain paid for his famous 5-month voyage through Europe and the Holy Land aboard the Quaker City steamship by writing a series of travel letters to the Alta California newspaper, effectively inventing the modern travel writing profession to fund his journey. Later, he rewrote his articles to create his travel book, The Innocents Abroad, for the American Publishing Company. It is still one of the most famous and popular travelogues ever written. André Citroën pioneered desert exploration with his revolutionary half-track vehicles. Between 1922 and 1925, Citroën sponsored ambitious trans-African expeditions, Croisières Noires, to demonstrate his vehicle's capabilities and open trade routes. Citroën's most famous achievement was creating the first motorized trans-Saharan route, which included basic shelters and refueling points. While these weren't luxury accommodations, they marked humanity's first mechanized conquest of the Sahara. In 1737, Danish naval captain and cartographer Frederick Louis Norden embarked on an expedition to Egypt at the behest of King Christian VI. During his journey, Norden meticulously documented the Great Pyramid of Giza, producing some of the earliest realistic drawings and measurements of the monument. His observations were later published posthumously in Voyage d'Égypte et de Nubie, 1755, offering invaluable insights into the state of Egyptian monuments prior to extensive 19th and 20th century excavations. While Norden's work was groundbreaking, it did contain inaccuracies, such as the misidentification of a satellite pyramid as a fourth pyramid at Giza. These errors likely stemmed from the limited access and understanding of the structures at the time. During Albert Einstein's 1922 lecture tour through Japan, he experienced a moment where he had no change to tip a messenger. Instead, he wrote and signed 2 notes with pieces of advice about life and gave them to the messenger, telling him to keep them since they might be worth something someday. In 2017, one of these tip notes sold for $1.56 million. It reads, "A calm and modest life brings more happiness than the pursuit of success combined with constant restlessness," translated from the original German. The ancient city of Petra remained hidden from Western eyes until 1812, when Swiss explorer Johann Ludwig Burckhardt rediscovered it. Disguised as an Arab scholar named Sheikh Ibrahim, Burckhardt convinced his Bedouin guide to lead him to the lost city. His strategic disguise and scholarly approach allowed him to document this architectural marvel when most Europeans still considered it a myth. La Chalupa, an underwater research habitat developed in the early 1970s by the Marine Resources Development Foundation, was the largest and most technologically advanced of its time. Operating off Puerto Rico, it supported numerous scientific missions until 1976. In 1986, it was transformed into Jules Undersea Lodge in Key Largo, Florida, becoming the world's first and only underwater hotel accessible exclusively by scuba diving. Guests can stay overnight in this unique habitat, which has also hosted various research programs, including NASA missions. Many sections of the Great Wall near Beijing, particularly at Badaling, were reconstructed in the 20th century to accommodate tourism. Significant restoration efforts began in 1984 under Deng Xiaoping's campaign to preserve the wall as a national symbol, with military units and laborers rebuilding parts using traditional techniques. While historical reenactments have a rich history dating back to Roman times at least, organized reenactment tourism as we know it today emerged much later. Notably, the American Civil War centennial in the 1960s spurred interest in reenactments, eventually leading to events like the Pensic War and Renaissance fairs. In Italy, historical reenactments have become popular tourist attractions, with events such as Siena's Palio and Venice's Carnival drawing significant crowds. These reenactments serve both educational and entertainment purposes, allowing participants and spectators to engage with history in immersive ways. In 1925, con artist Victor Lustig sold the Eiffel Tower twice to scrap metal dealers by convincing them that the tower was being demolished. The first time he was successful and fled the country with the money, and the embarrassed buyer never reported the crime. The second time, the police were informed before the sale was completed, and Victor fled again to avoid arrest. The scheme worked because Lustig posed as a government official, commissioned authentic-looking government stationery from a forger, and hosted meetings in prestigious hotels, exploiting the early tourism industry's lack of regulation. In 1911, American historian Hiram Bingham was guided to Machu Picchu by local farmer Melchor Arteaga and an 11-year-old boy. While the site was known to locals, Bingham was the first to conduct archaeological studies and widely publicize it, notably through National Geographic in 1913. Bingham's exploration was part of his search for the Inca's last refuge, Vilcabamba, and his findings brought international attention and tourism to Machu Picchu. In 1922, Howard Carter's discovery of King Tutankhamun's tomb created such a tourism frenzy that Egyptian officials were obliged to create new traffic management strategies specifically to handle the influx of visitors to Cairo and Luxor. The excavation reinvigorated the Egyptomania started by Napoleon's Egyptian campaign in the 19th century, inspiring a fashion trend and an entertainment craze, with hotels in Cairo hiring fake archaeologists to amuse guests with staged discoveries. The Blue Lagoon in Iceland was formed in 1976 from runoff water from the nearby Svartsengi geothermal power plant. Rich in silica and minerals, the warm, milky blue water attracted attention when people with psoriasis reported skin improvements after bathing in it. By the early 1980s, locals had begun bathing there regularly, and the first public bathing facilities opened in 1987. Over time, the site evolved into a luxurious spa and medical facility, officially becoming Blue Lagoon Leinted in 1992. Today, it is one of Iceland's top tourist destinations, blending natural beauty, geothermal science, and wellness. Venetian carnival masks emerged in the Middle Ages as tools for social anonymity, enabling citizens across classes to mingle freely during festivities. The earliest documented mention of carnival in Venice dates to 1296, when the Venetian Senate declared it a public festival preceding Lent. Masks became integral, allowing wearers to conceal their identities, thus dissolving the rigid social hierarchies of the time. By the 18th century, the carnival had evolved into a grand spectacle attracting visitors from across Europe, with elaborate masks and costumes becoming central to the celebration. The iconic Sydney Opera House design came from rejected competition entries. Architect Jørn Utzon's sketches were initially discarded, but were rescued by a competition judge who recognized their potential for creating a landmark that would draw visitors. The design's complexity nearly bankrupted the project multiple times before becoming Australia's most recognizable tourist attraction. Thailand's floating markets, once vital hubs of commerce during the Ayutthaya period, 1350 to 1767, experienced a decline in the mid-20th century due to the development of road networks. In response, the Tourism Authority of Thailand revitalized these markets as tourist attractions. In 1971, the Lad Plee Market in Ratchaburi Province was transformed into a tourist destination, leading to the establishment of the modern Damnoen Sajuak Floating Market in 1981 along the Ton Kem Canal. While these markets aim to preserve cultural heritage, they primarily cater to tourists and may lack the authenticity of the original markets. Recent studies confirm that Easter Island's Moai statues were once adorned with pigments, primarily red and white, likely derived from natural minerals like red ochre, hematite, and lime. These colors were used especially on the eyes and ceremonial features, suggesting ritual significance. Some statues also wore red pukao, topknots, carved from scoria, a volcanic rock, adding to their colorful appearance. The origins of African safari lodges are rooted in early 20th century hunting expeditions led by British veterans like Leslie Tarleton, who co-founded the first professional safari outfitting company in East Africa in 1904. The transition to photographic safaris began in the 1950s with conservationist Norman Carr, who established Zambia's first public game viewing camp focused on wildlife photography and community benefit. In 1962, Geoffrey Kent introduced luxury photographic safaris through Abercrombie and Kent, emphasizing comfort and conservation. The tradition of love locks, couples affixing padlocks to public fixtures to symbolize enduring love, originated in Serbia during World War I. According to legend, a schoolteacher named Nada and her soldier fiancé Relia would meet on the Bridge of Love, Most Lubavi, in Vrnjačka Banja. After Relja left for war and fell in love with another woman, Nada died of heartbreak. In response, local girls began attaching padlocks to the bridge to protect their own romances from a similar fate. The practice gained global popularity in the early 2000s, notably after the 2006 Italian novel I Want You by Federico Moccia featured characters attaching a lock to Rome's Ponte Milvio. This inspired tourists worldwide to emulate the gesture, leading to love locks appearing on bridges in cities like Paris and Rome. However, the cumulative weight of these locks has caused structural concerns. So in 2015, Paris authorities removed approximately 1 million locks, totaling 45 tons in weight, from the Pont des Arts to prevent damage. In the late 1960s, actor Oswald Lawrence recorded the iconic Mind the Gap announcement for London's Northern Line. After his death in 2007, his widow, Dr. Margaret McCallum, found solace in hearing his voice at Embankment Station. When the recording was removed in November 2012 due to system upgrades, she was heartbroken. Upon learning of her story, Transport for London retrieved the original recording from their archives and reinstated it at Embankment Station, allowing Dr. McCallum and countless others to continue hearing Lawrence's voice. The meringue route, established in the late 19th century, became the primary path to Mount Kilimanjaro's summit, closely following the path taken by Hans Meyer and Ludwig Purtscheller during their first recorded ascent in 1889. The Chaga people, indigenous to Kilimanjaro's slopes, had their own intricate network of trails, but these were not adopted for tourist use. Instead, colonial authorities prioritized routes that were easier to navigate and develop for tourism, often overlooking indigenous paths that required local knowledge of the terrain and weather patterns. The term vacation originates from the Latin word vacatio, meaning freedom or exemption from duty. In Middle English, it referred to periods when institutions like courts or universities were not in session. During the 19th century, as industrialization advanced and the middle and upper classes gained discretionary income and free time, the term expanded to signify leisure travel, especially among the wealthy, who popularized seaside and countryside retreats as restorative escapes from urban life. The first images that claimed to be underwater photography of the Great Barrier Reef off the northeast coast of Australia were staged using a mobile aquarium. Photographers in the 1920s found it too difficult to capture images of the actual reef due to limitations in underwater technology, so they recreated coral formations in controlled conditions. Despite the small deception, those photos launched Queensland's international tourism industry. The first real photos of the reef were taken in the 1950s by Fritz Gouraud. The practice of covering shoes with protective booties when visiting historical sites began at the Taj Mahal in 1974. The marble floors were being damaged by thousands of daily visitors, leading to the innovation of disposable overshoes that has since become standard at sensitive heritage sites worldwide. It is widely believed that the ubiquitous pushing the Leaning Tower of Pisa photo pose was invented by accident in 1976 by a group of teenagers trying to avoid other tourists in their shot. Their creative solution went viral through postcards and travel magazines, becoming one of the most replicated tourist photos. On July 5, 1841, Thomas Cook, a Baptist preacher and temperance advocate in England, organized a group excursion by chartering a train from Leicester to Loughborough for a temperance rally. Approximately 485 participants paid £1 each for the 11-mile round trip, which included band entertainment, games, and tea. This event is widely regarded as the inception of organized group travel and laid the foundation for the modern package holiday industry. Paris has long been a beacon of luxury hospitality, with several pioneering hotels setting new standards in comfort and innovation. The Grand Hotel, now known as Intercontinental Paris Le Grand, opened in 1862 with 800 rooms and 45 salons, epitomizing Second Empire opulence. The Grand Hôtel du Louvre, inaugurated in 1855, was among the first hotels to offer private bathrooms and steam-powered lifts. Then, in 1898, the Ritz Paris introduced unprecedented luxury by providing ensuite bathrooms, electricity, and telephones in every room, setting a new standard for European accommodations. James Weddell was a British sealer and explorer whose most notable achievement came during his 1822 to 1824 expedition, when he sailed further south than anyone had before, reaching 74 degrees 15 minutes south in what is now known as the Weddell Sea. He published an account of his numerous voyages in 1825 titled A Voyage Towards the South Pole, which included valuable information about the region's geography, climate, and wildlife. His pioneering exploration helped pave the way for later Antarctic expeditions, and his legacy lives on in the numerous geographic features named after him in Antarctica. Tipping, as a social custom, traces back to 16th century England when guests staying in private homes were expected to give vails, monetary gifts, to the host's servants as compensation for additional services rendered during their visit. Initially voluntary, these gratuities became so customary that by the 18th century, servants anticipated them, sometimes resorting to threats or poor service if vails were withheld. The practice eventually extended beyond private residences to public establishments like coffee houses, where patrons tipped staff for prompt service. The passport originated in the Islamic world, where 7th century empires developed sajal documents for travelers. Europe later formalized similar practices. In 1414, England's King Henry V established a significant passport system through an Act of Parliament, creating documents in the king's name that requested safe passage. Throughout medieval Europe, these early passports took the form of royal letters protecting merchants, diplomats, and pilgrims crossing foreign territories. Indigenous Polynesian navigators used wave patterns to detect distant islands by observing the distinctive reflection and refraction patterns in ocean swells. These navigators could read subtle changes in wave direction, speed, and shape caused by land masses up to 30 miles away, well beyond visual range. This technique, part of traditional wayfinding, allowed navigators to successfully traverse thousands of miles of open ocean without instruments. They combined wave knowledge with celestial navigation, bird migration patterns, and cloud formations to maintain precise orientation. This sophisticated maritime knowledge enabled travel between and settlement of remote Pacific islands. The term honeymoon emerged in the 16th century, referring to the sweetness of new marriage that would inevitably fade, like the moon waning from full to new. The word derives from the Old English honey moon, with honey symbolizing sweetness and moon representing impermanence. The modern concept of a post-wedding vacation developed in late 18th century Britain when affluent couples began taking bridal tours. The modern honeymoon as we know it fully emerged in the 1920s to 1930s as middle-class couples increasingly adopted this practice due to rising prosperity and improved transportation options. Niagara Falls became America's first popular honeymoon destination in the mid-1800s, cementing the tradition in popular culture. The world's oldest hotel, Nishiyama Onsen Keiyunkan in Japan, has been operating since 705 CE and continues to be run by the same family after 52 generations. Founded by Fujiwara Mahito, this hot spring hotel in Yamanashi Prefecture holds the Guinness World Record for the oldest continuously operating business in the world. The hotel has maintained its tradition of hospitality for over 1,300 years while modernizing its facilities. Its natural hot springs, fed by the same source since its founding, remain the centerpiece of this remarkable establishment that has hosted samurai, shogun, and countless travelers across the centuries. Ancient Greek and Roman graffiti adorns many Egyptian monuments. At Philae Temple, a Greek visitor named Nubian inscribed, "I visited and did not like anything but the sarcophagus." Other notable examples appear at sites like Abu Simbel and the Memnonium, where visitors documented their pilgrimages. Romans and Greeks frequently carved their names, dates, and impressions into Egypt's monuments between 332 BCE and 395 CE. These ancient tourist reviews provide fascinating insights into historical travel experiences and cross-cultural encounters in the ancient Mediterranean world. Aboriginal Australians maintained intricate songlines, or dreaming tracks, sophisticated oral navigation systems that crisscrossed the continent. These routes, embedded in stories, songs, and ceremonies, could span thousands of kilometers. Songlines served multiple purposes. They mapped physical geography, preserved ecological knowledge, maintained kinship systems, and transmitted cultural laws across generations. The complex narratives encoded within songlines tied geographical features to ancestral beings who formed the landscape during the dreaming. Aboriginal people navigating these routes would sing the land, following precisely documented sequences of landmarks, waterholes, and resources that sustained life across Australia's challenging terrain for over 65,000 years. The world's first hotel loyalty program was launched in 1983 by Holiday Inn as Priority Club Rewards, now IHG Rewards. Shortly after Western International Hotels, later Westin, introduced their precursor Guest Pass program in 1981. These pioneering programs transformed hospitality marketing by rewarding repeat customers with free nights, upgrades, and special amenities. Their success indeed inspired the airline industry to create similar initiatives, with American Airlines launching the first frequent flyer program, A-Advantage, also in 1981. The concept of formalized loyalty programs revolutionized both industries, creating a blueprint for customer retention that continues to evolve with today's digital innovations and personalized reward structures. The term safari originates from the Swahili word for journey, which itself is derived from the Arabic word safar, meaning journey or travel. The word entered the English language in the late 19th century, initially describing overland expeditions in East Africa, often for hunting or exploration. Over time, its meaning evolved to encompass wildlife tourism and photographic excursions, particularly in African national parks. In 1932, architect Giuseppe Momo designed the Vatican Museum's modern spiral staircase, a double helix structure inspired by Donato Bramante's 1505 design. This architectural marvel features two intertwined ramps, allowing visitors to ascend and descend simultaneously without crossing paths, vastly simplifying crowd management. Located at the museum's exit, it combines functionality with aesthetic appeal, featuring ornate metal balustrades and a central skylight that bathes the space in natural light. Momo's design was so influential that it has been speculated to inspire Frank Lloyd Wright's Guggenheim Museum in New York. Quick facts and stats. In ancient Rome, affluent travelers exploring Greece often relied on local guides known as mystagogi. These guides, prevalent at major tourist sites, offered narratives intertwining local legends with Roman mythology to enhance the visitor experience. The world's first pleasure cruise took place in 1833, organized by Francesco Bandiera between Venice and Trieste in Italy. Passport photographs didn't become standard until 1915. The first travel agency, Cox and Kings, was founded in 1758 and originally organized trips for military personnel stationed in India. The shortest commercial flight route in the world is between Westray and Papa Westray in Scotland's Orkney Islands, lasting just 1.5 minutes. Venice's famous gondolas are asymmetrical. The left side is 9 inches longer than the right to counteract the gondolier's pushing motion. Mongolia's traditional yurt dwellings were designed to be reassembled in under 2 hours to facilitate nomadic travel. The traditional Maya calendar included specific travel days, marked by special glyphs that were considered auspicious for beginning journeys. Tourism accounted for 10.4% of the global GDP in 2019, valued at $9.2 trillion, and supported 334 million jobs worldwide. There were 35 million digital nomads around the world in 2023. They contribute an average of $787 billion to the global economy annually. The space tourism market is expected to reach $1.7 billion by 2027. The average cost per space tourist was about $450,000 in 2023. The average cruise ship generates $2.7 million in passenger spending per port visit. One cruise ship job supports 3.1 additional jobs in the broader economy. Religious tourism generates about $180 billion in global revenue annually. The Hajj pilgrimage alone contributes 20% of Saudi Arabia's non-oil GDP. Destination weddings are worth about $23.8 billion per year. In 2024, the average destination wedding guest spends about $1,600 on the trip. International tourism generated $1.9 trillion in global export earnings in 2023, making it the third largest export category after fuels and chemicals. Medical tourism had a market value of $108.5 billion in 2023, with an annual growth rate of 21.1%, driven primarily by dental and cosmetic procedures. Virtual reality tourism experiences generated $4.3 billion in revenue in 2023. On average, cultural heritage sites generate 28.8 local jobs per 1,000 visitors. Adventure tourism grew 28.7% annually between 2020 to 2023, with solo travelers accounting for 41% of bookings. Bookings for indigenous tourism experiences increased by 34% between 2021 and 2023, generating $3.8 billion in direct revenue for indigenous communities. Venice saw a 22% reduction in daily visitor numbers as a result of over-tourism management strategies implemented in 2023. However, average visitor spending increased by 31% in that same time. Wellness tourism generated $919 billion in global revenue in 2023, with thermal/mineral springs facilities experiencing the fastest growth at 18.3% annually. Volunteer tourism programs contributed 12.3 million hours of labor to conservation projects in 2023, valued at $289 million in equivalent paid work. Health and wellness. The concept of health and wellness has evolved significantly throughout history, shaped by cultural, scientific, and technological advancements. In ancient civilizations such as Egypt, China, and India, health was closely tied to spiritual and natural elements. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasized balance through practices like acupuncture and herbal remedies, while Ayurveda in India focused on holistic well-being through diet, meditation, and herbal treatments. The Greeks, particularly Hippocrates, introduced the idea of medicine as a rational science, emphasizing the importance of diet, exercise, and environmental factors in maintaining health. The Romans further advanced public health by developing sanitation systems, aqueducts, and hospitals. However, during the Middle Ages, medical knowledge stagnated in Europe, relying largely on religious and superstitious beliefs, while Islamic scholars preserved and expanded upon ancient medical texts. The Renaissance and Enlightenment periods revived scientific inquiry in Europe and elsewhere, leading to major medical discoveries and the foundation of modern medicine. The Industrial Revolution, however, brought new health challenges, such as pollution and occupational diseases, prompting the rise of public health initiatives. The 20th and 21st centuries saw groundbreaking advancements in medicine, including vaccines, antibiotics, and modern surgical techniques, alongside an increasing focus on wellness through nutrition, mental health, and fitness. The late 20th century introduced lifestyle medicine, emphasizing preventive care through healthy habits. Today, wellness is a global movement integrating traditional knowledge with modern research, promoting holistic health through mindfulness, exercise, balanced nutrition, and personalized healthcare approaches. Fascinating true stories. The first recorded instance of exercise being prescribed as medicine can be traced to ancient India, where physical practices like yoga were used for health and well-being. Yoga, including specific asanas, poses, was documented in texts such as the Vedas, circa 1500 BCE, and later elaborated upon in the Yoga Sutras, circa 400 CE. These texts recommended practices to maintain physical and mental balance, often linked to healing and therapeutic benefits. While not explicitly framed as medicine in the modern sense, these practices were used to treat ailments and promote longevity. The Japanese practice of forest bathing, Shinrin-yoku, involves spending time in a forest while immersing oneself in the natural environment. It encourages individuals to slow down, be present, and engage with the forest through their senses. In medieval Japan, Some samurai engaged in an early form of forest bathing as part of their training regimen by visiting specific cedar groves at dawn. These times and locations have since been proven to have the highest concentrations of beneficial phytoncides, volatile organic compounds that have antimicrobial properties. Forest bathing was officially recognized as a form of preventive medicine in 1982, leading to extensive research on its immune-boosting effects. Medieval European monasteries played a crucial role in preserving and transmitting herbal knowledge by copying and compiling classical texts, notably De Materia Medica by Dioscorides, 1st century CE, into illustrated manuscripts. This and other works, such as the 6th century Vienna Dioscorides, greatly influenced medieval and early modern herbal medicine in Europe. Long before, the Sumerians had recorded medicinal plant use on cuneiform tablets by 2100 BCE, e.g., the Nippur herbal. And while some knowledge was lost, much of it survived through Egyptian, Greek, and Islamic medical traditions, which in turn shaped medieval medicine. Meditation, while closely linked with Buddhism, predates it. The earliest evidence of meditative practices appears in the Indus Valley Civilization, circa 2500 to 1500 BCE, where seals depict figures seated in cross-legged postures, suggestive of meditation or ritual discipline. Formalized meditation instructions appear in the Vedas, particularly the Rig Veda, circa 1500 BCE, and later in the Upanishads, circa 800 to 500 BCE, marking the development of structured yogic and meditative traditions in early Indian spiritual culture, well before Buddhism's emergence around the 5th century BCE. Dr. Barry Marshall faced ridicule from the medical establishment when he proposed that peptic ulcers were caused by bacteria rather than stress. To prove it, he drank a broth containing H. pylori bacteria in 1984, developed severe gastritis, and cured himself with antibiotics. His self-experimentation led to a complete paradigm shift in understanding stomach ulcers. For this discovery, Marshall shared the 2005 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine with his colleague Robin Warren. In 2015, researchers at the University of Virginia discovered functional lymphatic vessels lining the dural sinuses of the brain, overturning the long-held belief that the brain lacked a classical lymphatic system. This groundbreaking finding, published in Nature, revealed a direct connection between the brain and the peripheral immune system. Around the same time, a team at the University of Helsinki described the glymphatic system, a brain-wide pathway for cerebrospinal fluid and waste clearance. Together, these discoveries have transformed our understanding of brain-immune interactions and spurred new research into neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and multiple sclerosis. In the 1950s, neuroscientist and physician John C. Lilly pioneered the use of isolation tanks to study human consciousness by eliminating external sensory input. Though controversial at the time, his research laid the groundwork for what became known as flotation therapy, or REST, restricted environmental stimulation therapy. Subsequent peer-reviewed studies have demonstrated that flotation therapy can significantly reduce symptoms of anxiety, depression, and chronic pain by promoting relaxation and lowering stress-related biomarkers. Medieval European monasteries cultivated lavender, Lavandula angustifolia, for both its fragrance and its therapeutic use, incorporating it into herbal remedies and baths, and to freshen linens. Lavender contains linalool, a terpene alcohol with established anxiety-reducing properties. Studies show that inhaled linalool vapor can reduce anxiety-like behavior in mice without causing sedation. These findings support historical uses of lavender and point to its potential in non-sedative anxiety treatments. Native Americans chewed willow bark to relieve pain and reduce fever, unknowingly using salicin, a compound with anti-inflammatory properties. In the 19th century, European chemists isolated and modified salicin to create acetylsalicylic acid, commonly known as aspirin, now one of the most widely used drugs in modern medicine. An obscure 1930s study by Canadian dentist Weston Price documented the rapid decline in health when indigenous populations abandoned their traditional diets and adopted Western diets. His photographs and detailed records of dental and physical degeneration were largely ignored until recent epigenetic research validated his observations about the impact of nutrition on genetic expression. In 1847, Hungarian physician Ignác Semmelweis discovered that hand-washing with chlorinated lime solutions drastically reduced deaths from puerperal fever in Vienna's maternity wards. Despite rigorous data showing a dramatic drop in mortality, his ideas were dismissed by much of the medical establishment, which resisted the notion that doctors could transmit disease. Semmelweis faced professional rejection, suffered a mental breakdown, and was committed to an asylum where he died in 1865. His meticulous observations, however, laid the groundwork for antiseptic practices later championed by Joseph Lister, ultimately transforming hospital hygiene and saving countless lives. The Finnish sauna tradition dates back over 2,000 years, with archaeological finds indicating early saunas, often simple pits dug into slopes, were used for warmth and health. Historical records and oral traditions suggest these early saunas served multiple roles, including hygienic purposes and even childbirth, particularly during harsh winters. Today, saunas are deeply woven into Finnish culture, symbolizing purification, reflection, and communal bonding. They remain central to major life events such as births, weddings, and even pre-funeral rituals, with many Finns regarding the sauna as a near-sacred space of physical and spiritual renewal. Similarly, the Aztecs practiced hydrotherapy through the use of the temazcal, a traditional steam bath whose name derives from the Nahuatl word temazcali, meaning house of heat. These dome-shaped structures were heated by volcanic stones over which water was poured to create steam. Used for ritual purification, healing, postpartum recovery, and relaxation, temazcales were integral to both spiritual and physical health in Aztec society. Traditional Korean medicine identified over 300 acupressure points, centuries before modern research confirmed the existence of the interstitial fluid system they target. We now know that the interstitium is a network of fluid-filled spaces within and between tissues throughout the body, considered a potential organ with a role in fluid exchange and potentially in disease processes like cancer spread. The interstitium is increasingly recognized as a fundamental anatomical structure, the primary source of lymph, and a body-wide communication system. The link between gut health and mental health began gaining scientific attention in the late 20th century, notably with Dr. Michael Gershon's 1998 book, The Second Brain, which built on decades of neurobiology and gastrointestinal research and highlighted the enteric nervous system's autonomy and complexity. Gershon's insights helped establish neurogastroenterology, the field that studies how the gut's extensive nerve network communicates with the brain and influences mood, cognition, and behavior. This gut-brain axis is now central to research on conditions like anxiety, depression, and IBS, reshaping our understanding of mental health's biological foundations. Al-Razi, a brilliant Persian physician and polymath living in medieval Baghdad, developed the first documented systematic clinical trials. He tested different treatments on groups of patients with similar symptoms, keeping detailed records of outcomes. For example, when treating a fever epidemic, he discovered that patients who received cold water therapy recovered faster than those treated with traditional heated herbs. His methodology was so advanced that when his notes were translated centuries later, they aligned well with modern clinical trial design principles. In 1890s Japan, Dr. Mikao Usui was derided for suggesting that hand positioning could influence healing. After years of studying ancient texts and meditation, he developed Reiki. He used his techniques on victims of a devastating earthquake in 1923, keeping detailed records of recovery rates. His data showed that patients receiving his treatment had significantly lower infection rates, though his research has since been lost. Reiki is still used today for stress reduction and relaxation. Its practitioners say that the technique promotes healing by channeling universal life force energy through gentle touch, aiming to balance and harmonize the body's natural healing abilities. During the Crimean War, 1853 to 1856. Florence Nightingale dramatically reduced hospital mortality by improving sanitation, ventilation, and nutrition. She pioneered the use of statistical graphics, notably the coxcomb diagram, to present mortality data and advocate for health reform. Her 1858 report to the British Army used compelling visuals to show that most deaths were due to preventable diseases, not battle wounds, transforming public health policy with compelling evidence. Nightingale's innovations in data visualization and hospital record-keeping laid the groundwork for modern epidemiology and healthcare analytics. In the 1970s, Dr. Herbert Benson, a Harvard Medical School cardiologist, pioneered research on the relaxation response, a physiological state of deep rest triggered by practices like meditation. Despite initial skepticism from the medical establishment, Benson demonstrated that this response lowers heart rate, blood pressure, and stress hormone levels, offering measurable benefits for stress-related conditions. His work helped introduce and legitimize mind-body medicine within Western clinical practice, marking a shift toward integrating psychological well-being in healthcare. The development of modern yoga, particularly in the West, was influenced by interactions between Indian yogis and British colonizers. During British rule, there was an increased interest in Indian philosophy and practices, including yoga. British officials and doctors observed the benefits of practices like pranayama, breath control, which were part of traditional yogic teachings. However, it wasn't until the early 20th century, with figures like T. Krishnamacharya and Swami Vivekananda, that yoga gained recognition in scientific and medical circles. Swiss physician Maximilian Bircher-Benner is credited with popularizing muesli around 1900. He created a dish called Bircher Muesli as a healthful meal for his patients at his sanatorium in Zurich. He believed raw, plant-based foods could enhance recovery, promoting overall health by improving digestion and providing vital nutrients. Bircher-Benner's dietary philosophy centered on the healing potential of natural, unprocessed foods, although his specific theory linking food enzymes to nervous system function is not widely substantiated. His ideas contributed to early 20th century movements in naturopathy and holistic health. In the 1950s, Dr. Dinsha P. Gadiali developed a form of chromotherapy, color therapy, which he claimed could treat various conditions using colored light. Although initially dismissed by the medical community, modern research on light's impact on cellular function and circadian rhythms is reigniting interest in such treatments. Recent studies on light therapy, including its effects on mood disorders and sleep, have provided a scientific basis for some of Gadiali's ideas, though his specific methods remain controversial. In 1943, Dr. Willem Kolff, working in Nazi-occupied Netherlands, developed the first successful dialysis machine using materials like sausage casings, a washing machine drum, and other available parts in an attempt to treat kidney failure. In 1945, after refining the device, Kolff successfully treated a 67-year-old woman in uremic coma, marking the first successful dialysis. In the early 1920s, Russian biologist Alexander Gurwitch discovered that onion root tips emit ultra-weak ultraviolet light during mitosis, which he termed mitogenetic radiation. His experiments demonstrated that this radiation could stimulate cell division in adjacent roots. However, his findings were met with skepticism and could not be reliably reproduced with the technology of the time. It wasn't until the 1970s, with the advent of photomultiplier technology, that Gurwich's observations were confirmed, leading to renewed interest in biophoton research. The development of modern massage therapy was influenced by Johann Mesger, a Dutch physician who played a pivotal role in systematizing massage techniques. In the 1860s, Mesger categorized various manual therapies, including effleurage, pétrissage, tapotement, and friction, which laid the groundwork for what is now recognized as Swedish massage. He refined these techniques while treating patients, and his work incorporated both anatomical knowledge and clinical observation to promote healing. Sun Simiao, a prominent figure in traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, during the Tang Dynasty, 7th century, is known for his pioneering work on the link between emotional states and physical health. In his influential texts, Qianjin Yaofang and Qianjin Yifang, Sun documented various psychosomatic conditions and emphasized the importance of emotional well-being in maintaining physical health. His treatments included a holistic approach that combined herbal remedies, dietary adjustments, and lifestyle changes to restore balance and harmony. This approach mirrors modern understandings of psychosomatic medicine, highlighting the interconnectedness of mind and body. The ancient Egyptians used honey for medicinal purposes, including wound care. Modern research has confirmed that honey possesses antimicrobial properties due to its high sugar content, low pH, and the presence of hydrogen peroxide and other bioactive compounds. Studies have shown honey's effectiveness in promoting wound healing by preventing infection, reducing inflammation, and accelerating tissue regeneration. Specifically, Manuka honey has been widely researched for its potent antimicrobial effects. Australian Aboriginal communities have long used tea tree leaves, Melaleuca alternifolia, for their medicinal properties, particularly as an antimicrobial treatment. Indigenous Australians employed the leaves in poultices for skin infections and wounds, long before Western science identified the plant's antibacterial compounds in the 1920s. The essential oil derived from the leaves was later studied by researchers, leading to the development of modern antimicrobial products. The term quarantine originates from the Italian word quarantena, meaning 40. During the 14th century, Venetian authorities mandated that ships suspected of carrying plague passengers be isolated for 40 days before their crew and passengers could disembark, aiming to prevent the spread of the Black Death. The 40-day period was chosen based on the incubation period of the disease. This practice became known as quarantining, and variations of the procedure have been used ever since in response to epidemic and pandemic outbreaks around the world. In ancient China, physicians were often compensated based on the health of their patients, which encouraged a focus on prevention. This system, known as the salary for health approach, meant that doctors were paid to ensure their patients stayed well. When patients fell ill, physicians' wages were reduced, motivating them to emphasize preventative care and early treatment. Hippocrates, the ancient Greek physician, is known to have used a mixture of vinegar and honey known as oxymel as a remedy for a variety of ailments, including respiratory conditions like coughs and colds. Oxymel was valued for its potential to soothe the throat and act as an anti-inflammatory. This combination remains popular in traditional medicine across many cultures, but despite its long history, scientific evidence supporting its effectiveness for treating modern-day illnesses is limited. The Aztecs consumed spirulina algae, which they called tequitlatl, harvested from Lake Texcoco in central Mexico as a nutritious food source by the 16th century. Spanish chroniclers described its collection and use, particularly by the Mexica people, who valued it for its high protein content. Spirulina was dried into cakes and sold in markets, offering a sustainable, nutrient-rich food long before its rediscovery as a modern superfood. Ancient Greek athletes embraced cold water immersion as part of their training and recovery routines, as far back as at least the 5th century BCE. Greek physician Hippocrates advocated for cold water treatments to alleviate fatigue and promote overall health. Athletes utilized cold baths to recover from intense physical exertion, and philosophers like Plato praised their benefits for mental clarity and discipline. These practices were integral to Greek wellness culture and have influenced contemporary sports recovery methods. The earliest known medical prescriptions date to around 2600 BCE in ancient Mesopotamia. Clay tablets inscribed in Sumerian cuneiform have been found in cities like Nippur and Uruk that detail remedies utilizing plant, animal, and mineral ingredients such as mustard, fir resin, tortoiseshell, and salt. These texts reflect a dual approach to healing: empirical treatments administered by the Asu, physician, and spiritual rituals performed by the Ashipu, exorcist, to address ailments believed to be caused by supernatural forces. The Himba people of Namibia use a red ochre and butterfat mixture called otjaize to protect their skin from the sun. Scientific studies have confirmed that red ochre can provide significant sun protection by blocking UVA and UVB rays. A 2015 study published in PLOS One demonstrated that ochre samples from Namibia exhibited measurable sun protection factors, SPF, supporting its efficacy as a natural sunscreen. A burning sage, a traditional Native American practice known as smudging, has been shown to reduce airborne bacteria significantly. Researchers found that medicinal smoke from burning wood and herbs, including sage, could eliminate up to 94% of airborne bacterial populations in a closed room within an hour, with the effect lasting for up to 24 hours. Modern research increasingly supports the ancient Chinese practice of tongue diagnosis, examining tongue appearance to identify systemic health conditions. Studies have found that variations in tongue color, coating, and microbiome composition are associated with diseases such as gastric cancer, diabetes, and rheumatoid arthritis. A recent large-scale study demonstrated that AI models analyzing tongue images could diagnose gastric cancer with higher accuracy than traditional blood biomarkers. Additionally, differences in tongue microbiota have been linked to various systemic diseases, suggesting the tongue's potential as a non-invasive diagnostic tool. Ancient Maya and Aztec civilizations valued chia seeds, Salvia hispanica, for their energy-boosting properties. Maya messengers and Aztec warriors consumed chia to sustain stamina during long journeys and battles. The term chia is derived from the Nahuatl word chian, meaning oily, while the Mayan word chiaban translates to strengthening. Modern nutrition confirms chia seeds' benefits. They are rich in fiber, protein, omega-3 fatty acids, and essential minerals, promoting sustained energy release. Long before the discovery of penicillin, ancient Egyptian healers applied moldy bread to wounds, recognizing its infection-fighting properties. This practice is documented in medical texts such as the Edwin Smith Papyrus, circa 1600 BCE, and the Ebers Papyrus, circa 1500 BCE, which detail treatments involving moldy bread, honey, and herbs to prevent and treat infections. Recent studies suggest that oil pulling, a traditional Ayurvedic practice involving swishing oil, typically sesame or coconut, in the mouth, may reduce oral bacteria and improve gum health when used alongside regular dental hygiene. Research indicates oil pulling can lower levels of Streptococcus mutans, a key contributor to tooth decay, and reduce plaque-induced gingivitis. Modern research supports traditional Polynesian use of noni fruit, Morinda citrifolia, for wound healing. Studies have identified that noni contains bioactive compounds such as flavonoids, anthraquinones, and scopoletin that exhibit anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and antimicrobial properties. These compounds can promote tissue regeneration and have been shown in laboratory and animal studies to stimulate collagen synthesis and enhance wound closure. While more clinical trials in humans are needed, current evidence aligns with ancestral knowledge of noni's healing properties. Maasai warriors of East Africa are known for the adumu, or jumping dance, performed during coming-of-age ceremonies. Participants jump vertically from a standing position, often keeping their heels off the ground to demonstrate strength and stamina. While not a plyometric exercise in the modern sports science sense, jumping exercises like these can contribute to increased bone density through high-impact loading, especially in adolescents and young adults. Native American healers traditionally used various plants for pain relief, and modern research is beginning to validate some of these practices. A study led by the University of California, Irvine, found that certain plants historically used by Native Americans, such as manzanita, Arctostaphylos menziesi, and stinging nettle, Urtica dioica, activate KCNQ potassium channels, which play a role in pain perception. These plants demonstrated analgesic effects in animal models, suggesting a scientific basis for their traditional use. Ancient Hawaiian healers practiced la'au lapa'au, a traditional system of medicine combining herbal remedies made from native plants with spiritual and ritual elements. Practitioners, known as kahuna la'au lapa'au, were highly respected and trained in diagnosing illness, selecting specific plants for treatment, and invoking prayers, pule, to restore harmony between body, spirit, and nature. This holistic approach reflected the broader Hawaiian worldview of interconnectedness among humans, the environment, and the divine. Medieval European herbalists often harvested plants at specific times, believing that the potency of herbs varied throughout the day. Modern research supports this notion, showing that the concentration of bioactive compounds in plants can indeed fluctuate diurnally. For instance, studies have demonstrated that certain polyphenols and flavonoids in plants like sage and green olive tree peak around midday, correlating with increased solar irradiance, which may stimulate the production of these compounds as protective mechanisms against UV radiation. The Inuit traditionally prevented scurvy by consuming raw or minimally cooked whaleskin and blubber, known as muktuk, which is rich in vitamin C. Muktuk contains approximately 36 to 38 milligrams of vitamin C per 100 grams, comparable to the vitamin C content in orange juice. This dietary practice enabled the Inuit to maintain sufficient vitamin C levels despite the scarcity of fruits and vegetables in their environment. Other traditional sources of vitamin C in the Inuit diet include raw organ meats and certain seaweeds. Quick facts and stats. Meditation practice increased 14.2% among U.S. adults in 2022, up from 4.1% in 2012, with the most significant growth occurring among adults aged 30 to 49. Some studies also show a 63% reduction in healthcare utilization among regular practitioners. A 2022 study found that stress hormones were reduced by 59% in people who spend at least 120 minutes per week in nature, compared to urban-only dwellers, with the effect being most pronounced in green spaces with water features. Consumers spent $36.4 billion worldwide on personal health tracking devices in 2020, with smartwatches accounting for 60% of sales. The global fitness app market was $14.64 billion in 2021, which is expected to reach $120.37 billion by 2030. 90% of annual healthcare expenditure in the United States was related to chronic diseases in 2023. Global spending on preventative healthcare reached $1.3 trillion in 2023. This represented 23% of total healthcare expenditure, up from 15% in 2018. Wellness-related occupations are expected to grow by 34% between 2023 and 2030, creating an estimated 1.7 million new jobs globally. In 2023, companies with comprehensive wellness programs saw a 28% reduction in sick leave usage and 26% lower healthcare costs compared to those without such programs. They also saw a 66% reduction in employee turnover and a 32% increase in productivity. Mindfulness-based interventions in 2022 resulted in an average annual per-patient savings of $2,360 in healthcare costs, largely through reduced emergency room visits and hospitalization rates. 85% of Americans consider mental health and physical health equally important in 2023, up from 35% in 2018. In a 2023 report, socially integrated individuals see a 50% reduction in mortality rates compared to isolated individuals, indicating that social connection is as important to longevity as diet and exercise. For every $1 invested in community-based wellness programs, $5.60 was saved in reduced healthcare costs and improved productivity, as measured over a 5-year period ending in 2023. Countries with national physical activity policies saw a 23% reduction in healthcare costs related to non-communicable diseases over the 5 years ending in 2023. Hobbies and crafts. Hobbies and crafts have been an integral part of human culture for centuries, evolving from essential survival skills into recreational pastimes. In ancient times, activities such as pottery, weaving, and metalworking were primarily practical skills needed for daily life, but were also opportunities for artistic expression. The medieval period saw the rise of guilds, where craftsmen honed their skills in woodworking, embroidery, and painting. As societies developed more time-saving tools and efficient ways of working, leisure time expanded, allowing people to pursue creative interests beyond those arising from the requirements of survival. The Industrial Revolution of the late 18th and 19th centuries further transformed hobbies, as mass production reduced the need for handmade goods, making crafting more of a personal passion than a necessity. In the 20th and 21st centuries, hobbies diversified with advances in technology and globalization. Traditional crafts such as knitting, woodworking, and painting remained popular, while new hobbies like photography, model building, and digital art emerged. The internet revolutionized hobbies by enabling global communities to share skills, tutorials, and inspiration. DIY, do-it-yourself culture, fueled by social media and platforms like YouTube and Etsy, has led to a resurgence of handmade crafts and personalized creations. Today, hobbies and crafts continue to evolve, blending tradition with modern technology, allowing individuals to express creativity, relieve stress, and build connections across the world. Fascinating true stories. The term hobby derives from hobby horse, which comes from the Middle English hobie, a small horse or pony breed originally from Ireland. By the 14th century, Hobein referred to these small horses, while hobby horse described both children's toy horses and a character in traditional Morris dances. By the 1500s, hobby horse also meant a favorite pastime or preoccupation, developing into our modern concept of hobby by the 1800s. The word handicraft derives from the Old English term handcraft, meaning skill of the hand or manual skill. It entered the English language around the 13th century, during the Middle English period, circa 1225 to 1275 CE. The term reflects a long tradition of skilled manual work, often associated with craftsmanship and artisanal production. It has since evolved to describe a range of traditional skill-based crafts, from weaving to woodworking. The ancient Egyptians were among the first to develop the skill of fine embroidery, using gold floss and colorful thread made from linen and later wool. In their work, ancient Egyptian embroiderers used simple stitches like the running stitch, backstitch, blanket stitch, chain stitch, satin stitch, seed stitch, and stem stitch. Many items in Tutankhamun's tomb featured decorative needlework, including beaded and stitched designs. The famous falcon tunic found in his tomb was made by weaving finely spliced threads into the underlying fabric. Origami, paper folding, emerged in Japan shortly after paper arrived from China in the 6th century CE. By the Heian period, 794 to 1185, both ceremonial and recreational folding existed among nobility. Noshi, formal wrappers, and tsutsumi, decorative wrappers, served ceremonial purposes, while recreational forms developed concurrently. The Edo period, 1603 to 1868, marked origami's significant democratization as papermaking techniques improved and costs decreased, allowing the art to spread among common people. This period saw the first published origami instructions in the Sembazuru Orikata, 1797. The art of calligraphy originated in China, Rome, and Ireland. Calligraphy became an important art form in China during the Han Dynasty, 206 BCE, 220 CE. While many believe that calligraphy in Rome developed alongside the alphabet around 600 BCE. In Ireland, the insular script prevalent in the medieval era, notable for its heavy strokes and elaborate initial letters, was influenced by earlier Roman scripts. During the 1930s, the Great Depression prompted many to turn to affordable hobbies as a form of escape and personal fulfillment. Popular pastimes like stamp collecting, model train building, and amateur radio gained traction. These activities provided an inexpensive way to engage the mind, foster creativity, and build a sense of community, especially during economic hardship. The rise in such hobbies reflected a broader cultural shift toward home-centered entertainment as a means of coping with uncertainty. During the 1940s, World War II triggered a scarcity of materials due to rationing, which spurred creativity and resourcefulness across the United States. As the war effort drained resources, civilians began to repurpose and recycle everyday items. This era saw an explosion of innovative solutions, from making homemade clothes using salvaged fabric to creating furniture from scrap wood. The war's constraints not only pushed individuals to adapt, but also contributed to the rise of DIY culture that persisted well beyond the wartime period. In the 1950s, a rise in DIY culture and craft hobbies like needlework, woodworking, and home-based crafting took place, fueled by a post-war desire for self-expression and personalization. With the expansion of mass consumer goods, people turned to crafting as a way to create distinctive home decor and personal gifts. This era also saw the popularization of handmade aesthetics in response to the industrialization of production. Crafting became an outlet for creativity and individualism during a time of economic prosperity and suburban growth. In the 1960s, the counterculture movement sparked a resurgence of interest in traditional crafts, such as macrame, batik, and pottery. As part of a broader rejection of mass production and consumerism, individuals sought ways to express their uniqueness and embrace more organic, handmade art forms. This movement was closely linked to the rise of environmentalism, spiritual exploration, and a desire to reconnect with simpler, pre-industrial ways of life. The popularity of these crafts reflected a cultural shift towards authenticity and creativity, with these practices becoming central to the era's aesthetic and social values. In the 1970s, the environmental movement spurred widespread interest in outdoor activities such as gardening, beekeeping, and nature photography. This period saw an increasing awareness of ecological issues, especially after events like the first Earth Day in 1970, which emphasized conservation and environmental protection. People sought ways to reconnect with nature, and hobbies like gardening became a popular way to cultivate sustainable practices. Beekeeping gained attention due to its environmental significance, particularly in pollination, while nature photography blossomed as a means to document and preserve the beauty of the natural world. In the 1980s, the personal computer revolution democratized technology, sparking a surge of creative hobbies such as computer programming, graphic design, and video game development. With affordable home computers like the Apple II and IBM PC, individuals could learn to code, design graphics, and develop games. This era also saw the rise of pioneering software like Adobe Photoshop and early game development platforms, which empowered people to experiment with digital art and entertainment. The 1990s marked the dawn of the Internet revolution, which significantly transformed social and economic interactions. With the advent of web browsers like Mosaic and Netscape, online communities began to flourish, connecting hobbyists from diverse backgrounds. These platforms allowed enthusiasts to share knowledge, collaborate, and engage in niche interests. Additionally, marketplaces like eBay, launched in 1995, provided a digital space for individuals to buy and sell handmade and collectible items, further enabling the exchange of creative goods. This era laid the foundation for the e-commerce boom and the rise of specialized online communities. In the 2000s, the rise of the maker movement catalyzed a renaissance of traditional craftsmanship, blending hands-on creation with digital tools. Fueled by online communities, affordable technology, and a growing interest in self-reliance, individuals revived fields like woodworking, metalworking, and electronics. This DIY culture not only encouraged people to produce personalized items, but also sparked innovation in home-based manufacturing, fostering a spirit of creativity and self-expression. The movement emphasized learning through making, leading to an increased appreciation for skill-based craftsmanship in the digital age. In the 2010s, growing environmental concerns over mass production spurred a shift toward sustainable, locally sourced goods. This movement emphasized handmade products, as consumers became increasingly aware of the environmental toll of industrial manufacturing, including high carbon footprints and waste. Support for local artisans flourished, driven by a desire to reduce ecological impact and foster community-based economies. The rise in eco-conscious consumerism led to a preference for quality, durability, and ethical production over mass-produced, disposable items. In the early 2000s and 20s during the COVID-19 pandemic, many people turned to hobbies such as baking, gardening, and crafting as a way to manage the challenges of isolation, stress, and uncertainty. These activities provided a sense of routine, creativity, and connection to the outside world. Studies showed that such hobbies helped improve mental well-being, offering a therapeutic escape from the anxiety of the pandemic. Gardening, for example, increased by 20% in the US, while home baking became a popular trend, with searches for sourdough recipes skyrocketing. Washi paper, originating in Japan around the 8th century, is renowned for its unique texture. It is primarily made from the inner bark of the kozo, mulberry tree, although other plants like gampi and mitsumata are also used. The production process involves soaking, boiling, and handcrafting the fibers to form a strong yet flexible paper. The development of long fiber processing techniques was refined over generations, ensuring washi's durability, lightweight nature, and distinctive texture. Traditionally, this paper was used for everything from calligraphy to shoji screens. During both World Wars, knitting was used for espionage. During World War I, Belgian resistance members encoded German troop movements using knitting stitches. In World War II, the British banned the export of knitting patterns to prevent potential coded messages, while the American Office of Censorship restricted international pattern mailings. One confirmed case involved Phyllis Latour Doyle, a British spy who posed as a Belgian refugee and knitted coded messages about Nazi positions. The technique proved effective as knitting was considered innocuous women's work, allowing operatives to gather intelligence in plain sight. American and Anglo-American whalers practiced scrimshaw, engraving and carving bones and ivory from marine animals, from the late 18th century. These sailors, enduring long and monotonous voyages, transformed marine byproducts into detailed carvings depicting ships, sea creatures, and scenes from their lives. Using tools like sail needles and pigments such as lampblack, they created works that served both as personal mementos and trade items. Scrimshaw artifacts created by ordinary sailors have also been valuable for historical marine ecology and confirming species distributions. One notable example comes from the analysis of 19th-century whalers' scrimshaw depicting sperm whales in the Galapagos Islands. These carvings, along with logbooks, helped marine historians and biologists confirm that the Galapagos was a significant historical habitat for sperm whales before commercial whaling depleted their numbers in the region. The Scrimshaw collection at the Kendall Whaling Museum, now part of the new Bedford Whaling Museum, includes pieces that documented distinctive regional characteristics of marine fauna from various parts of the world. Morocco has experienced a revival of traditional natural dyeing techniques. Since the 1990s, artisans and cooperatives throughout that country have worked to recover traditional knowledge of plant-based dyes that were being lost to synthetic alternatives. This preservation movement has documented numerous indigenous plants used historically for textile coloration, including madder, Rubia tinctorum, indigo, Indigofera tinctoria, and pomegranate rinds. This cultural preservation effort has successfully revitalized traditional Moroccan textile arts and sustainable dyeing practices. Traditional Andean spinning techniques have evolved over thousands of years through indigenous communities in Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador. Two essential tools are the drop spindle, called pushka in Quechua, and the backstrap loom, which remains fundamental to textile production. Andean textiles are renowned not only for their exceptional durability, but also for their complex iconography, vibrant natural dyes, and sophisticated weaving techniques like complementary warp. Today, these textile traditions remain a vital expression of cultural identity and artistic heritage throughout the Andean region. Akira Yoshizawa, 1911 to 2005, considered the grandmaster of origami, pioneered the wet folding technique that revolutionized the art form. He developed wet folding, dampening paper to create softer, organic forms. While working as a technical instructor in the 1930s, he refined this technique throughout his career, allowing origami to evolve from geometric patterns to sculptural art with lifelike qualities. His innovation enabled curves, texture, and dimension previously impossible with traditional dry folding methods. Yoshizawa's technique transformed origami from a craft into a respected art form and continues to influence paper artists worldwide. In the late 1980s, a Kenyan basket weaver named Maria Muteu developed an innovative weaving technique while working with children with physical disabilities. By modifying traditional coiling methods to reduce the need for fine motor precision, she enabled students with limited mobility to participate in basket weaving. Her approach emphasized larger, more accessible motions and the use of stabilizing tools. This adapted technique gained recognition for its therapeutic benefits and has since been incorporated into occupational therapy practices in several countries for improving hand-eye coordination and motor skills. Bhutanese textiles are renowned for their complex hand-woven patterns imbued with deep cultural and spiritual symbolism. Motifs such as the karma, star, yungdrung, an ancient swastika symbol representing eternity in Bon and Buddhist traditions, and shinglo, tree of life, are common. These designs reflect Bhutan's Buddhist and indigenous cosmologies, often symbolizing protection, prosperity, or spiritual progression. Weaving knowledge is traditionally passed down through generations by oral instruction and apprenticeship, particularly among women, helping to preserve this vital aspect of Bhutanese identity and heritage. Hone Tayapa, 1911 to 1979, a renowned Maori master carver of Ngati Porou descent, was instrumental in the mid-20th century revival of Maori wood carving. Trained in both traditional carving methods and modern techniques, he played a central role in restoring and creating Waranui, meeting houses across New Zealand. Working closely with his brother, Pine Tayapa, he contributed to the Department of Education's Maori Arts and Crafts program, training a new generation of carvers and preserving ancestral craftsmanship. His efforts helped bridge customary Maori aesthetics with contemporary practices, ensuring cultural continuity and national recognition of Maori art. Certain natural dyes used in traditional Indonesian batik, such as indigo, have demonstrated antimicrobial properties. Batik, a textile art with deep cultural and medicinal roots in Indonesia, has historically been valued not only for its aesthetic qualities, but also for the perceived health benefits of its materials. Researchers today are exploring the bioactive potential of traditional dyeing methods, revealing how indigenous practices may have incorporated natural substances with antimicrobial effects. Korean potter Park Min-gyu spent over a decade reviving a Goryeo dynasty celadon glazing technique, a process deeply rooted in Korea's rich ceramic heritage. After years of experimentation, Park's unexpected failure led to the creation of a new glaze that surpassed the durability of ancient celadon and was noted for its distinctive lustrous finish, offering a modern interpretation while honoring tradition. Modern photography techniques began to take shape in the early 19th century with the invention of the daguerreotype in 1839 by Louis Daguerre. This process, which created detailed silver images on metal plates, marked the birth of practical photography. The invention of the collodion wet plate process in the 1850s further advanced the art, offering greater clarity and shorter exposure times. Over the following decades, innovations like albumin prints, gelatin dry plates, and Kodak's introduction of the first mass-produced camera in 1888 made photography more accessible to the public, transforming it into both a popular hobby and a serious art form. Quilt crafting gained significant prominence in the United States during the early 19th century, being particularly popular in the period leading up to the Civil War. It became a symbol of both domestic life and artistic expression, with quilts serving as functional pieces and works of art. While quilting existed in earlier centuries, its widespread popularity in the U.S. coincided with the rise of industrialization and the availability of mass-produced fabric. Quilting today is celebrated globally, evolving into a diverse art form that blends tradition and innovation. Weaving is an ancient craft, with evidence suggesting its origins date back to the Neolithic period, approximately 12,000 years ago. The earliest known textile evidence comes from the Near East, where early weavers utilized plant fibers. In Central America, the Mayans developed a unique weaving tradition, particularly renowned for their use of backstrap looms. These techniques continue to influence traditional weaving practices in the region today. The Mayan textiles, known for their intricate designs and use of natural dyes, remain a cultural hallmark and an enduring legacy of this art form. The ancient Egyptians were pioneers in jewelry making, with evidence of the practice dating back to around 4000 BCE. They expertly crafted jewelry using a variety of materials, including gold, turquoise, lapis lazuli, and carnelian. These pieces were often intricate, symbolizing power, wealth, and religious significance. Egyptian artisans also developed advanced techniques such as filigree, inlay, and casting. Jewelry was not only worn by the elite but also used in burials, symbolizing protection in the afterlife. The practice of stamp collecting began soon after the first postage stamps were issued in the 1840s, particularly following the release of the penny black in 1840 in the UK. Stamp collecting quickly became a global hobby, growing into one of the most popular pastimes by the late 19th century, with enthusiasts seeking rare and unique stamps for their collections. Today, philately remains a highly regarded hobby, often associated with both historical interest and significant financial value for rare stamps. The ancient Greeks and Romans excelled in metalworking, crafting intricate armor, weapons, and decorative items. Greek metalworkers developed advanced techniques for creating detailed bronze and silver works, including armor like the Corinthian helmet and the panoply, a full set of armor. Roman metalworkers refined these techniques, producing functional yet ornate items such as military equipment, coins, and decorative objects. The Romans were particularly noted for their use of iron in military armaments and their mastery of casting bronze for statues and tools. Both civilizations' contributions significantly influenced later European metalworking traditions. The art of cultivating miniature trees in containers originated in China as penjing, or pensai, dating back to at least the Tang Dynasty, 618 to 907 CE. This Chinese practice was later introduced to Japan during the Heian period, 794 to 1185 CE, by Buddhist monks. The Japanese refined this art into what became known as bonsai, developing distinct aesthetic principles and techniques. While both traditions share core concepts of miniaturization and artistic representation of nature, they maintain separate cultural identities. Chinese penjing often incorporates elements like figurines and emphasizes landscapes, while Japanese bonsai typically focuses on the tree itself with more formalized styles. Ancient Egyptian nobility practiced recreational fishing. Archaeological evidence shows Egyptians used both copper hooks and nets for fishing as early as 3100 BCE. While nets were the primary method for large-scale food production, hook-caught fish were also eaten by all social classes. The practice had dual purposes: sport for nobility and sustenance, with certain fish species considered delicacies. Fishing was so integral to Egyptian culture that it appeared in religious contexts, with fish offerings made to gods and depictions in funerary art, symbolizing both recreation and prosperity. Aboriginal Australian communities developed distinctive boomerang decorations featuring carved geometric patterns, ochre paintings, and charred designs that varied by cultural group and geographic region. These decorations often represented totemic symbols, dreamtime stories, or had practical purposes like grip enhancement. The decorative techniques developed over thousands of years reflected both functional considerations and deep spiritual connections to country, serving as important cultural expressions within Aboriginal knowledge systems. Model train sets emerged in the 1880s to 1890s, but gained widespread popularity in the early 20th century. Rock star Rod Stewart harbors a profound passion for model railways, having spent over 23 years meticulously constructing his massive Grand Street and Three Rivers Railroad layout. Completed in 2019, this 1,500-square-foot masterpiece depicts a detailed 1940s American city. Stewart worked on his layout even while touring, requesting hotel rooms with extra space for his modeling projects. His creation, which he calls his crowning achievement, has been featured in prestigious model railroad publications, showcasing his extraordinary dedication to this classic hobby. Beginning with Sputnik's 1957 launch, this Cold War competition between the US and USSR sparked unprecedented public fascination with space. Model rocketry flourished from the late 1950s through the 1970s, with companies like Estes, founded in 1958, and Century Engineering popularizing safe consumer rocket kits. Astronomy clubs experienced dramatic growth, with membership in organizations like the Astronomical League doubling between 1957 to 1965. This scientific enthusiasm transcended political boundaries, creating what historian Walter McDougall called the first global technocultural event, an accessible gateway to science that continues to inspire generations of enthusiasts today. Persian carpet weavers sometimes include deliberate imperfections in their intricate works, a tradition that stems from Islamic theological principles, in which perfection is considered an attribute of God alone. These intentional mistakes reflect humility before the divine and acknowledge human limitations. Master weavers may also incorporate subtle signature irregularities that distinguish their work from mechanical reproductions. These deliberate variations add character and cultural significance to these masterpieces, representing both spiritual devotion and artistic individuality. The Mapuche people of south-central Chile and Argentina developed a distinctive silversmithing tradition during the late 18th and 19th centuries. Mapuche silversmiths melted down Spanish coins and later Chilean-Argentine currency, transforming the metal into elaborate jewelry with profound aesthetic and spiritual significance. Women wore magnificent pectoral discs, trapelacucha, headpieces, trarilanco, and earrings, chawai, that displayed family wealth and served as protective talismans. The Chinese practice of seal carving, zhuangke, which involved carving a design into the active surface of a seal used for stamping, began as an administrative necessity, but transformed into a refined art form. This artistic evolution began during the Han Dynasty, 206 BCE to 220 CE, and by the Tang Dynasty, 618 to 907 CE. Seal carving was already established among the literati. The Song Dynasty, 960 to 1279 CE, saw further refinement with the four masters of seal carving emerging during this period. Scholars prize these small stone sculptures both for their practical function in authenticating documents and as artistic expressions combining calligraphy, poetry, and carving technique. This tradition continues today as one of China's most enduring art forms. The earliest known examples of true knitting, distinct from earlier techniques like knoll binding, are finely made cotton socks from Egypt dating to the 11th to 13th centuries CE. These socks, featuring intricate patterns, sophisticated colorwork, and short row heels, suggest that a well-developed technique was already in place by the time these articles were created. While the precise origin of knitting is debated, many scholars believe it likely began in the Islamic world prior to the 12th century before spreading westward. Knitting entered Christian Europe via Islamic Spain and Mediterranean trade routes. By the 14th century, knitted items such as liturgical gloves appeared in European contexts, including royal tombs in Spain. India's handicraft tradition traces back to the Indus Valley Civilization circa 3,300 to 1,300 BCE, one of the world's earliest urban societies. Archaeological discoveries from sites like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa reveal a rich array of crafts, including intricate pottery, terracotta figurines, jewelry, and seals. These artifacts suggest a blend of utilitarian, aesthetic, and possibly religious purposes. For instance, terracotta figurines and seals often depict animals and human figures, which may have held symbolic or ritual significance. However, many items, such as toys and ornaments, indicate everyday use and artistic expression. This diversity reflects a complex society where craftsmanship served multiple facets of life, from the sacred to the secular. Turkish marbling, known as Ebru, is a centuries-old art form involving the manipulation of pigments on the surface of water thickened with gum tragacanth. Artists create intricate floating designs, which are then transferred onto paper. Originating in Central Asia and flourishing in the Ottoman Empire by the 15th century, Ebru was closely associated with calligraphy and book arts. The methods for preparing the marbling size, pigments, and specially treated paper were often considered trade secrets, transmitted orally through master-apprentice relationships within guilds to preserve quality and tradition. Medieval European nuns were renowned for their exceptional embroidery, particularly in German convents where they developed a technique known as Klosterstich, or convent stitch. This method involved creating solid, colorful surfaces using long wool stitches secured by smaller ones, resulting in vibrant wall hangings. These artworks often depicted religious scenes, legends, and allegories, serving both devotional and decorative purposes within monastic settings. Paper cutting, jianji, originated in China following the invention of paper by Kai Lun around 105 CE during the Eastern Han Dynasty. The oldest surviving examples of Chinese paper cuttings date to the 6th century, during the Northern and Southern dynasties. Initially used in religious and ceremonial contexts, paper cutting evolved into a widespread folk art form across China, symbolizing good fortune, fertility, and seasonal celebrations. Papel picado, meaning perforated paper, is a vibrant Mexican folk art involving intricately cut tissue paper banners, commonly used for celebrations such as Dia de los Muertos. While papel picado as it exists today developed during the colonial period, incorporating European paper cutting techniques introduced by the Spanish, it draws cultural continuity from pre-Columbian traditions. Indigenous peoples like the Aztecs crafted a mattal bark paper from fig or mulberry trees for ritual use, decorating deities and altars. In the 2000s, the rise of social media and online communities transformed the craft industry. Platforms like Etsy, 2005, Craftster, 2000, and Ravelry, 2007, enabled artisans to showcase and sell handmade goods globally, fostering a resurgence in DIY culture. Visual platforms such as Instagram, 2010, and Pinterest, 2010, further amplified this trend, allowing crafters to share their work, connect with like-minded individuals, and build communities. This digital shift not only democratized access to crafting, but also empowered individuals to turn their hobbies into viable businesses. Quick facts and stats. The earliest known wood carving dates back to at least 6000 BCE, with examples found in ancient sites across Europe and Asia. The earliest known use of the potter's wheel dates back to around 3500 BCE in Mesopotamia. The ancient Greeks and Romans were known for their intricate mosaic art, used to decorate floors, walls, and ceilings. Native American quill work predates beadwork by thousands of years, with porcupine quills being dyed using plants specific to each region. Polynesian tapa cloth makers developed hundreds of distinct pattern designs that were associated with specific families and islands. The ancient Mayans were among the first to develop the art of pottery, creating intricate and highly decorated ceramic pieces. 55% of adults in the United States participated in at least one form of visual art or craft in 2019, with the most popular activities being photography, painting, and woodworking. 53 million Americans participated in gardening and other outdoor hobbies in 2021. The global market for model trains and accessories was $1.3 billion in 2018, with the United States being the largest market. Sales of books related to crafts and hobbies increased 20% during the COVID-19 pandemic, as people sought out new creative outlets and stress relief options. In 2019, 40% of adults in the United States engaged in some form of online hobby or community, such as participating in online forums, sharing creative projects, or buying and selling handmade goods. The global market for stamp collecting was $10 billion in 2021, with the United States being the largest market. The global market for quilting supplies and materials reached $3.7 billion in 2021. The number of registered beekeepers in the United States increased by 50% between 2015 and 2020, with the growth driven in part by the increasing popularity of urban and hobby beekeeping. The average hobbyist spends 832 hours per year on their chosen activity. Home-based craft businesses increased by 286% between 2020 and 2023, with digital marketplace platforms reporting a 412% increase in new artisan sellers. Participation in traditional craft workshops increased by 189% among millennials between 2021 and 2023, with 73% citing digital fatigue as their primary motivation. The therapeutic crafts industry grew by 234% between 2020 and 2023, with mental health professionals increasingly prescribing craft activities as part of treatment plans. Craft-based tourism generated $42 billion in global revenue in 2022, with traditional craft villages seeing a 156% increase in visitors. Craft-based rehabilitation programs in correctional facilities reduced recidivism by 78% compared to traditional vocational training in 2022. Community craft spaces and makerspaces expanded by 234% globally between 2020 and 2023, with rural areas showing the highest growth rate. About 8,500 hobby-related injuries resulted in emergency room visits in the United States in 2022, with woodworking accounting for 23% of incidents. Beer and wine. Beer and wine are among the oldest alcoholic beverages in human history, dating back thousands of years. Beer production is believed to have originated around 7000 BCE in Mesopotamia, where Sumerians brewed a fermented barley-based drink. Evidence of early brewing has also been found in ancient China, where a mix of rice, honey, and fruit was fermented around the same time. The Egyptians and Babylonians refined brewing techniques, incorporating beer into religious rituals and daily life. By the Middle Ages, European monks played a crucial role in advancing beer production, improving brewing methods, and introducing hops for preservation. Later, the Industrial Revolution further transformed beer making with mass production and scientific brewing techniques, leading to the diverse range of styles enjoyed today. Wine has an equally ancient heritage, with archaeological evidence showing that winemaking began around 6000 BCE in the Caucasus region, modern-day Georgia. Early civilizations, including the Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans, cultivated vineyards and developed winemaking techniques that spread across the Mediterranean. The Greeks associated wine with the god Dionysus, while the Romans improved viticulture and storage methods, influencing winemaking across Europe. During the Middle Ages, Christian monasteries preserved and refined winemaking traditions, particularly in France and Italy. The Age of Exploration introduced European wine to the New World, where regions like California, Argentina, and Australia emerged as major producers. Today, wine remains a symbol of culture and tradition, with centuries of innovation shaping modern viticulture and production. Fascinating true stories. Dr. Patrick E. McGovern, dubbed the Indiana Jones of ancient ales, wines, and extreme beverages, is the scientific director of the Biomolecular Archaeology Project at the University of Pennsylvania Museum. His groundbreaking work has revealed that humans were fermenting alcoholic beverages as early as 9,000 years ago. By analyzing residues in ancient pottery using techniques like liquid chromatography and mass spectrometry, McGovern has reconstructed beverages from China's Jiahu culture, King Midas's funeral feast, and ancient Egyptian tombs. His collaborations with brewers have resurrected these ancient recipes, allowing modern drinkers to taste history while providing valuable anthropological insights into social practices, trade networks, and technological development across early civilizations. Japanese sake master brewers, known as toji, oversee the entire sake brewing process, making key decisions that shape the flavor, aroma, and quality of the final product. They lead a team of skilled workers called kurabito. The toji system became formalized during the Edo period, 1603 to 1868, though its roots trace back much earlier. Regional guilds such as the Nanbu and Echigo Toji guilds played a major role in professionalizing the craft. Despite modern automation, the toji tradition continues today, blending centuries-old practices with contemporary innovation. Medieval European monasteries, particularly those of the Benedictine and Cistercian orders in Burgundy and other wine-growing regions, were among the first to systematically observe and record how specific vineyard locations influenced wine quality. Their meticulous record-keeping and land management effectively laid the groundwork for later concepts of terroir. These monks recognized that certain plots consistently produced superior wines, centuries before modern viticulture confirmed the scientific basis of terroir, the environmental factors like soil, climate, and topography that shape flavor and quality. Their insights reflected a profound, if empirical, understanding of place-based variation in viticulture. In 1863, amid concerns over wine spoilage threatening France's exports, Emperor Napoleon III commissioned Louis Pasteur to investigate. Pasteur discovered that specific microorganisms caused fermentation and spoilage, leading him to develop pasteurization, a process of heating liquids to eliminate harmful microbes. This innovation not only preserved wine, but also revolutionized food safety across various other food industries, eventually leading German chemist Franz von Soxhlet to propose the application of pasteurization to milk in 1886. Beyond his political legacy, George Washington had a keen interest in brewing. At Mount Vernon, he oversaw the construction of a small brew house and managed beer production primarily for household consumption. In his personal notebook from 1757, Washington recorded a recipe for small beer, a low-alcohol beverage commonly consumed in colonial America due to its relative safety compared to water. While he wasn't a professional brewer, his writings reveal an understanding of the brewing process, reflecting the drink's everyday importance in 18th-century life. Jean-Louis Vigne, a French immigrant, is recognized as California's first commercial winemaker. In 1833, he established the state's first documented winery, El Aliso, near present-day downtown Los Angeles. He imported European grapevines, notably Cabernet Sauvignon and Sauvignon Blanc, from Bordeaux to improve wine quality over the Mission grape, which was already widely planted by Spanish missionaries. Vigne's preferred European varieties for their superior taste and quality, and his efforts laid critical groundwork for California's wine industry. Then, in 1976, British wine merchant Stephen Spurrier organized the Judgment of Paris, a blind tasting in which top French judges ranked California wines above esteemed French counterparts, shocking the wine world. The event helped legitimize New World wines and reshaped the global wine industry. Wine bottle capsules, those foil sleeves over the cork, were introduced in the 19th century to protect corks from pests and mold in damp cellars. The first known capsule was patented in 1833 by French wine merchant André-Georges Dupré, crafted from metallic paper. Lead foil became common due to its malleability and tight seal, but concerns over lead contamination led to its ban in the U.S. in 1996. Modern capsules are typically made from tin, aluminum, or plastic, serving primarily decorative purposes now. During World War II, champagne producers employed clever tactics to protect their prized vintages from German forces. Many concealed their finest bottles by constructing false walls within their extensive cellar networks, effectively hiding them from the Nazis. These subterranean labyrinths also served the French resistance, providing refuge for Allied soldiers and storage for arms and intelligence materials. The esteemed champagne house Piper Heidsieck even transformed its cellars into an arms depot, stockpiling weapons for the resistance. Additionally, producers mislabeled bottles to deceive occupiers, sometimes marking premium vintages as poison or substituting the contents to sabotage German theft. India Pale Ale, IPA, originated in England in the late 18th century as a heavily hopped pale ale designed to endure long sea voyages to British colonies, particularly India. While not originally called IPA, these strong, well-hopped ales were favored for export due to their ability to survive the long journey without spoiling. George Hodgson of Bow Brewery in East London played a key role in popularizing this style through his advantageous ties with the East India Company. Though not the first to brew hoppy export ales, Hodgson's versions became especially associated with the Indian market and laid the groundwork for the IPA category we know today. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, scientists identified methoxypyrazines as the source of the green bell pepper aroma in Cabernet Sauvignon and related grape varieties. These naturally occurring compounds, present in both grapes and vegetables, were found to be influenced by climate, grape ripeness, and canopy management. This discovery significantly advanced our understanding of aroma compounds in wine and prompted global changes in vineyard practices, particularly regarding grape maturity and canopy control to manage methoxypyrazine levels. Belgian lambic beers owe their distinctive character to spontaneous fermentation, where unboiled wort is exposed to ambient air, allowing wild yeasts and bacteria to initiate fermentation. This process is deeply influenced by the unique microflora of the Seine Valley near Brussels, particularly in the Pajottenland region. Key contributors include the yeasts Brettanomyces bruxellensis and Brettanomyces lambicus, which impart the characteristic sour and fruity flavors. The traditional brewing environment, including the use of wooden barrels and the specific architecture of breweries, further supports the development of these microbial communities that are crucial for authentic lambic production. During Prohibition, 1920 to 1933, California's Beringer vineyards ingeniously navigated the alcohol ban by producing wine bricks, concentrated grape juice blocks sold legally for non-alcoholic purposes. These bricks came with tongue-in-cheek warnings advising consumers not to dissolve them in water and store the mixture in a cool place for 21 days, as it might ferment into wine. This clever disclaimer allowed Beringer and other wineries to maintain operations without directly violating the law. Additionally, Beringer secured permits to produce sacramental wine for religious use, further sustaining the business during this dry era. In the 1940s, University of California researchers Dr. Albert J. Winkler and Dr. Maynard Amarine developed the Winkler scale, a heat summation system that classifies wine-growing regions based on accumulated growing degree days. Designed to help match grape varieties to suitable climates, the scale initially saw limited adoption outside California. It was viewed skeptically by traditional European vintners, who favored historical terroir-based practices, but over time, it became influential in viticultural zoning and climate classification globally. Today, the Winkler scale remains a foundational tool in wine agriculture, informing grape selection and vineyard planning in diverse wine regions. Malolactic fermentation, MLF, is a secondary process in winemaking where lactic acid bacteria, primarily Oenococcus oeni, convert sharper malic acid into softer lactic acid. This reduces overall acidity and can impart buttery or creamy notes, especially in Chardonnay, due to the production of a specific chemical compound called diacetyl. While early references to MLF date back to 19th century European oenologists like Johann Joseph von Babo, scientific understanding of its mechanisms and microbial control did not emerge until the mid-20th century. Today, winemakers may induce or prevent MLF depending on desired style, promoting it for roundness and complexity, or avoiding it to preserve freshness and fruitiness. In 1999, researchers at the University of California, Davis, employed DNA fingerprinting to reveal that 16 esteemed French wine grape varieties, including Chardonnay, Aligoté, and Gamay Noir, are all progeny of an unexpected pairing, the noble Pinot Noir and the obscure Gouais Blanc. This revelation challenged long-held assumptions about grape lineages, highlighting how chance crossbreeding between disparate varieties has shaped the viticultural landscape. Flash détente, developed in France during the 1990s, is a winemaking technique that rapidly heats crushed grapes to approximately 85 to 95 degrees Celsius, and then subjects them to a strong vacuum. This sudden cooling causes the grape skin cells to burst, enhancing the extraction of color, tannins, and aromatic compounds. Initially utilized to improve wines from underripe or mold-affected grapes, the method has gained broader adoption for enhancing wine quality across various grape conditions. The wire cage used to secure champagne corks, called a muselet, French for muzzle, was invented in 1844 by Adolphe Jacquesson, a champagne producer in Châlons-sur-Marne, now Châlons-en-Champagne. His design used wire and a metal cap to prevent corks from popping under pressure, replacing earlier, less reliable methods like tying corks with string. American beer culture traces its roots to the mid-19th century, when German immigrants introduced lager brewing to cities like Milwaukee. These immigrants established numerous breweries, including notable names such as Pabst, Schlitz, Blatz, and Miller, transforming Milwaukee into a global beer powerhouse by the late 1800s. The modern practice of aging beer in bourbon barrels began in the early 1990s, pioneered by Goose Island Beer Company in Chicago. Inspired by a beer, bourbon, and cigar dinner where Jim Beam's master distiller Booker Noe discussed the nuances that charred oak barrels added to bourbon, Goose Island's brewmaster, Greg Hall, experimented by aging an imperial stout in used bourbon barrels. This led to the creation of Bourbon County Brand Stout, first brewed to commemorate the brewery's 1,000th batch. The innovative beer gained recognition at the Great American Beer Festival in 1995, marking the inception of bourbon barrel-aged beers in the craft brewing industry. Japanese sake brewers pioneered the technique of multiple parallel fermentation, in which koji mold, Aspergillus oryzae, converts rice starch into sugar, while yeast concurrently ferments the sugar into alcohol. This process, unique to sake, allows for higher alcohol content and a complex flavor profile without the need to add sugar externally. Unlike other alcoholic beverages that require separate saccharification and fermentation steps, sake's method merges them in a single vessel, enhancing efficiency and taste. This innovation dates back over 1,000 years and remains central to traditional sake brewing today. Storing wine bottles horizontally helps keep corks moist, preventing air from entering and spoiling the wine. While this practice is now standard, its origins trace back to medieval European monastic cellars, where space efficiency led to horizontal racking. Monks, particularly in Burgundy and Bordeaux, observed that such storage improved wine longevity and flavor. Modern studies confirm that horizontal storage maintains optimal humidity at the cork-wine interface, reducing oxygen exposure and stabilizing aging chemistry, particularly in red wines. This storage method also helps preserve phenolic compounds, contributing to wine's complexity over time. Wine tasting has ancient roots, with the Greeks and Romans practicing early forms of sensory evaluation. Roman author Pliny the Elder documented wine attributes in natural history, noting qualities such as aroma, body, and aging potential. However, the structured vocabulary and formal tasting rituals recognizable today emerged from European viticulture practices between the 14th and 17th centuries, particularly in France and Italy. These traditions laid the foundation for modern enology, which was further refined in the 20th century through scientific advances in sensory analysis and oenological education. The oldest chemically confirmed beer residue was found in stone mortars at the Rakafet Cave in Israel, dating to around 13,000 years ago, circa 11,000 BCE, associated with the Natufian culture that predates agriculture. Meanwhile, fermented beverage residues, possibly a mix of beer, rice wine, and mead, were discovered in Neolithic pottery from Jiahu, China, dating to 7,000 to 6,600 BCE. These findings suggest that beer-like fermentation practices arose independently in multiple regions before formal agriculture developed. The Weihenstephan Brewery in Bavaria, Germany, is widely regarded as the world's oldest continuously operating brewery. Historical records show that it was granted a brewing license by the city of Freising in 1040 CE. The brewery originated at the Benedictine Weihenstephan Abbey, which had likely been brewing beer even earlier. Today, it operates as the Bayerische Staatsbrauerei Weihenstephan, Bavarian State Brewery Weihenstephan, and is affiliated with the Technical University of Munich, combining centuries-old tradition with modern brewing science. The Incas mastered high-altitude fermentation for their sacred corn beer, Chicha de Jora, typically at elevations between 7,000 to 11,500 feet, where their major settlements flourished. To produce the beverage, certain women, known as akala, chosen women for their ritual purity, chewed the maize to release salivary enzymes, primarily amylase, which broke down starches into fermentable sugars. This enzymatic action enabled fermentation once the mash was stored. While this method had ceremonial significance, chicha was also made through boiling and malting techniques without chewing. Chicha played a central role in Inca rituals and social life, often consumed during religious festivals and political ceremonies. Dom Perignon did not invent champagne. In fact, he aimed to eliminate bubbles, which were considered a flaw at the time. Instead, it was English scientist Christopher Merritt who documented the deliberate addition of sugar to wine to induce secondary fermentation in a 1662 paper to the Royal Society, predating Dom Perignon's work by decades. Dom Perignon later refined blending methods and quality control, which elevated the prestige of champagne. But the sparkle itself owes more to Merritt's insight. The invention of the modern champagne bottle is also credited to Christopher Merritt. The bottle design was developed by British glassmakers who used thicker glass to withstand the high pressure generated during fermentation, which can reach up to 90 pounds per square inch, approximately 3 times that found in car tires. Later, French innovations refined the bottle shape and corking technique to ensure the safe storage and consumption of champagne. Ancient Georgian winemakers pioneered the use of kvevrì, large clay vessels used for fermenting and storing wine, a tradition dating back over 8,000 years. These vessels are buried underground to maintain a stable temperature, allowing natural fermentation using wild yeasts. This millennia-old technique, integral to Georgia's cultural identity, was inscribed by UNESCO in 2013 as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity. The process imparts unique flavor and texture, distinguishing Georgian wines globally. Ethiopian teji, a traditional honey wine, has been brewed for centuries using the leaves of the gesho plant, Rhamnus prinoides, which contribute both to fermentation and preservation. The leaves contain natural compounds that help inhibit microbial growth, aiding the fermentation process and prolonging the wine's shelf life. This practice predates modern scientific knowledge of antimicrobial properties, showcasing an early, empirical understanding of natural preservation methods. Pinotage, a unique red wine grape variety, was developed in South Africa in 1925 by Professor Abraham Perold. It is a cross between Pinot Noir and Cinsault, formerly known as Hermitage. The creation of Pinotage was intended to combine the finesse of Pinot Noir with the hardiness of Cinsault, making it better suited to South Africa's diverse climate. It is now considered the country's signature grape variety, known for its bold, smoky, and fruity flavors. New Zealand's Marlborough region, once thought too cold for wine cultivation, became a key wine-growing area in the 1970s. The pioneering efforts of Montana Wines, now part of Pernod Ricard, established the first commercial vineyards, particularly focused on Sauvignon Blanc. This variety thrived due to Marlborough's cool climate, long growing season, and unique terroir, quickly propelling the region to international fame. By the 1990s, Marlborough Sauvignon Blanc became synonymous with New Zealand's global wine reputation. Chinese baijiu producers in Sichuan have discovered that their traditional pit fermentation process produces a remarkable array of over 1,000 distinct aromatic compounds, making it one of the most complex fermented beverages in the world. This fermentation method, using clay pits, allows for a unique interaction of ingredients with the environment, yielding a diverse and intricate flavor profile that surpasses many other alcoholic beverages. The complexity of baijiu's aromas is one of the key reasons it is highly regarded in China, though it can be polarizing internationally due to its bold, intense flavors. New World oak species, such as American oak, impart distinct flavors to wine compared to European oak. One key factor is the higher concentration of lactones in American oak, particularly whiskey lactones, which are organic compounds that contribute to the characteristic flavor profile of whiskey and other aged spirits. These lactones impart coconut and vanilla-like aromas to wine, a feature less pronounced in European oak. Russian scientists have studied how cosmic radiation might affect wine aging. They conducted experiments on the International Space Station, where bottles of wine were left to mature in space. The unique microgravity environment and cosmic radiation on the ISS are thought to potentially accelerate chemical reactions, influencing the aging process of wine. Australian researchers have found that smoke taint in wine grapes can begin to develop as quickly as 30 minutes after exposure to smoke. This discovery has led to the implementation of faster detection methods and response protocols to protect vineyards during bushfire seasons. Early intervention can prevent the absorption of harmful compounds, like guaiacol and 4-methylguaiacol, which cause the undesirable smoky flavor. These findings are helping to reduce the financial and sensory impact of smoke exposure on wine quality. Ancient Egyptian pyramid workers were often compensated with food and drink, including beer, a staple in their diet. Beer, typically brewed from barley, was a key part of their daily ration, which could range from 4 to 5 liters per day, depending on the worker's role and status. These rations were distributed to laborers, including skilled workers, based on their seniority and job classification. Beer was delivered in pottery vessels that indicated the worker's classification, and while it wasn't the sole form of payment, it played a crucial role in maintaining morale and sustenance during large-scale construction projects like the pyramids. During the Han Dynasty, 206 BCE, 220 CE, Chinese scholars developed early versions of the hydrometer to measure alcohol content in rice wine. The device, called a chiu ping, was a bronze instrument used to gauge the density of liquids, offering an indirect way to estimate alcohol content. This innovation predates the development of similar devices in Europe by about 1,800 years. Medieval Belgian monks played a pivotal role in beer production, cultivating hops for brewing. They established hop gardens, focusing on optimal growing conditions, and kept meticulous records, known as hop logs. These logs documented varieties, harvest times, and cultivation practices, laying the groundwork for modern brewing. The chemical analysis of pottery shards from the Neolithic site of Jiahu in China, dating back around 9,000 years, uncovered traces of a fermented beverage made from rice, honey, and fruit, likely hawthorn. This discovery is considered the earliest known evidence of alcoholic fermentation, though it may not be the earliest fermented drink recipe. The beverage, resembling a form of early rice wine, suggests advanced knowledge of fermentation techniques. The Jiahu site has provided significant insights into early agricultural practices and the development of social rituals around drinking. Australian Aboriginal peoples developed various methods for fermenting native plants, including Kwandong and Banksia, to create ceremonial beverages consumed during specific rituals. These fermented drinks, often used in social and cultural contexts, were made by fermenting fruits and flowers from native plants, sometimes incorporating natural yeasts. Banksia flowers, for instance, were sometimes used in the production of a fermented drink known as wattle wine. The Aztec nobility consumed a fermented beverage called pulque, made from the sap of the agave plant. Pulque was an important ritual drink, especially for the elite, and was considered sacred. Its production and consumption were overseen by specialized priests, known as tlacatecolotl, who ensured its proper preparation and regulated its distribution. The beverage played a central role in Aztec culture, symbolizing divine favor and social hierarchy. South African brewers historically used special wooden sticks called ifini and clay pots called ukamba to make umkomboti, a traditional sorghum beer. They believed the microorganisms living in the wood aided fermentation, a belief modern science has since validated. Research confirms that these wooden implements introduce lactic acid bacteria and wild yeasts essential for proper fermentation, contributing unique flavors and preservative properties. Ancient Greek wine merchants pioneered sophisticated preservation methods. They transported wine in clay amphorae, often coating them with pine resin, the origin of modern Retsina wine, which acted as an antimicrobial sealant. These vessels were typically sealed with cork, clay stoppers, or pitch to prevent oxidation. Merchants strategically planned voyages to avoid summer heat, which accelerated spoilage, favoring spring and autumn sailing seasons. The Greeks even added seawater, herbs, and honey as preservatives to the wine, extending shelf life during Mediterranean trade routes that reached as far as Egypt and the Black Sea colonies. Roman vintners added defrutum or sapa to their wines as sweeteners and preservatives. These substances were grape must reduced by boiling in lead pots, which inadvertently created lead acetate, known as sugar of lead, for its sweet taste. The lead dissolved from the vessels during the acidic reduction process, contaminating the syrup. Romans used these lead-infused sweeteners extensively in wine and cooking, unaware of the cumulative poisoning they caused. Some historians suggest this widespread lead consumption may have contributed to health issues among Roman elites who consumed the most wine. This dangerous practice continued for centuries before its toxic effects were understood. The oldest confirmed brewery in the Americas was discovered at Cerro Baul in southern Peru, dating to approximately 600 to 1000 CE. This Wari culture brewery produced chicha de mole, made from Chinus mole berries, on an industrial scale. Archaeological evidence includes specialized ceramic vats, fermenting rooms, and drinking halls where the elite consumed this ceremonial beverage. While earlier alcohol production existed in the Americas, such as at Real Alto, Ecuador, 4000 to 1800 BCE, the Cerro Baul facility represents the earliest documented large-scale brewing operation with specialized equipment in the Western Hemisphere. The Speyer wine bottle is the world's oldest known unopened bottle of wine, dating to the 4th century BCE and discovered in 1867 during excavation of a Roman nobleman's tomb near Speyer, Germany. The vessel contains a liquid residue believed to be wine mixed with herbs and olive oil, preserved by a wax seal and olive oil layer. The glass amphora features dolphin-shaped handles and represents remarkable Roman glassmaking technology. While its contents remain unsampled to preserve this archaeological treasure, scientists believe the liquid was likely a vintage wine mixed with preservatives used for funerary purposes. The bottle is displayed at the Historical Museum of the Palatinate in Speyer. Wine fraud was widespread in ancient Rome, so wealthy Romans relied on trusted merchants and knowledgeable slaves called structores to authenticate wines. Romans developed practical testing methods to detect fraud. Cato described using lead plates to detect vinegar disguised as wine, while Pliny the Elder documented tests involving burning wine on hot metal and observing its smell. While not chemical analysis by modern standards, these techniques showed remarkable ingenuity in combating counterfeit. James Busby, Australia's most influential wine pioneer, transported approximately 680 vine cuttings from Europe to Australia and New Zealand during his voyages in the 1830s. His most significant collection, gathered across Europe in 1831 to 1832, established Australia's first notable vine collection at the Sydney Botanic Gardens. Many of Australia's renowned wine regions and celebrated varieties, including Shiraz and Semillon, derive from Busby's meticulous work importing European cultivars. His legacy endures in Australia's modern wine industry, which now produces internationally acclaimed wines from these historically significant plantings. Busby's contributions also extended to New Zealand, where he introduced the first grapevines in 1836. In 2015, Belgian scientists at the University of Leuven discovered that certain sound frequencies, particularly in the 1 to 10 kHz range, can stimulate yeast metabolism by creating microturbulence that improves nutrient distribution. This sonic fermentation technique has produced measurable effects in beer production, with blind taste tests confirming subtle flavor profile differences between sonically treated and control batches. Several Belgian breweries have experimented with this technology since 2016, with Brasserie Trois Dames reporting 10% faster fermentation rates using specific sound frequencies. The process represents an intriguing intersection of physics, microbiology, and brewing science. Quick facts and stats. There are 1,100 commercial varieties of wine grapes. Krausening is the German practice of adding fermenting beer to finished beer of the same recipe, naturally carbonating and stabilizing it. The Sumerians revered a goddess of beer named Ninkasi, whose hymn written in cuneiform doubled as a preserved beer recipe. Verjuice, or green juice from unripe grapes, was medieval Europe's primary acidic ingredient before citrus fruits arrived on the continent. Brazilian cachaça makers discovered that using native Ipe roxo wood for aging imparts unique antimicrobial properties to the spirit. Ullage refers to the airspace between wine and closure, which is critical for aging but only recently understood at the molecular level. Global wine production in 2023 reached 257.5 million hectoliters, 100 liters. Worldwide beer production in 2023 reached 1.89 billion hectoliters. In 2023, craft beer had a 26.8% market share by revenue in the U.S. On average, it takes 3.5 liters of water to make 1 liter of beer. The brewery wastewater recovery rate is 68%. The average wine bottle weighs 507 grams, but this number skews high because sparkling wine and champagne bottles are significantly heavier than still wine bottles, to withstand the high pressure created by the carbonation in the bubbly. The global wine industry in 2023 had an annual revenue of about $215 billion, with a compound annual growth rate of 5.8% expected through 2028. Wine tourism in Europe in 2023 generated 18 billion euros in revenue, with an average wine tourist spending 2.5 times more per day than traditional tourists. Chinese wine drinkers consumed 1.8 billion liters of red wine in 2022. The average age of wine consumers in 2023 was 42, down from 50 in 2018. In 2023, 8.4 craft beer jobs were created per 1,000 barrels produced, compared to 2.7 jobs in large-scale commercial brewing. Women owned or co-owned 23% of craft breweries in the United States in 2023, up from 2.9% in 2016. The average shelf life of craft beer was 160 days in 2023, up from 90 days in 2015 due to improvements in packaging and natural preservation techniques. Climate change has shifted viable wine-growing regions in the Northern Hemisphere by an average of 175 miles northward between 1980 and 2022. Fun and games. Throughout history, fun and games have been integral to human culture, evolving from simple pastimes to structured activities. Ancient civilizations such as the Egyptians, Mesopotamians, and Chinese developed early board games like Senet and Go, which served both entertainment and religious purposes. The Greeks and Romans introduced athletic competitions, including the Olympic Games, beginning in 776 BCE, and gladiatorial contests, emphasizing physical prowess and spectacle. Medieval societies enjoyed jousting tournaments, dice games, and storytelling for amusement, while traditional card games emerged in China and spread across the world. Leisure activities expanded during the Renaissance and Industrial Revolution, with chess, playing cards, and parlor games gaining popularity among the elite and working classes alike. The 19th and 20th centuries saw the rise of organized sports, amusement parks, and modern board games like Monopoly and Scrabble. The advent of video games in the mid-20th century revolutionized entertainment, leading to today's digital era of online gaming and esports. From ancient pastimes to modern virtual reality experiences, fun and games continue to evolve, shaping how people connect, compete, and relax. Fascinating true stories. Ute Nori, a traditional Korean board game, has deep cultural and symbolic significance with origins in Korea's Three Kingdoms period, 57 BCE, 668 CE. Historically, Ute Nori was associated with agricultural predictions. Communal play, known as Pyeon Ute, was believed to forecast the year's farming success, while Ute Geom focused on individual fortunes. The game's design embodies cosmic principles, with its board symbolizing the heavens and earth, and the Ute sticks representing yin and yang. Mahjong tiles were traditionally crafted from materials like bone, often from cattle, combined with bamboo, though high-end sets were sometimes made using ivory, particularly in the Qing dynasty. Creating these sets could take many months of intricate carving, making them prized possessions and occasionally part of dowries. The game's popularity expanded globally in the early 20th century, aided by the invention of Bakelite, 1907, one of the first synthetic plastics. This enabled durable, affordable mass production of mahjong sets, particularly in the West, where the game gained popularity in the 1920s. During World War II, British intelligence agency MI9 collaborated with game manufacturer John Waddington Limited to create special Monopoly sets for Allied prisoners of war POWs. These sets concealed silk maps, compasses, real currency, and other escape tools within the game components. The games were marked with subtle codes. A period after specific property names indicated the region the concealed map covered. For instance, a period after Marylebone Station signified a map of Italy. Distributed through fictitious charities to avoid compromising legitimate organizations like the Red Cross. These games exploited the German Guard's allowance of recreational items to maintain prisoner morale. Remarkably, the ruse remained undetected through the end of the war, aiding numerous POWs in their escape attempts. In 1980, Atari programmer Warren Robinette secretly embedded his name in the game. Adventure for the Atari 2600, creating one of the earliest known Easter eggs in video games. Frustrated by Atari's policy against crediting developers, Robinette hid the message in a hidden room accessible through a series of obscure actions. When players discovered it, Atari chose not to recall the game due to the high cost and instead embraced the concept, helping to popularize the tradition of hiding secret messages or features in games. The game of Go, called Weiqi in Chinese, was revered as one of the four arts, Si Yi, of the Chinese scholar-gentlemen during the Tang Dynasty and beyond. Alongside Qin, the Guqin zither, Shu, calligraphy, and Hua, painting, Qi, Weiqi, was cultivated to refine the mind and spirit. Esteemed for its strategic depth, Go symbolized intellect and balance, reflecting Confucian ideals of discipline and harmony. Mastery of these arts was a marker of elite cultural attainment and moral cultivation among literati. Japanese Go master Honinbo Shusaku played his most famous game, known as the Ear-Reddening Game, in 1846 against Inoue Genan Inseki. The game earned its name when, after Shusaku made a particularly brilliant move, Genan's ears reportedly turned red in shock or recognition of his position's collapse. While the move's brilliance was appreciated even in Shusaku's time, modern analysis, including AI evaluation, has further affirmed its deep strategic insight. Shusaku, undefeated in his lifetime in official games, remains one of Go's most revered figures. Gary Gygax co-created Dungeons & Dragons in 1974 with Dave Arneson, funding its publication through Tactical Studies Rules, a company Gygax co-founded. To help raise the initial $2,000 in capital, Gygax sold his personal possessions, including some of his children's toys, at garage sales. His wife, Mary Jo, reportedly urged him to find a stable job if the game failed to succeed within a year. Fortunately, Dungeons & Dragons quickly gained popularity following its release in January 1974, sparing Gygax from abandoning his passion for game design and launching a cultural phenomenon that would revolutionize role-playing games. In the late 18th century, a chess-playing automaton known as the Turk captivated Europe by defeating challengers such as Napoleon Bonaparte and Benjamin Franklin. Invented by Wolfgang von Kempelen in 1770, the machine appeared to operate autonomously but secretly housed a skilled human chess player inside its cabinet. Though suspicions arose early, the full mechanics of the hoax were not publicly detailed until an 1857 article by Silas Mitchell, whose father had owned the machine before donating it to a museum. The Turk remained a marvel of illusion and mechanical ingenuity until it was destroyed in a fire in 1854. In 1948, Thomas T. Goldsmith Jr. and Estill Ray Mann filed the first patent for an electronic game, U.S. Patent Number 2455992, for their cathode ray tube amusement device. This analog system used vacuum tubes to control a dot on a screen, simulating missile firing at targets that were physical overlays, not digital graphics. While never commercially produced, This invention marked the conceptual birth of video gaming, though it lacked the digital processing that defines modern video games. Ancient Egyptian pharaohs were often buried with board games, the most notable being Senet, a recreational game that evolved over 3,000 years to symbolize the soul's journey through the afterworld. Early depictions show the game as a form of entertainment, but by the late period, circa 664 to 332 BCE, changes to the boards incorporated symbolic elements related to the afterlife. The game's spiritual associations are particularly prominent in tomb artwork, where it is linked to concepts of fate and the divine. A beautifully crafted Senet board was discovered in Tutankhamun's tomb, indicating its religious significance to the culture at the time. In 2024, an ultra-rare gem mint, graded 10 by PSA, Alpha Black Lotus card from the 1993 debut set of Magic. The Gathering sold for a record-breaking $3 million. Signed by artist Christopher Rush, the card is one of the most coveted in collectible gaming due to its powerful in-game effect, extreme scarcity. Only about 1,100 Alpha Black Lotus cards were printed. And cultural significance. In 1966, engineer Ralph Baer conceived the idea for an interactive television game while working for Sanders Associates, a defense electronics company. The idea came to him while he was waiting at a New York City bus terminal, and upon returning to his office in New Hampshire, he documented the concept and enlisted the help of colleagues to develop a prototype known as the Brown Box. Sanders Associates supported the project, and the technology was later licensed to Magnavox. In 1972, this led to the release of the Magnavox Odyssey, the world's first commercially available home video game console. The modern Olympic Games were influenced by 19th-century archaeological excavations at Olympia, Greece, which uncovered the site of the ancient Olympic Games. These digs, led by German archaeologist Ernst Curtius beginning in 1875, revealed temples, statues, and athletic artifacts that highlighted the cultural and religious importance of the ancient games. Pierre de Coubertin, inspired by these discoveries and their emphasis on athletic competition as a form of education and international unity, later championed the revival of the Olympic Games in 1896. Founded in 1889 by Fusajiro Yamauchi in Kyoto, Nintendo began as a manufacturer of handmade hanafuda, decorative Japanese playing cards used for both leisure and gambling. Although gambling regulations periodically impacted the card market, hanafuda remained legal for non-gambling use. In the mid-20th century, under Hiroshi Yamauchi's leadership, Nintendo diversified into toys, licensed instant rice, and operated taxi and love hotel businesses before finding success in electronic entertainment in the 1970s and 1980s. Their transition to video games began with arcade machines and the Game & Watch series, ultimately revolutionizing home gaming with the Famicom, NES, in 1983. In 1950, Alan Turing developed a chess-playing algorithm called Turochamp, which is considered one of the first computer chess programs. However, due to the lack of a suitable computer, Turing manually simulated the program on paper, calculating each move based on the algorithm's instructions, which could take him up to an hour per move. Though never implemented on a machine during his lifetime, Turochamp demonstrated Turing's early vision for artificial intelligence and strategic computation. When chess champion Garry Kasparov lost to IBM's Deep Blue in 1997, many attributed his defeat to a key moment in Game 2 when the computer made an unexpected move. According to team members and later reporting, for this move, Deep Blue had defaulted to a pre-programmed failsafe that triggered a random legal move when its evaluation function couldn't resolve a position. Kasparov misinterpreted the move as evidence of deep strategic insight, which psychologically unsettled him, contributing to his shaken confidence during the match. In 1967, MIT student Richard Greenblatt developed the computer chess program Mac-Hack-6, notable for being the first program to win a game against a human in tournament play. While its overall strength was modest, it was recognized as an unorthodox playing style, including an apparent preference for knight moves. likely due to its evaluation algorithm rather than deliberate strategy. Its unusual play occasionally caught human opponents off guard, leading to unexpected wins and marking a milestone in artificial intelligence and computer chess history. In 1972, a group of students and researchers at MIT, led by Steve Russell, created Space War, one of the earliest video games designed for computer networks. Space War ran on DEC PDP-1 computers and became a foundational game in the history of computer gaming. It was often played on university and research computers, and its popularity among the academic community helped spur the development of networked and multiplayer games in the following decades. In related history, the first professional video game tournament took place in 1972 at Stanford University, featuring the game Space War. This event, organized by Stanford's Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, was called the Intergalactic Space War Olympics. The grand prize was a one-year subscription to Rolling Stone magazine. Then, in 1973, a group of students, including Steve Colley, created Maze War, originally known as the Maze game, a groundbreaking multiplayer first-person shooter, FPS, run on the NASA computers at the Ames Research Center. This early 3D game, which allowed players to navigate maze-like environments and engage in combat, is considered one of the earliest examples of FPS games. Colley later brought the game to MIT, where it evolved further and influenced the development of later networked multiplayer games, including the famous Spacim project at MIT. A well-preserved dice maker's workshop was uncovered in Pompeii, providing insight into ancient Roman craftsmanship. The workshop contained tools designed for shaping dice with remarkable precision and materials chosen to ensure proper weight and density distribution, indicating that Roman dice makers had an advanced understanding of craftsmanship and mechanical design. Wagabaliri, an indigenous Australian game, involved players catching spears thrown at them using only a shield. Known for its high level of danger, it was typically played before battles to train warriors and assess their skill. The game was a test of agility, reflexes, and coordination, and some players were reportedly able to catch multiple spears simultaneously. Wagabaliri not only served as a physical training exercise, but also as a rite of passage and a demonstration of prowess within the warrior culture. In medieval England, King Edward II issued a ban on football in 1314, citing its disruption of archery practice, which was crucial for military preparedness. However, the ban was difficult to enforce, and football remained popular among the common people despite legal restrictions. While the law was officially in place for centuries, it was rarely upheld, and the game remained a favored form of recreation, gradually evolving into the more organized form we recognize today. In 1983, a landfill in Alamogordo, New Mexico, became the disposal site for thousands of unsold Atari cartridges, including the infamous E.T., the extraterrestrial game. The game, rushed to market in 1982 to capitalize on the holiday season, was criticized for poor quality and contributed to Atari's financial troubles, leading to the company's eventual collapse. The so-called Great Video Game Burial remained an urban legend until 2014, when an excavation confirmed the presence of the buried games, sparking renewed interest in the video game crash of 1983. The ancient Mesoamerican ball game known as Pac Ta Pac was played by various cultures, including the Maya, Aztec, and Olmec. The ball, made from solid rubber, weighed between 4 and 6 pounds, and players used their hips, thighs, and sometimes their elbows or knees to keep the ball in motion, attempting to pass it through a stone ring. Matches were highly physical and could last several hours. The game held significant religious and political importance, often played during ceremonies to honor gods, and was sometimes linked to ritual sacrifices. Marn Grook is a traditional ball game played by Aboriginal Australians using a possum skin ball. Historians suggest Marn Grook influenced the development of Australian rules football, AFL, especially the high-flying leap known as spexing, which remains a hallmark of AFL today. While Marn Grook's direct influence on AFL is debated, It is widely acknowledged that the game's emphasis on aerial skills and ball handling may have shaped the modern sport along with Gori. Gori is a traditional game played by Aboriginal Australian children, using a ball made from kangaroo skin and filled with grass. The game involved throwing the ball at a moving target, and while it is not directly credited as a precursor to Australian rules football, AFL, it shares similarities in its emphasis on agility, ball handling, and aim. AFL, developed in the mid-19th century, evolved from various games played by both Indigenous Australians and early European settlers, including aspects of traditional Indigenous ball games like Gori, Marngrook, and several others. The ancient Egyptian game Hounds and Jackals, also called 58 Holes, dates to approximately 2000 BCE and represents one of humanity's earliest board games. Players race pieces along a path of holes, with the objective of reaching the end first. The game became very popular across the region. Archaeological findings suggest it originated in Egypt before spreading eastward through trade routes to Mesopotamia, the Levant, and eventually reaching as far as India. Xiangqi, often called Chinese chess, has ancient origins dating back to the Warring States period, 476 to 221 BCE. The game developed as both entertainment and intellectual training, with pieces representing military units, generals, chariots, horses, cannons, with an emphasis on territory control, resource management, and tactical positioning. Inuit children and adults traditionally played string games called ajararpak, or ajarak, by creating complex patterns with string looped around fingers. While many patterns required only one player, some advanced formations required two players working together. The collaborative nature of these string figures represented cultural stories, animals, and natural phenomena, serving both as entertainment and as pedagogical tools for transmitting knowledge. These games were practiced across Arctic cultures from Alaska to Greenland with regional variations in technique and naming. Kongkak, a traditional Southeast Asian mancala game, features boards typically made from wood with boat-shaped terminals, called rumah, or houses, representing the cultural importance of seafaring in Malay archipelago societies. The standard board contains 7 holes on each side plus the larger end repositories, with gameplay involving the distribution of seeds or shells, materials readily available in coastal communities. This design has remained consistent for centuries, with variations appearing across Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. The boat motif symbolizes both practical harvesting of sea resources and mythological connections to ancestral maritime kingdoms. Nefatafel was a strategic board game popular in Scandinavia during the Viking Age, 793 to 1066. Archaeological evidence, including finds from the Oseberg ship burial, supports its widespread presence in Norse culture. The game was played on a square board with a king piece surrounded by defenders, aiming to reach the board's edges while avoiding capture. Game pieces were crafted from bone, wood, and antler, readily available materials in their environment. Nefatafel likely served not only as a recreational activity, but also as a tool for teaching military tactics and leadership skills. In pre-Columbian South America, particularly in Andean societies, children played with spinning tops, or trompos, which were made from materials such as wood, clay, and bone. These tops were carefully crafted using traditional techniques to ensure durability and a stable, balanced spin. The trompos served not only as entertainment, but also as tools for developing motor skills and social interaction. Aboriginal Australians developed returning boomerangs primarily for recreation and ceremonial purposes. These boomerangs were crafted to return to the thrower, allowing for skillful aerial maneuvers that were displayed during cultural competitions. By contrast, hunting boomerangs were designed to travel in straight lines rather than returning, making them easier to aim at large game like kangaroos. Pachisi, a traditional Indian board game, dates back to at least the 4th century CE and was widely enjoyed during the Mughal era. Played on large boards with wooden or cloth pieces, it combined strategy with chance through the use of dice. Emperor Akbar is famously associated with the game, reportedly creating a giant version in his palace courtyard at Fatehpur Sikri, where live players participated on a vast board. Excavations at Bashar Hoyuk in southeastern Turkey revealed 49 small carved stones, painted in various colors, dating to approximately 7,000 years ago. These stones are among the oldest known game pieces discovered in burial contexts, which suggests that board games held cultural and social significance. The pieces were likely part of a larger game, potentially linked to ritualistic or communal activities. Such findings provide valuable insight into the social and cultural practices of Neolithic communities in the region. Medieval Scandinavian chess pieces were often carved from walrus ivory, which was prized for its durability, fine grain, and smooth texture, making it an ideal material for intricate carvings. The trade of walrus ivory played a significant role in Viking Age commerce, with the pieces serving not only as functional game items, but also as symbols of status. Japanese Karuta card games trace their origins to the Heian period, 794 to 1185, where they were used to help nobility memorize classical poetry, particularly the waka form. The competitive version, Uta Garuta, became popular in the Edo period, 1603 to 1868, when it evolved into a high-paced game of skill. Players must quickly match cards with corresponding poems, demanding sharp reflexes, vast memorization, and strategic thinking. Today, Karuta is still played in tournaments, such as the All Japan Karuta Championship, showcasing its enduring appeal as a blend of intellectual challenge and physical agility. Kanane is a traditional Hawaiian strategy board game, often likened to checkers. Players would compete to capture all the opponent's pieces by jumping over them, a tactic requiring foresight and strategic thinking. Evidence suggests that it was a popular form of entertainment, intellectual challenge, and social interaction in Hawaiian culture. Mancala boards, including those from the Akan people, are often intricately carved, with some crafted from materials like ivory, wood, or stone. These boards served not only as tools for gaming, but also as important social and cultural symbols. The game's design, based on counting and strategic play, is seen as a reflection of early mathematical reasoning, particularly in the use of patterns and strategic decision-making. Mancala's symbolic significance varies across cultures, often representing themes of fertility, prosperity, or spiritual balance. The Native American game of Snow Snake, played in winter in the northeastern woodlands, involves throwing a wooden javelin, or snake, along a snow-packed track. The wooden javelins were traditionally carved with a curved shape to glide smoothly along the snow. The objective is to achieve the longest distance, with some records showing throws reaching over 400 feet. The royal game of originating around 2600 to 2400 BCE in the Mesopotamian city of is one of the oldest known board games. Descriptions of the game on cuneiform tablets, notably one by Babylonian scribe Iti Marduk Balatu, circa 177 BCE, suggest it involved elements of chance and strategy, possibly linked to divination and gambling. Archaeological finds, including silver gaming pieces, indicate that players may have wagered on outcomes, making it one of the earliest recorded instances of gambling. The oldest known board was excavated from the Royal Cemetery at by Sir Leonard Woolley in the 1920s. The Persian game shatranj introduced the term checkmate, derived from the Persian phrase shah mat, meaning the king is helpless. However, shatranj differs from modern chess in several ways, for instance featuring a piece called the vizier, which moved only one square diagonally and lacked the queen's powerful movements in today's chess. Over time, shatranj evolved into the game of chess as we know it, particularly after it spread to Europe, where the queen's abilities were expanded. Ajagak is an Inuit game traditionally played with carved bones, often made from caribou or walrus tusks. Players use their fingers to manipulate the bones, aiming to flip them in the air and land them on the correct side. Ajagak was not only a form of recreation, but also a cultural practice that cultivated physical and mental agility, reflecting the Inuits' emphasis on practical skill development. The game develops fine motor skills, hand-eye coordination, and dexterity, essential for various aspects of daily life, including hunting and tool-making. Traditional Nigerian Ayo boards are typically carved from wood and feature 2 rows of 6 pits, used to play the game known as Ayo, a variant of Mancala. Played by the Yoruba people and other West African cultures, Ayo is a strategic game involving seed sowing and capturing, and has long served as both a recreational activity and a social ritual that fosters community interaction and mental agility. The game's deep cultural roots are evident in its role in festivals and gatherings, where players of all ages engage in competitive yet communal play. Sho is a traditional Tibetan dice game, often regarded as a national pastime and played predominantly by men across various social classes. The game accommodates 2 to 4 players, with 3 being the most common configuration. Each player has 9 stackable playing pieces, typically old coins. The playing area consists of 64 shells arranged in a clockwise spiral around a central dice pad, usually made of yak leather stuffed with yak wool. Players use a wooden dice cup to shake and roll 2 6-sided dice onto the pad. The objective is to move all 9 coins from the starting point to the end of the shell spiral, incorporating elements of both chance and strategy. Buzkashi, Afghanistan's national sport, is a centuries-old equestrian game in which horse-mounted players compete to seize a headless goat or calf carcass and carry it to a goal. The game originated with Turkic-Mongol nomadic tribes in Central Asia, possibly as early as the 10th century. Historically, matches could last for days, reflecting the stamina and prestige of elite riders, known as chapandas. Today, Buzkashi remains a symbol of strength and honor in Afghan culture, often played during festivals and major gatherings, particularly in the northern provinces. During World War II, British musician Anthony Pratt invented a murder mystery board game to entertain people during air raid blackouts. Originally named Murder, the game was later published as Cluedo in 1949. Pratt sold the rights for a mere £5,000 to Parker Brothers that same year, and it has since become a staple of game night as Cluedo in the UK and Clue in North America. Quick facts and stats. The Japanese card game of Hanafuda was originally created to circumvent gambling laws that banned playing cards. The first professional video game tournament champion, Rebecca Heinemann, won the National Space Invaders Championship in 1980. Esports viewers watched 27.2 billion hours across all platforms in 2023. The average salary for professional esports players in 2023 was $62,500. The global gaming peripheral market reached $7.9 billion in 2023. The market for virtual reality gaming is projected to hit $92.31 billion by 2027. 48% of gaming enthusiasts are women, up from 38% in 2006. Sales of tabletop role-playing games increased by 33% from 2020 to 2023. Board game campaigns raised $272 million on Kickstarter in 2023. The global puzzle market hit $9.1 billion in 2023, with digital puzzles accounting for 42% of sales. The average American gamer spent 8.45 hours each week playing video games in 2023, with a significant increase to 14.8 hours during the COVID-19 pandemic peak. 52% of the global gaming market belongs to mobile gaming, which generated $103.5 billion in revenue in 2023. As of 2022, 63% of householders in Western Europe still played traditional card games, making them more popular than video games in certain age demographics. The number of board game cafes in major urban centers increased by 813% between 2015 and 2023, with an average of 3.2 new locations opening weekly in North American cities. There were 57 million active monthly users on chess.com in 2023, a 400% increase from 2019. Sales of traditional playing cards increased by 23% during the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2023, it was still 12% higher than pre-pandemic levels. The average age of gamers was 35 in 2023, up from 21 in 1999. The market share for educational games grew by 127% between 2020 and 2023, reaching $17.8 billion in global revenue in 2023. In 2023, the average American household owned 9.7 board games, with 2.3 new games purchased annually. Holidays and festivals. Holidays and festivals have been an integral part of human civilization for thousands of years, often rooted in religious, cultural, or seasonal traditions. Ancient societies such as the Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans celebrated festivals to honor deities, mark agricultural cycles, or commemorate significant events. For instance, the Romans held Saturnalia, a winter festival of gift-giving and feasting, while the Celts observed Samhain, which later influenced modern Halloween traditions. Many religious holidays such as Diwali in Hinduism, Passover in Judaism, and Easter in Christianity originated from sacred texts and rituals, reinforcing spiritual values and communal bonding. As civilizations expanded and globalized, holidays evolved, merging traditions and acquiring new meanings. National holidays like Independence Day in the United States and Bastille Day in France commemorate historical milestones. Secular celebrations, such as New Year's Eve and International Workers' Day, highlight societal and cultural progress. Modern holidays often blend ancient customs with contemporary practices. Christmas, for example, combines Christian beliefs with pre-Christian winter solstice traditions. Today, festivals continue to serve as opportunities for reflection, joy, and social unity, reinforcing cultural identities while adapting to the changing world. Fascinating true stories. The ancient Egyptian festival of Wepet Renpet marked the beginning of the new year, typically coinciding with the heliacal rising of Sirius, Sopdet, and the annual inundation of the Nile, a vital event for agriculture. The festival honored renewal and cosmic order and included feasting, drinking, and religious rites. The festival of Anna Perenna was a Roman celebration held on March 15th to honor the goddess of the new year. The festival was celebrated at the goddess's grove by the Tiber River and featured picnics, feasts, dances, and songs, toasts to long life, and offerings to the goddess to ensure a happy and healthy year. The name refers to the year, with Anna meaning to live through a year, and Perenna meaning last many years. Medieval England's boy-bishop tradition saw a child chosen to act as bishop starting on St. Nicholas Day on December 6th until the Feast of the Holy Innocents on December 28th. The boy would dress in bishop's vestments, lead prayers, and perform all ceremonies and offices except Mass. The tradition was popular in medieval Europe and was linked to the Feast of Fools and the Feast of Asses. The symbolism is varied, but one theory is that it represented the triumph of a child's innocence over the adult's view of the world. The tradition was abolished in England by Elizabeth I. The Carnival celebration, known for its mix of religious and pagan traditions, including elaborate costumes, parades, and festivities, has its roots in ancient pagan traditions in Egypt, Greece, and Rome. Today, it is celebrated in many countries around the world, including Brazil, the Caribbean, and Quebec, Canada. The origins of April Fool's Day are unclear, but its tradition of playing jokes and pranks on others may be traced back to the Roman festival of Hilaria. It may also be linked to the switch from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar in France in 1852, when the start of the year moved from April to January, and those who celebrated at the old time were mocked. The indigenous Australian Bunya Festival, held every 3 to 4 years when the bunya pine produced a large harvest of nuts, was a time for sharing food, stories, and culture. It brought together thousands of people from different language groups and led to major trade networks. The last traditional gathering was held around 1900, when European settlement and the felling of bunya trees disrupted the practice. The Homowo Festival originated with the Ga people of Ghana, celebrating their victory over a severe famine that occurred in their pre-colonial history. The name Homo Wu translates literally to hooting at hunger in the Gai language, signifying their joyful celebration upon overcoming the hardship. The festival is marked by the sprinkling of a special maize meal called kapakpoi around the community as a symbol of abundance and thanksgiving. The tradition of exchanging Valentine's Day cards evolved from handwritten notes in the 18th century to mass-produced, elaborate cards in the 19th century, with Esther Howland credited as the mother of the American Valentine for popularizing them in the U.S. Cinco de Mayo, celebrated on May 5th, commemorates Mexico's unexpected victory over French forces at the Battle of Puebla in 1862. Under General Ignacio Zaragoza, a modest Mexican army of approximately 4,000 troops defeated a better-equipped French contingent of around 6,000 soldiers. This triumph became a symbol of Mexican resistance and patriotism. While the holiday is observed nationwide, it holds special significance in Puebla, where it's known as El Día de la Batalla de Puebla. In the United States, Cinco de Mayo has evolved into a broader celebration of Mexican-American culture. The tradition of the Thanksgiving turkey as the holiday's centerpiece meal gained traction in the 19th century, largely due to the efforts of Sarah Josepha Hale, editor of Godey's Lady's Book. Through her influential articles and editorials, Hale promoted roast turkey, pumpkin pie, and cranberry sauce as symbols of a nationalized Thanksgiving celebration. Her decades-long campaign culminated in President Abraham Lincoln declaring Thanksgiving a national holiday in 1863. Turkey was already a practical choice, abundant in North America and large enough to feed a family, but Hale's writing helped solidify its place in American tradition. The tradition of Christmas stockings is rooted in the legend of Saint Nicholas, a 4th-century bishop known for his generosity. According to popular lore, he anonymously gave gold to a poor widower with 3 daughters by dropping it down their chimney. The gold allegedly landed in stockings hung by the fireplace to dry, saving the daughters from destitution or forced marriage. This story inspired the custom of hanging stockings for St. Nicholas or Santa Claus to fill with gifts, a practice that became widespread in Europe and later in America by the 19th century. The first Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade took place in 1924 and featured live animals borrowed from the Central Park Zoo, including elephants, camels, and donkeys. While the animals drew large crowds, the organizers switched to helium-filled balloons in 1927 because they were easier to manage and offered greater visual spectacle. The first giant balloon, Felix the Cat, debuted in 1927, marking the beginning of the parade's signature style. The tradition of wearing top hats and tuxedos on Groundhog Day in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, started in 1952. The Groundhog Club adopted the tradition to show respect for Punxsutawney Phil, the famous groundhog. The Groundhog Day tradition has roots in ancient European weather lore, which used badgers or sacred bears to predict the weather. The tradition also has connections to the ancient pagan celebration of Imbolc and to the Christian holiday of Candlemas. Día de los Muertos, Day of the Dead, is a Mexican holiday originating from Aztec traditions that celebrates and remembers loved ones who have passed away. The celebration involves the creation of elaborate altars, ofrendas, and the decoration of grave sites with flowers, candles, and the favorite foods of the deceased. It was originally celebrated in summer until Spanish colonizers moved it to align with All Saints' Day at the beginning of November. The tradition of celebrating the 4th of July with fireworks dates back to the first Independence Day celebration in 1777, with the Founding Fathers themselves envisioning the holiday marked with pomp and parade, with shows, games, sports, guns, bells, bonfires, and illuminations. The inaugural New Year's Eve celebration in New York City's Times Square occurred in 1904, marking the opening of the New York Times' new headquarters. The iconic ball drop tradition began in 1907 when Adolph Ochs, the newspaper's owner, sought a safer alternative to fireworks. He commissioned the first ball, a 700-pound iron and wood sphere illuminated by 100 incandescent bulbs. to be lowered from the flagpole atop One Times Square. This spectacle was inspired by maritime time balls, historically used to signal precise time to ships for accurate navigation. The tradition of drinking green beer on St. Patrick's Day began in 1914, when Dr. Thomas Hayes Curtin dyed beer with wash blue, an iron powder solution used to wash laundry. Curtin was an Irish-American physician and coroner in New York City, and he made the original green beer for a St. Patrick's Day party at the Schnera Club in the Bronx. The tradition of drinking green beer spread across the country and eventually became popular internationally. Saturnalia was an ancient Roman festival held in honor of the god Saturn, originally celebrated on December 17th, but later extended to December 17th to 23rd. Marking the end of the autumn sowing season, it was one of the most popular Roman festivals. Social norms were temporarily relaxed. Masters served slaves, gambling was permitted, and citizens donned informal clothing like the synthesis and the pileus cap, symbolizing freedom. The atmosphere was one of revelry, gift-giving, and communal feasting, influencing later winter holidays like Christmas. The Moroccan Rose Festival, held annually in May in the town of Kelaat Maguna, celebrates the harvest of damask roses, Rosa damascena, in the Valley of Roses. The origins of these roses in Morocco are not universally agreed upon. Some sources suggest that Berber pilgrims introduced them in the 10th century after returning from Mecca, captivated by their beauty and fragrance. Others indicate that the French brought the damask rose to Kelaat Maguna in 1938, establishing the first rosewater distillery shortly thereafter. Regardless of their origin, these fragrant roses have become integral to the region's culture and economy. The first Oktoberfest was held on October 12, 1810, in Munich to celebrate the marriage of Crown Prince Ludwig of Bavaria, later King Ludwig I, and Princess Therese of Saxony-Hildburghausen. The public celebration featured a horse race on October 17th in the fields outside the city, later named Theresienwiese in honor of the bride. The event was so popular that it was repeated the following year, gradually evolving into the Oktoberfest we know today. Though modern elements like beer tents and amusement rides were introduced much later, the festival's roots lie in that 1810 wedding celebration. Arbor Day originated in Nebraska through the vision of J. Sterling Morton, a newspaper editor and nature enthusiast who moved to the treeless plains in 1854. Recognizing trees' importance for windbreaks, fuel, building materials, and shade, Morton proposed a tree planting holiday to the State Board of Agriculture in 1872. On April 10th that year, Nebraskans planted an estimated 1 million trees in the first Arbor Day celebration. The idea quickly spread nationwide, with other states adopting similar observances. By 1885, Arbor Day became a legal holiday in Nebraska, celebrated on Morton's birthday, April 22nd. Today, all 50 states and many countries worldwide observe Arbor Day, though dates vary based on optimal local planting conditions. The Boryung Mud Festival originated in South Korea as a way to promote the local mud flats, which were considered unattractive to tourists until the early 1990s. The mayor of Boryung is credited with the idea to capitalize on the mud's potential skin benefits by creating a festival centered around mud-based activities, essentially turning a negative feature into a tourist attraction and boosting the local economy after the closure of nearby coal mines. The festival officially launched in 1998, inspired by a movie scene depicting a mud bath and supported by research showing rich mineral content in the Boryung mud. Kodomo no Hi, or Children's Day, is a Japanese national holiday celebrated annually on May 5th. It honors the healthy growth and happiness of all children, but traditionally focused on boys, as part of the older Tango no Seku festival. Families display koinobori, carp-shaped windsocks, samurai dolls, and helmets to symbolize strength and courage. This day is part of Golden Week, a cluster of holidays in Japan. Although Girls' Day, Hinamatsuri, on March 3rd remains culturally significant, Kodomo no Hi was officially designated in 1948 to celebrate all children, promoting equality and well-being. Hanukkah, the Jewish festival of lights, is an 8-day celebration commemorating the rededication of the Second Temple in Jerusalem in 164 BCE, following the Maccabean revolt against the Seleucid Empire. Upon reclaiming the temple, the Maccabees found only a small amount of consecrated oil, enough for one day. But it miraculously lasted 8 days, allowing time to prepare more purified oil. This event established the tradition of an 8-day festival. Each night, a candle is lit on the menorah to honor this miracle. In many countries and societies, the Lunar New Year, also known as Chinese New Year or the Spring Festival, is the most important holiday of the year, celebrated with parades, feasts, and family gatherings. This celebration has more than 4,000 years of history rooted in farming traditions. The holiday marks the end of the winter season and the beginning of spring, and celebrates the defeat of the mythical monster Nian, who terrorized villages by eating people. To scare the monster away, people would light fireworks, wear red, and hang decorations, practices that continue today as part of the modern Chinese New Year celebrations. The Chinese New Year lion dance, meant to bring good fortune and ward off evil spirits, has been practiced for centuries. While the exact origins are debated, historical records trace lion dance performances to the Han Dynasty, 206 BCE, 220 CE, with significant development during the Tang Dynasty, 618-907 CE, when it became more stylized and widespread. There are two main styles: the Northern Lion, often used in court and martial arts displays, and the Southern Lion, particularly associated with Guangdong and widely seen during Lunar New Year celebrations. The Southern Lion is especially known for its vibrant appearance and symbolic movements representing strength, courage, and prosperity. Juneteenth, also known as Freedom Day or Emancipation Day, commemorates June 19, 1865, when Union General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, and announced the enforcement of the Emancipation Proclamation, more than 2 years after it was issued, effectively freeing the last enslaved African Americans in the Confederacy. While slavery was officially abolished with the ratification of the 13th Amendment in December 1865, Juneteenth became a symbol of Black freedom and resilience. It was officially recognized as a U.S. federal holiday on June 17, 2021. Over 4,000 years ago, the ancient Babylonians initiated the practice of making New Year's resolutions during their 12-day festival called Akitu, held in mid-March to coincide with the planting season. During Akitu, they crowned a new king or reaffirmed their loyalty to the reigning monarch and made promises to their gods to pay debts and return borrowed items, aiming to secure divine favor for the coming year. The International Day of Happiness is celebrated annually on March 20th. It was established by the United Nations General Assembly in July 2012, following a resolution initiated by Bhutan, a country that famously prioritizes gross national happiness over gross domestic product. The first observance took place on March 20th, 2013, highlighting the importance of happiness and well-being as universal goals and aspirations in public policy and societal development. Saga Dawa is a sacred Tibetan Buddhist festival commemorating the birth, enlightenment, and death, parinirvana, of Buddha Shakyamuni. Observed during the 4th month of the Tibetan lunar calendar, it is considered the holiest time of the year. Devotees engage in virtuous acts such as pilgrimage, almsgiving, prayer, and the release of animals, while abstaining from butchering and other harmful actions, as all merit gained is believed to be multiplied manifold during this period. International Women's Day, IWD, celebrated on March 8th, originated from early 20th century labor and suffrage movements, particularly those led by socialist and labor activists in Europe and the United States. The first National Women's Day was organized by the Socialist Party of America in 1909. Inspired by this, the International Women's Day was first marked in 1911 in Austria, Denmark, Germany, and Switzerland. The United Nations began officially commemorating the day in 1975, during International Women's Year, recognizing it as a platform to promote gender equality and celebrate women's contributions across society. Traditional Welsh Mari Lwyd celebrations featured a horse's skull mounted on a pole, often adorned with ribbons and a white sheet, carried door to door by a group of revelers. This troupe would engage in poanco, a lively exchange of improvised verses or rhyming challenges, with the occupants of each house. If the Mari Lwyd party outwitted the household in verse, they were granted entry and rewarded with food and drink. These festivities, typically held around New Year, blend pre-Christian customs with later folk traditions, symbolizing themes of death, rebirth, and community. The International Day of Peace, observed annually on September 21st, was established by the United Nations General Assembly in 1981. Initially intended to coincide with the opening of the UN General Assembly in September, the day was later fixed to September 21st in 2001, designating it as a day of global ceasefire and nonviolence. It serves as a worldwide call to strengthen ideals of peace, both within and among nations and peoples. Eid al-Fitr marks the end of Ramadan, the Islamic holy month of fasting. It began during Prophet Muhammad's lifetime in the 7th century CE, when Muslims celebrated the completion of their spiritual obligation with communal prayer and feasting. The holiday's name literally means Festival of Breaking the Fast in Arabic. According to Islamic tradition, Muhammad received the first revelation of the Quran during Ramadan, making the month especially sacred. After a month of daily fasting from dawn until sunset, Eid represents spiritual renewal and gratitude. The celebration begins with the sighting of the new moon, features special prayers, and emphasizes charity, family gatherings, and festive meals. Finland's Yukon Kanto wife-carrying world championship began in 1992 in Sonkajärvi, inspired by 19th century tales of local bandit Herkko Rosvo Ronkainen, who reputedly tested aspiring outlaws by having them carry heavy sacks, or, according to legend, women. The event humorously nods to this history while promoting teamwork and athleticism. Competitors carry a female teammate, who need not actually be their spouse, through a challenging obstacle course. The prize? The woman's weight in beer, reflecting the event's quirky spirit. The Estonian Wife-Carrying Championship, while inspired by Finland's original event, may vary in course design and competition style. Both countries emphasize speed and teamwork, and the Estonian event is known for favoring the Estonian carry, with the woman upside down on the man's back, which has become the dominant technique internationally. There is playful rivalry between the two nations over technique and performance of this unique tradition. The Kailash people of Pakistan's Chitral district celebrate the Chilam Joshi festival annually from May 13th to 16th, marking the arrival of spring. This vibrant four-day event is rich with traditional music, dance, and rituals expressing gratitude to their deities for a prosperous year. A distinctive aspect of the festival is its role in matchmaking, providing an opportunity for young men and women to meet and choose their life partners, with successful couples announcing their unions at the festival's conclusion. Thailand's Water Buffalo Racing Festival, or Wing Kwai, held annually in Chonburi Province, dates back over a century. Though romanticized accounts suggest the tradition began when farmers raced their buffaloes home after harvest, historical records indicate the festival likely evolved from post-harvest religious fairs and agricultural rites tied to gratitude for a successful season. The event, now a vibrant celebration featuring decorated buffaloes and spirited races, honors the animal's historical role in rice farming and rural Thai life. In ancient Sparta, the Carnea festival was celebrated to honor Apollo and their warrior culture. It was a major festival that took place in early fall, and for the 9 days it lasted, the Spartans suspended all military activities, leading to several historical military defeats or delays when they refused to break tradition. Tirgan is an ancient Iranian festival that celebrates water, rain, and the end of the harvest season. It is celebrated in midsummer, usually on the 13th of Tyr in the Persian calendar. Tirgan is rooted in Zoroastrianism, the pre-Islamic religion of Persia. It is also associated with the legend of Arash the Archer, the mythical hero who shot an arrow to define the border between Iran and Turan. Famadihana is a Malagasy ceremony that occurs every 5 to 7 years and involves exhuming ancestors' remains, rewrapping them, and celebrating with a feast. The name translates to turning of the bones. The tradition has contributed to unique architectural features in family tombs, which have been designed for repeated access. The Thesmophoria was a 3-day fertility festival in ancient Greece, celebrated exclusively by married women in honor of Demeter and her daughter Persephone. Held in the autumn, it aimed to ensure agricultural abundance by ritually mirroring the myth of Persephone's descent and return from the underworld. The rites, often shrouded in secrecy, involved fasting, ritual sacrifices, and the use of decomposed pig remains, symbolizing rebirth and fertility. Men were strictly excluded to preserve the sanctity and mystery of the ceremonies, which emphasized the central role of women in the cycles of life, death, and renewal. Hola Mohalla is a vibrant 3-day Sikh festival initiated by Guru Gobind Singh, the 10th Sikh Guru, in 1701. Established in Anandpur Sahib, Punjab, it was designed to showcase the martial skills and valor of the Sikh community. The festival features mock battles, gatka, traditional martial arts, horseback riding, and grand processions, reflecting the martial spirit and unity of the Khalsa. Celebrated annually on the second day of the lunar month of Chet, typically in March, Hola Mohalla follows the Hindu festival of Holi, adding a unique Sikh dimension to the season's festivities. The event also includes kirtan, devotional singing, poetry, and communal meals, fostering a sense of community and shared heritage among participants. The green corn ceremony is a significant annual celebration among several southeastern Native American tribes, including the Muskogee, Creek, Cherokee, and Seminole. Marking the ripening of the first corn, it involves ritual fasting, dancing, purification, feasting, and religious rites symbolizing renewal, forgiveness, and gratitude. The ceremony often includes a busk or new fire ritual, where sacred fires are extinguished and rekindled, signifying spiritual rebirth. Temporary amnesty for past transgressions, excluding major crimes like murder, was sometimes granted to foster communal harmony as the tribe symbolically started anew with the harvest. The tradition of the Easter Bunny and the Easter egg hunt has its roots in pagan spring festivals and the Christian celebration of the resurrection of Jesus. However, the calculation of Easter's date has always been influenced by political powers. In 325 CE, Emperor Constantine convened the First Council of Nicaea, which established that Easter should be celebrated on the first Sunday after the first full moon following the vernal equinox. This decision was made not just for religious reasons, but also to unify the Christian world under Roman rule. The tradition of children dressing in costumes and going door to door for treats on Halloween has its roots in ancient Celtic festivals, medieval practices, and early 20th century American customs. During the Celtic festival of Samhain, people wore disguises to ward off roaming spirits. In medieval England and Ireland, souling involved the poor visiting homes to offer prayers for the dead in exchange for food. The modern practice of trick-or-treating began in North America in the 1920s and 1930s, with children performing for treats to prevent pranks. By the 1950s, the focus shifted to distributing candy, solidifying the tradition we know today. Diwali, often called the Festival of Lights, is one of the most widely celebrated holidays in the world, with over 1 billion people participating annually. It is widely recognized as a celebration of the victory of light over darkness. However, its significance is actually more complex and varies across different cultures. For Hindus, Diwali celebrates the return of Lord Rama to his kingdom after a 14-year exile and victory over the demon king Ravana. In other parts of India, Diwali marks the beginning of the harvest season, or is associated with the worship of various deities. It is thus a multi-layered festival with regional interpretations. On Christmas Eve and Christmas Day 1914, spontaneous ceasefires broke out along parts of the Western Front. Known as the Christmas Truce, This informal agreement saw British and German soldiers venture into no man's land to exchange small gifts, sing carols, and, in some sectors, play impromptu games of football. Though not universal or officially sanctioned, these acts of fraternization highlighted a shared humanity amid the horrors of trench warfare. The truce was largely over by New Year's and was not repeated on such a scale, as the war soon intensified and high commands on both sides discouraged further contact. Although Labor Day is typically celebrated in the U.S. on the first Monday of September, the holiday was inspired by May Day, May 1st, which originated in the U.S. during labor strikes in the late 19th century. May Day is still the primary day for labor celebrations in most countries, while the U.S. shifted its observance to September after the Haymarket Affair of 1886 to avoid associating it with the labor unrest. Quick facts and stats. The earliest known holiday was a harvest festival called the Akitu Festival, celebrated in ancient Mesopotamia over 3,000 years ago. Christmas was not made an official federal holiday in the United States until 1870. The first Earth Day was celebrated on April 22, 1970, as a way to raise awareness about environmental issues. Father's Day was first celebrated in the United States in 1910, while Mother's Day was first celebrated in 1908. The tradition of decorating a Christmas tree originated in Germany in the 16th century. Americans spent $942.6 billion on holiday-related purchases in 2021, a 13.5% increase from 2020. Americans consume around 34 million heart-shaped boxes of chocolates for Valentine's Day each year, generating over $1.8 billion in sales. Holiday-themed events, such as concerts, festivals, and cultural performances, generated $12.8 billion globally in 2019. The average length of cultural festivals has increased by 2.3 days between 2015 and 2023, with the economic impact increasing proportionally by about 15% per additional day. Religious festival tourism generated $164 billion annually worldwide in 2023, with growth rates averaging 4.8% per year since 2018. 78% of traditional festivals adapted to include digital elements between 2020 and 2023, while maintaining core cultural elements. The average festival attendance increased by 27% between 2015 and 2023, with virtual participation accounting for 15% of total attendance. Social media engagement with festival content increased by 312% between 2015 and 2023, with user-generated content driving 67% of engagement. 89% of festivals incorporated educational components in 2022, up from 45% in 2015. Festival-related hotel bookings increased by 167% between 2015 and 2023, with an average stay duration of 3.8 days. Parks and recreation. The concept of parks and recreation dates back to ancient civilizations, who designated some public spaces for leisure and gatherings. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon and Roman public baths and gardens exemplify early recreational spaces. During the Middle Ages, European monarchs established vast hunting reserves, which later evolved into landscaped parks. In the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution spurred the development of urban parks to provide green spaces for city dwellers. Notably, New York's Central Park, designed by Frederick Law Olmsted and Calvert Vaux in 1858, set a precedent for modern public parks by offering a natural retreat in an urban setting. The 20th century saw a rise in national and state parks, driven by conservation efforts and public demand for outdoor recreation. The U.S. National Park Service was established in 1916 to preserve natural and historic sites, leading to the expansion of protected areas worldwide. Meanwhile, municipal parks and recreation departments emerged to promote sports, playgrounds, and community events. Today, parks and recreation continue to evolve, incorporating sustainable design, digital engagement, and inclusive programming to meet diverse community needs while preserving natural landscapes. Fascinating true stories. The modern concept of a park originated in medieval England, where parks were enclosed areas used for hunting. These areas were not necessarily wild, but carefully managed spaces for royalty to hunt deer and other game. Over time, parks evolved from private hunting grounds into public spaces, serving a broader function for leisure, education, and conservation. The Bois de Boulogne, once a former royal hunting ground, was transformed into a public park in the 1850s under Emperor Napoleon III, who was deeply influenced by London's Hyde Park during his exile in England. The emperor commissioned landscape architect Jean-Charles Alphand to execute this vision, who implemented a 2,090-acre design featured artificial lakes, cascades, and winding paths that epitomized the Jardin à l'Anglaise style. This naturalistic approach broke from France's formal garden tradition and has inspired public parks worldwide, including New York's Central Park, whose designer Frederick Law Olmsted studied the bois transformation. Persian paradise gardens, called paradisa, were enclosed sanctuaries that profoundly shaped landscape architecture across Asia, Europe, and Africa. These gardens introduced the iconic Chahar Bagh, four-garden quadrilateral layout divided by flowing water channels, a design principle still visible in contemporary parks worldwide. The concept spread through Islamic conquests, influencing Moorish gardens in Spain, Mughal gardens in India, and European formal gardens during the Renaissance. These verdant retreats symbolized paradise on earth, combining practical water management with spiritual and aesthetic elements that continue to inspire garden designers today. In 1872, President Ulysses S. Grant signed the Yellowstone National Park Protection Act, establishing the world's first national park. Yellowstone's establishment was a direct result of lobbying by scientists and conservationists like naturalist John Muir. The park's creation marked a shift in public understanding of the environment, with Americans acknowledging the value of wilderness preservation. In 1916, President Woodrow Wilson signed the National Park Service Organic Act, creating the National Park Service (NPS) as a federal bureau within the Department of the Interior. The act formalized the management of America's national parks and monuments, which previously lacked centralized oversight. The legislation charged the NPS with the dual mission to conserve the scenery and the natural and historic objects and the wildlife therein, and to provide for the enjoyment of the same in such manner as will leave them unimpaired for the enjoyment of future generations. A conservation philosophy that continues to guide the agency today. California's majestic giant sequoias and coastal redwoods have long symbolized the state's natural grandeur. However, the late 19th and early 20th centuries witnessed extensive logging that devastated vast tracts of these ancient forests. In response to such widespread deforestation, conservation efforts emerged. In 1905, Congressman William Kent purchased 611 acres of old-growth redwoods near San Francisco to protect them from logging. He later donated 295 acres to the federal government, leading President Theodore Roosevelt to establish Muir Woods National Monument in 1908, named in honor of naturalist John Muir. This act marked a significant milestone in the conservation movement, preserving a rare remnant of ancient redwood forest for future generations. The Wilderness Act of 1964 established the National Wilderness Preservation System, initially protecting 9.1 million acres of federal land, not just within national parks, but across 4 federal agencies: the National Park Service, Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, and Bureau of Land Management. This landmark legislation defined wilderness as an area where the earth and its community of life are untrammeled by man, and created a legal mechanism for Congress to designate lands where natural processes would predominate and development would be prohibited. The act represented the culmination of decades of conservation efforts led by figures like Howard Zanisser, and has expanded to protect over 111 million acres across 803 areas today. The National Parks and Recreation Act of 1978 fundamentally reshaped America's protected landscapes. This landmark legislation authorized the addition of 15 new units to the national park system, including the first national trails. The act designated 8 national scenic trails, including the iconic Appalachian Trail, 4 National Historic Trails, and established the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area in California, pioneering a new model of urban-adjacent conservation. In total, it protected over 1.3 million acres of American wilderness and added 2,000-plus miles of trails to the national system. Today, the National Park System oversees 423 units across 85 million acres, encompassing 20 distinct designations including national parks, monuments, preserves, historic sites, battlefields, trails, and seashores. Importantly, national forests and wildlife refuges are not part of this system. The U.S. Forest Service separately manages 154 national forests and 20 grasslands, 193 million acres, while the Fish and Wildlife Service oversees the National Wildlife Refuge System's 568 refuges, 95 million acres. Together with Bureau of Land Management territories, these agencies form the Federal Land Management Framework, protecting diverse ecosystems and historical sites across approximately 640 million acres, nearly 30% of U.S. land. The National Park Service Junior Ranger Program began in the 1950s at Yellowstone National Park. This educational initiative has since expanded to over 400 National Park Service sites nationwide, inviting young visitors to explore, learn, and protect through age-appropriate activities, guided adventures, and interactive workbooks. Upon completion of the program, participants receive official badges or patches, becoming stewards of America's natural and cultural heritage. The Junior Ranger program reaches approximately 800,000 children annually, creating meaningful connections between young citizens and their national treasures. Although many associate the creation of national parks with male figures like Presidents Grant, Wilson, and Theodore Roosevelt, women were critical in shaping the early 20th century parks movement. For example, Margaret Mardy Murie, known as the grandmother of conservation, led efforts to create what would become the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. She and her husband, Olaus Murie, conducted field research in Alaska, documenting the importance of protecting its wild landscapes. She later became a major advocate for the 1980 Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act, which helped protect over 100 million acres, including expanding national parks such as Denali. Her work earned her the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 1998. A pioneering ornithologist, Florence Merriam Bailey was one of the first women to write about birds from a conservation perspective. She authored Birds Through an Opera Glass, 1890, which encouraged amateur birdwatching rather than hunting. Her studies influenced early policies in the National Park Service that promoted wildlife protection, particularly in areas like Yellowstone and Yosemite, where bird populations were threatened by human activity. While Lancelot Jones is often credited with helping to preserve Biscayne National Park in Florida, a group of women conservationists played a vital role as well. Environmental activists like Juanita Green, Lloyd Miller, and Alice Wainwright fought against industrialization in Biscayne Bay in the 1960s. Their efforts helped prevent a proposed petrochemical plant and real estate development that would have devastated the marine environment. Thanks to their collective efforts, Biscayne National Park was officially established in 1980. In the late 19th century, the creation of Vancouver's Stanley Park involved the controversial displacement of indigenous settlements. However, in 2010, park officials discovered ancient indigenous shell middens deposits of discarded shells and other materials left behind by native peoples. And instead of continuing construction, they worked with local First Nations to create a new indigenous-led archaeological program. The program has since uncovered over 8,000 artifacts and transformed park interpretation to center on indigenous history. When Rio de Janeiro hosted the 2016 Olympics, organizers planned to build a new golf course in an environmental preservation area. Local environmental activists spent years cataloging over 300 endangered species in the area, leading to a complete redesign of the course that preserved critical habitats while creating one of the world's first biodiversity-positive golf courses. While Frederick Law Olmsted and Calvert Vaux's design of Central Park is renowned, One lesser-known aspect is the park's engineered natural landscape. Olmsted intentionally designed the park to provide urban dwellers with an illusion of wildness. Its winding paths, deceptive vistas, and artificial hills aim to transport visitors away from the rigid geometry of the surrounding city. Olmsted's design philosophy significantly influenced the development of parks globally, emphasizing a blend of nature and controlled beauty. The pocket park movement began in 1967 when New York City transformed a vacant lot at 128 East First Street into the first official Vest Pocket Park. This initiative was spearheaded by Mayor John Lindsay's administration as part of a broader urban renewal strategy. These small urban green spaces, typically under 5,000 square feet, revolutionized how cities approached vacant lots and underutilized spaces. The concept quickly spread globally as an innovative solution to urban density challenges, providing accessible nature, recreation areas, and community gathering spots in space-constrained environments. Superkilen Park in Copenhagen's Nørrebro district showcases objects from over 60 countries, reflecting the diverse neighborhood's cultural makeup. This award-winning urban space, completed in 2012, stretches nearly a kilometer through the city. The park features an eclectic collection including Moroccan fountains, Japanese cherry trees, Thai boxing rings, Palestinian soil, Iraqi benches, and Qatari outdoor exercise equipment. This living exhibition celebrates diversity through design, transforming an ordinary urban space into a multicultural landscape. Established in 1937, Los Glaciares National Park in Argentina's Santa Cruz province protects one of South America's most spectacular wilderness areas. The park encompasses 726,927 hectares of the southern Patagonian ice field, the largest continental ice expanse outside Antarctica and Greenland. Its creation stemmed from Argentina's early conservation movement, which sought to preserve the region's unique glacial landscapes, including the famous Perito Moreno Glacier known for its dramatic ice calving. The park gained UNESCO World Heritage status in 1981, recognizing its extraordinary natural beauty and geological significance. Beyond its 47 major glaciers, the area shelters rare Andean Patagonian forests and endangered wildlife like the huemul deer and Andean condor. Singapore's Gardens by the Bay features iconic super trees, towering vertical gardens that rise up to 50 meters tall. These biomimetic structures support over 162,900 plants comprising more than 200 species and varieties of bromeliads, orchids, ferns, and tropical flowering climbers. Beyond their spectacular appearance, the super trees function as environmental engines, collecting rainwater for irrigation, generating solar power through photovoltaic cells, and acting as air intake and exhaust components for the conservatory's cooling systems. The 18 super trees create a striking skyline, with 12 clustered in the super tree grove and the remainder distributed throughout the gardens, embodying Singapore's vision of becoming a city in a garden. Siem Reap, Cambodia, serves as the gateway to Angkor Wat, the world's largest religious structure by land area. Built in the early 12th century by King Suryavarman II as a Hindu temple dedicated to Vishnu, it later became a center of Theravada Buddhist worship. This architectural marvel, part of the Angkor Archaeological Park, draws over 2 million visitors each year with its intricate carvings, symbolic layout, and monumental scale. The ancient Maya constructed their ball courts with great precision, often incorporating alignments to celestial events, such as the movements of the sun and the moon. These courts, integral to both sport and ritual, were not only sites for physical competition, but also for cosmological symbolism. Some courts, like those at Copan and Chichen Itza, align with solar and lunar phenomena, highlighting the Mayas' deep understanding of astronomy. However, the primary function of the ball courts was ceremonial, related to themes of life, death, and rebirth. Ethiopia's Simien Mountains National Park, established in 1978, is renowned for its dramatic landscapes, including jagged peaks and deep valleys, and its unique wildlife, including the gelada baboon and the Ethiopian wolf. It was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site for its exceptional biodiversity and natural beauty, with conservation and ecological preservation as key priorities, though it is also popular for trekking and adventure tourism. Park Zaryadye in Moscow is an innovative urban park featuring climate-controlled zones designed to showcase 4 distinct Russian biomes: tundra, steppe, forest, and wetland. Using cutting-edge technology, the park maintains these biomes by regulating temperature, humidity, and other environmental factors to simulate conditions suitable for each ecosystem. This allows visitors to experience diverse Russian landscapes, regardless of Moscow's typically harsh winters. The biomes are housed in a specially designed glass dome, utilizing a combination of geothermal heating, ventilation systems, and advanced insulation materials to ensure the preservation of plant life. In 2014, South Korea introduced the concept of smart parks, with the goal of enhancing urban green spaces through innovative technologies. These parks feature AI-controlled systems for lighting, irrigation, and waste management, adjusting based on usage patterns and environmental data. The smart park concept was first implemented in the Seoul's Songdo International Business District, which incorporated IoT, Internet of Things devices to optimize resource management and improve sustainability. These developments have since become a model for urban planning worldwide. The Everglades, a unique and biodiverse wetland in Florida, are more than just a swamp. The park's ecosystem is more dynamic than most people realize. To wit, it is one of the only places on Earth where alligators and crocodiles coexist. Its unusual river of grass structure, slow-moving water across a vast plain, has made it a key site for studying the effects of climate change on wetlands. McMurdo Station, located on Antarctica's Ross Island, is home to the southernmost recreational facility on Earth. It features various amenities, including a basketball court and a climbing wall, which provide crucial outlets for physical activity and social interaction during the harsh, isolating winter months. These facilities help maintain the mental and physical well-being of the station's residents, who endure months of polar night and extreme conditions. The station also offers other recreation options, such as a gym and lounge areas, supporting both work and leisure in one of the most remote places on the planet. Virunga National Park, founded in 1925 in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is the oldest national park in Africa. Unfortunately, the park has faced years of conflict, poaching, and illegal resource extraction that threaten its rich biodiversity, including endangered mountain gorillas. However, persistent conservation and community efforts have made it a beacon of resilience and preservation in one of the world's most conflict-ridden regions, persevering at the intersection of conservation and human rights. Lodi Gardens in New Delhi, India, is a historical park that contains the tombs of rulers from the Lodi dynasty, 1451 to 1526, including Sultan Sikandar Lodi and Muhammad Shah Lodi. The gardens, designed in the 16th century, blend Islamic architecture with lush greenery, offering a peaceful setting for both visitors and local residents. In 1634, Boston Common became the first public park in America, but its original use was far from what we think of as parkland today. It was initially a common grazing ground for livestock and a location for public punishments. The transformation into a recreation park occurred in the 19th century, when city planners began to realize the need for green spaces for urban residents, evolving from a utilitarian space to a beautiful urban sanctuary. Many Australian national parks, including Kakadu, are deeply significant to Indigenous Australians, who have lived on and cared for these lands for tens of thousands of years. Long before the establishment of national parks, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples practiced sophisticated land management, such as fire stick farming, to maintain biodiversity and ecological balance. Today, collaborative park management increasingly incorporates this traditional ecological knowledge, challenging the Western view of national parks as a modern invention and recognizing Indigenous stewardship as a time-tested conservation model. Similarly, It is often overlooked that many U.S. national parks are located on land originally managed by Native American tribes using sophisticated land stewardship techniques. Tribes like the Blackfeet and the Hopi had long managed their lands with fire practices and agricultural techniques that helped preserve the ecosystem. Today, Native American practices are being integrated into park management in a growing effort to restore indigenous methods. Established in 1885, Banff National Park is Canada's oldest national park and the third oldest in the world. Its creation was closely linked to the construction of the Canadian Pacific Railway, CPR, which aimed to unite the nation and promote tourism. The discovery of hot springs by CPR workers in 1883 led to the area's designation as a reserve, attracting visitors and boosting rail travel. Initially, the park's establishment focused more on tourism and economic benefits than on conservation efforts. In post-World War II Japan, parks became a vital part of rebuilding efforts. The Metropolitan Parks Program, initiated in the 1950s, transformed abandoned wartime infrastructure into green spaces. These parks became critical in fostering mental health, particularly after the societal strain of the war. Today, Japan is known for integrating parks into urban design, focusing on promoting physical and mental well-being. The concept of forest bathing, Shinrin-yoku, or immersing oneself in the atmosphere of a forest, was introduced by Japan's Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries in 1982 as a health-promoting practice encouraging people to reconnect with nature through mindful walks in forests. While initially not developed as a scientifically backed therapy, subsequent decades of research, particularly in Japan and South Korea, have demonstrated its physiological and psychological benefits, such as reduced cortisol levels, lowered blood pressure, and improved mood. In the 1970s, Costa Rica established its national park system, designating over 25% of its land as protected areas to conserve its rich biodiversity. By the 1980s, the government recognized the economic potential of ecotourism and began promoting sustainable tourism within these parks. This innovative approach not only funded conservation efforts, but also positioned Costa Rica as a global leader in ecotourism, inspiring other nations to integrate environmental preservation with tourism. California's Pinnacles National Park, created in 2013, has a unique history. It was originally designated a national monument in 1908, but due to bureaucratic delays, it remained relatively obscure until its elevation to national park status 95 years later. The park's remote location and rocky volcanic terrain meant it was largely unknown, even as a national monument, making it a hidden gem until its more recent recognition. Once a rusting relic of New York's industrial past, the Highline Park in New York City emerged from citizen activism when local residents Joshua David and Robert Hammond formed Friends of the Highline in 1999 to save the abandoned elevated railway from demolition. Built in the 1930s to lift dangerous freight trains off Manhattan streets, the 1.45-mile track had sat dormant since 1980, spontaneously transforming into an urban wilderness of wildflowers and grasses. The park's first section opened in 2009, designed by James Corner Field Operations with Diller Scofidio plus Renfro, cleverly preserving railway elements while creating innovative public spaces. Today, this remarkable adaptive reuse project has revitalized Chelsea and inspired similar projects worldwide. National parks have become important research sites for studying climate change. In particular, parks like Glacier National Park in Montana are witnessing the rapid retreat of glaciers, providing real-time data about climate shifts. This role as climate change observatories challenges the conventional view of parks as static, peaceful retreats and underscores their importance in modern environmental science. In addition, many U.S. national parks play a crucial role in protecting endangered plant species. For example, Joshua Tree National Park in California is home to the threatened Joshua tree, which is particularly vulnerable due to climate change and human activity. The park's efforts to protect this species demonstrate how national parks are not just recreational spaces, but essential guardians of biodiversity. The Appalachian Trail, stretching from Georgia to Maine, was first conceived in the 1920s by Benton McKay, an environmental planner. He envisioned the trail as a way to connect urbanites to nature. Today, the trail is one of the most iconic long-distance hiking routes in the world. It represents an early fusion of recreation, conservation, and physical and mental health. Quick facts and stats. The oldest continuously operating national park lodge is the El Tovar Hotel, built in 1905 on the south rim of the Grand Canyon. Yellowstone National Park covers an area larger than the states of Rhode Island and Delaware combined. The National Park Service manages over 4,500 miles of coastline, including beaches, dunes, and rocky shores. The National Park Service manages over 20,000 miles of trails from easy nature walks to challenging mountaineering routes. The National Park Service operates over 250 campgrounds, providing outdoor recreation opportunities for millions of visitors each year. Japan's first public park was Ueno Park, established in 1873 on the grounds of the former Kanneji Temple, following the Meiji Restoration and as part of the country's adoption of Western practices. Australia's Royal National Park, established in 1879, is the world's second oldest national park after Yellowstone. Ibirapuera Park in São Paulo, Brazil, was designed by Oscar Niemeyer and Burle Marx and is the most visited park in South America. The term park ranger is derived from the medieval English ranges, who patrolled royal forests to prevent poaching and unauthorized recreation. The first public playground in America was a sand garden built by social reformers in Boston in 1886 to provide recreational space for children in the city. The National Park Service employed over 20,000 people in 2021, including park rangers, maintenance workers, and administrative staff. This represents a decrease of approximately 5% compared to 2019 due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Of those employees, about 3,000 are firefighters, 500 permanent with an additional 2,000 to 3,000 hired seasonally. In addition, the National Park Service also has a volunteer program that engages over 300,000 volunteers each year, who contribute millions of hours of service. In a 2021 survey, 82% of American adults said they visited a national park, national monument, or other protected area managed by the National Park Service at least once in their lifetime. In 2023, every $1 of public investment generated by public parks resulted in an average economic benefit of $4 through increased property values, tourism revenue, and public health savings. Local temperatures near urban parks are around 7 degrees Fahrenheit, 4 degrees Celsius, cooler than surrounding city areas, with some large parks creating cooling effects up to 1.5 miles beyond their boundaries. Access to parks and recreational facilities are associated with a 23% reduction in stress-related medical visits, according to a 2021 report. In 2022, the average American lived 2.1 miles from the nearest public park, with a range of roughly 0.8 miles in urban centers to 3.7 miles in rural areas. 87% of park visitors reported improved mental health after spending time in parks, with the optimal visit duration being 120 minutes per week, according to a 2022 report. Property values for residences that have a park within a 10-minute walk are 8 to 10% higher than those not near green space, in a 2023 report. A 2021 study found that in the neighborhoods surrounding community parks, crime rates averaged 17% lower through increased social cohesion and natural surveillance. Public parks saved the U.S. healthcare system about $3.8 billion annually through increased physical activity and reduced stress-related illnesses, according to a 2023 study. There are 148 species of birds supported by the average urban park, which also supports 545 species of plants, contributing significantly to urban biodiversity per a 2022 study. According to a 2023 report, 40 million youth are reached each year by organized recreational programs in parks in the United States alone. Ecosystem services provided by public parks are worth $6,500 per acre annually through air purification, water regulation, and climate control, according to a 2022 report. The number of dedicated dog parks increased by 89% between 2015 and 2023. In 2022, the average urban resident spent 22% more time in parks that feature educational programming compared to those without. Parks with inclusive design features see an average of 35% higher usage rates among families with disabled members compared to traditional park designs, per a 2023 report. Medicine and healing. The history of medicine and healing dates back to ancient times when early humans relied on natural remedies and spiritual rituals to treat illnesses. Ancient civilizations, such as the Egyptians, Mesopotamians, and Chinese, developed medical knowledge through herbal medicine, surgical techniques, and religious practices. The Greeks and Romans advanced medical understanding with figures like Hippocrates, who introduced the concept of disease as a natural process rather than divine punishment, and Galen, whose anatomical studies influenced medicine for centuries. Traditional healing systems like Ayurveda in India and traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, also emerged, focusing on balance within the body. During the Middle Ages, medical knowledge was preserved and expanded in the Islamic world, with scholars such as Avicenna writing influential texts like the Canon of Medicine in 1025 CE. In Europe, the Renaissance revived interest in scientific approaches, leading to breakthroughs in anatomy and surgery. The discovery of germ theory in the 19th century by Louis Pasteur and Robert Koch revolutionized medicine, leading to vaccines and antiseptic techniques. The 20th and 21st centuries saw rapid advancements, including antibiotics, medical imaging, genetic research, and artificial intelligence in healthcare, transforming medicine into the highly specialized and technology-driven field it is today. Fascinating true stories. The earliest documented healed fracture in a human comes from a 14,000-year-old skeleton discovered in Italy's Grotta dei Fanciulli, Children's Cave. This Upper Paleolithic individual suffered a spiral fracture of the ulna that had completely healed before death. The bone shows perfect alignment, suggesting someone may have set it, demonstrating sophisticated understanding of anatomy. This successful healing during the harsh conditions of the late Ice Age speaks to human resilience and possibly indicates early forms of medical care. The fact that this individual survived long enough for complete bone remodeling hints at community support during recovery. Elizabeth Blackwell, often cited as the first female physician in America, was admitted to medical school as a joke. The male students at Geneva Medical College voted to accept her application, thinking it was a prank from a rival school. When she showed up, the faculty was legally bound to let her attend. Despite resistance from students and professors alike, Blackwell persisted and graduated at the top of her class in 1849. The ancient Greek physician Galen, who lived in the 2nd century CE, made significant contributions to the understanding of human anatomy and physiology. His medical texts formed the basis of medical education in the Byzantine Empire and in Europe for over 1,000 years, despite containing numerous errors. He never dissected human bodies due to social taboos at the time, instead dissecting animals like pigs, sheep, goats, and Barbary apes. Because he only had animal specimens to draw conclusions from, he made some incorrect assumptions about human anatomy that caused him to include features found only in pigs and monkeys. In the 4th century BCE, Greek physician Agnodice had to disguise herself as a man to practice medicine. When discovered, she was put on trial but was defended by her female patients, who testified to her dedication and skill. She was acquitted, and the law prohibiting women from practicing medicine in Athens was revoked. Medieval Islamic physician Ibn al-Nafis accurately described pulmonary circulation in the 13th century. 400 years before the more famous William Harvey published On the Motion of the Heart and Blood in 1628, describing the systemic circulation of blood through the heart, arteries, and veins. Hippocrates of Kos, active in the 5th century BCE, is traditionally known as the father of medicine for his lasting influence on Western medical thought. While he may not have single-handedly founded medical ethics or diagnostic methods, texts attributed to him, especially the Hippocratic Corpus, laid early foundations for systematic clinical observation and ethical practice. The famous Hippocratic Oath, though likely written by his followers rather than by him personally, remains a touchstone of medical ethics today. His legacy endures not for inventing medicine, but for steering it away from superstition and toward rational observational science. The Huangdi Neijing, or Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon, is a seminal text in traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, compiled over 2,200 years ago during the Warring States period, 475 to 221 BCE. It is foundational to TCM theories and practices. The text introduces the concept of yin and yang, emphasizing the importance of maintaining their balance for optimal health. This balance is central to TCM, as it is believed that harmony between these opposing forces ensures the body's proper function, while imbalance leads to disease. Ancient Babylonian medical texts from the first half of the second millennium BCE provide remarkably detailed observations of neurological and psychiatric conditions, including epilepsy, depression, and anxiety. The Babylonians attributed ailments like epilepsy and depression to supernatural forces such as demons or the anger of personal gods, necessitating interventions by priests or exorcists. Conversely, conditions with apparent physical manifestations, like stroke or facial palsy, were treated by physicians using plant and mineral-based remedies. The medieval Islamic world profoundly influenced medicine, notably through scholars like Avicenna, Ibn Sina, 980 to 1037 CE. His seminal work, The Canon of Medicine, synthesized Greco-Roman knowledge with his own insights, covering topics from anatomy to pharmacology. Translated into Latin in the 12th century, it became a cornerstone of medical education in European universities, remaining authoritative into the 17th century. Avicenna's meticulous organization and clarity not only preserved ancient wisdom, but also advanced medical understanding, shaping practices for centuries. The first female physician known by name was Merit Ptah, who practiced in Egypt around 2700 BCE and held the title chief physician. However, the evidence for her existence is slim, so some believe that Merit Ptah is a fictional representation of Pesacheh, a real-life Egyptian woman who lived 200 years later during the 4th dynasty, and was described as Lady Overseer of the Female Physicians. Ancient Chinese physicians developed intricate anatomical knowledge through meticulous study, leading to the creation of detailed medical texts such as the Mawangdui manuscripts, 168 BCE. These documents, considered the world's oldest surviving anatomical atlas, provided precise descriptions of the human body that informed later acupuncture practices. Acupuncture points were often located in anatomical depressions or foramina, aligning with underlying structures like nerves and blood vessels. The earliest recorded epidemic in Western history occurred during the Peloponnesian War in Athens in 430 BCE. The outbreak, described by historian Thucydides, devastated the population, with estimates suggesting that up to 1/4 of the city perished. While the exact disease remains uncertain, typhoid fever is a plausible candidate, supported by symptoms outlined in historical accounts. The epidemic had significant socio-political impacts, weakening Athens' ability to continue its war effort. Some scholars suggest that the disease may have also been caused by a combination of factors, including poor sanitation and overcrowding. In the 1840s, the Hungarian physician Ignác Semmelweis discovered the importance of hand washing in preventing the spread of infections, but his findings were met with skepticism and ridicule from his medical peers at the time. His research was eventually validated in the succeeding decades, but the practice wasn't widely accepted in many parts of the world until the second half of the 20th century. In 1864, Rebecca Lee Crumpler became the first African-American woman in the United States to earn a medical degree. She graduated from the New England Female Medical College in Boston, Massachusetts, and went on to publish a book of medical advice for women and children in 1883. In the late 19th century, the German physician Robert Koch's pioneering work in microbiology identifying specific bacteria as the cause of diseases like tuberculosis, cholera, and anthrax, and developing methods for isolating and studying these pathogens, revolutionized the field of infectious disease control. Japanese physician Shibasaburo Kitasato discovered the bacteria that causes bubonic plague in 1894, but Frenchman Alexandre Yersin made the same discovery almost simultaneously and published a clear account first, and therefore received naming rights for the bacterium, Yersinia pestis. The identification of the HIV virus as the cause of AIDS in the early 1980s marked a pivotal moment in global health. Initially met with fear and stigma, the crisis prompted groundbreaking scientific research, leading to the development of antiretroviral therapies. International collaborations between researchers, governments, and advocacy groups, such as ACTUP and the Global Fund, were instrumental in raising awareness, funding, and combating the virus. These efforts transformed HIV/AIDS from a mysterious and deadly disease into a manageable condition, though the pandemic remains a significant global health challenge today. During World War II, captured Australian surgeon Weary Dunlop performed hundreds of medical procedures in Japanese POW camps using improvised instruments made from stolen kitchen utensils and bamboo. He kept detailed records of his techniques, including using sharpened spoons as scalpels and coconut milk as IV fluid. His survival rate was remarkably high given the conditions, and his methods are now studied in wilderness medicine courses. Marie Curie's research papers from the 1890s are still radioactive and will remain dangerous for 1,500 years. They're kept in lead-lined boxes, and anyone wanting to view them must wear protective clothing. While she was conducting her research, she never believed radiation was harmful and carried test tubes of radioactive isotopes in her pockets. Her death certificate mentions aplastic pernicious anemia, a blood disease now known to be caused by long-term radiation exposure. In 1855, a British-Jamaican nurse named Mary Seacole established an independent hotel near Sevastopol that provided a mess table and comfortable quarters for sick and convalescent officers during the Crimean War, 1853 to 56. She aided wounded soldiers being transported from the battleground to the hospital with tea, comfort, and bandages, as well as herbal remedies that were known in traditional medicine to have antibiotic properties. The first successful blood transfusion for a human patient was performed in 1667 by French physician Jean-Baptiste Denis. He transfused blood from a lamb into a young man who was suffering from fever. The transfusion was a success, and the patient recovered. Malayan physician Wu Lien-te invented the Wu mask in 1910 during the Manchurian plague epidemic. The mask included layers of cotton and gauze to filter the air, and became a forerunner of the N95 respirator used today. In 1951, Henrietta Lacks had a biopsy for cervical cancer, and cells taken from that procedure without her knowledge became the first immortalized human cell line. Cultures from this cell line are still in use today in medical research, though not without ethical debate over medical privacy and patient rights. During the American Civil War, Mary Edwards Walker served as a surgeon in the U.S. Army. She was captured in 1864 by Confederate forces after crossing enemy lines to treat civilians, and was detained in a southern prison until she was released as part of a prisoner exchange 4 months later. She remains the only woman to receive the Medal of Honor. In 1921, Canadian researchers Frederick Banting and Charles Best were investigating a cure for diabetes when they discovered insulin, but struggled to purify it properly so it could be used to treat patients. James Collip, a skilled biochemist, solved the purification problem, making insulin usable for humans. The three shared the patent for insulin, which they sold to the University of Toronto for $1. The discovery of penicillin by Alexander Fleming in 1928 is well known, but few know that making it usable for medical applications was very much a group effort. Howard Florey and Ernst Chain designed methods to culture the mold, and Norman Heatley developed methods for extracting penicillin from mold cultures. Heatley's work in particular was crucial for purifying penicillin and making it available for clinical trials and treatment. The development of vaccines, like Jonas Salk's polio vaccine in 1955, has saved millions of lives by preventing the spread of deadly diseases. Salk's vaccine was pivotal in reducing cases worldwide. The global effort to vaccinate led to the near eradication of polio by the beginning of the 21st century. Other vaccines have been crucial in eliminating or controlling diseases such as smallpox, measles, and diphtheria. Vaccination remains one of the most cost-effective and transformative tools in combating infectious diseases. The modern use of anesthesia in surgery was first successfully demonstrated in 1846, when dentist William Morton used ether to anesthetize a patient during a public operation at Massachusetts General Hospital. This pivotal moment revolutionized surgery, enabling more complex procedures and significantly reducing patient pain and trauma. Before anesthesia, surgery was often excruciating and limited to simple, urgent procedures due to the risk of shock and death. The advent of anesthetics marked the beginning of modern surgical practices, allowing for the development of more advanced techniques, improved outcomes, and greater patient safety. The discovery of the DNA double helix structure by James Watson and Francis Crick in 1953 was a monumental milestone in biology. But it was just one piece in the complex puzzle of modern genetics. Their work, based on X-ray crystallography data from Rosalind Franklin and Morris Wilkins, revealed how genetic information is stored and replicated. This discovery laid the groundwork for advances in molecular biology, gene sequencing, and biotechnology. However, genetic engineering and personalized medicine evolved over decades through the contributions of many scientists, including the development of techniques like CRISPR and genome-wide association studies. Rapamycin, an antibiotic produced by the bacterium Streptomyces hygroscopicus, was discovered in 1964 in soil samples from Easter Island. It was originally classified as an antifungal metabolite and is now used to treat cancer and short-term rejection in kidney transplants. The Persian physician Al-Razi, 865 to 925 CE, also known as Rhazes, is often credited with making significant advancements in the understanding of mental health. His approach included the use of psychotherapy in conjunction with medical treatments, focusing on treating patients with respect and understanding. He recognized the psychological components of mental illness and recommended verbal interactions as part of care, marking a significant early contribution to psychiatric practice. The world's oldest known prosthetic is not a limb, but a prosthetic toe discovered on an Egyptian mummy. Dating from around 1000 BCE, this toe, made of wood and leather, was likely worn by an individual to improve mobility. Archaeological evidence suggests it had been used during life, with signs of wear on the surface. Ancient Roman physicians performed cataract surgery using a technique called couching. This method involved inserting a bronze needle into the eye to dislodge the cataract, which would then be pushed out of the center of vision. While couching was practiced for centuries, its success rate was limited, as it often left patients with impaired vision, or even worsened the condition due to complications such as infection or injury. In the 15th century, Incan surgeons successfully performed cranial surgeries, often using coca leaves and alcohol for pain relief. Archaeological evidence and studies suggest that these ancient procedures had surprisingly high survival rates, with some estimates indicating up to 75% survival, a remarkable achievement for the time. This is notably higher than the survival rate for cranial surgeries during the American Civil War, where infections and limited anesthesia contributed to much poorer outcomes. Traditional Korean medicine recognized diabetes long before Western medicine, using urine taste tests to diagnose the condition. Physicians noted that urine from diabetic patients attracted ants, likely due to its high sugar content. Similarly, ancient Chinese, Indian, and Egyptian medical traditions observed that sweet-tasting urine was associated with diabetes. These early diagnoses predated modern understandings of the disease and highlighted the role of urine as a diagnostic tool in several ancient medical systems. The Mayans were skilled in dental practices, utilizing various tools and techniques for both medical and cosmetic procedures. Archaeological evidence shows they used bow drills to create dental cavities for inlaying decorative stones, such as jade or turquoise, into teeth. These inlays were a status symbol, often seen in the elite class. Mayans also performed tooth extractions and used other tools, such as obsidian blades, to carve and shape teeth. The practice of rhinoplasty and skin grafting is credited to ancient Indian Ayurvedic surgeons, particularly Sushruta, around 600 BCE. Sushruta's Sushruta Samhita details surgical procedures, including reconstructive surgery for facial injuries, which involved using skin from other body parts for grafts. These techniques were highly advanced for their time and included methods of suturing, anesthesia, and wound management. In contrast, Europe did not achieve similar surgical advancements until the 19th century, with European surgeons like Joseph Carpue performing rhinoplasty in the early 1800s. The first successful kidney transplant occurred on December 23, 1954, when Dr. Joseph E. Murray transplanted a kidney between identical twins Richard and Ronald Herrick at Peter Bent Brigham Hospital in Boston. This groundbreaking achievement followed decades of experimental work, including Emmerich Ullmann's animal kidney transplants in 1902 and the first attempted human transplant by Ukrainian surgeon Yuri Voronoi in 1933. Murray received the 1990 Nobel Prize for his work. Subsequent advances in immunosuppression, notably with azathioprine in the 1960s and cyclosporin in the 1980s, made transplantation beyond identical twins viable, transforming a fatal diagnosis into a treatable condition. In vitro fertilization, IVF, was spearheaded by Robert Edwards and Patrick Steptoe. Edwards, a biologist, developed the techniques for fertilizing eggs outside the body, while Steptoe, a gynecologist, performed the first successful IVF procedure in 1978. Edwards was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 2010 for his work on IVF. Steptoe had passed away in 1988. Their work opened up new possibilities for couples struggling with infertility, but their work was initially met with significant ethical concerns. The development of mRNA vaccines, most notably demonstrated by the success of the COVID-19 vaccines, marks a revolutionary advancement in immunology. mRNA technology offers flexibility and speed in vaccine production, enabling rapid responses to emerging diseases. Beyond COVID-19, researchers are exploring mRNA vaccines for a variety of infectious diseases, including Zika, influenza, and even cancer. The adaptability of mRNA platforms has the potential to transform how we prevent and treat illnesses that have long evaded traditional vaccine approaches. Stem cell research in regenerative medicine holds great promise for treating various diseases and injuries. Stem cells, with their unique ability to develop into different cell types, are being explored for conditions like spinal cord injuries, Parkinson's disease, and heart disease. While progress is being made in laboratory settings, clinical applications remain limited due to challenges in ensuring safe and effective therapies. Notably, recent studies have shown potential in animal models, but translating these results to humans requires overcoming both immune rejection and ethical concerns. The COVID-19 pandemic significantly accelerated the adoption of telemedicine and broadened access to healthcare, particularly for underserved populations. Telemedicine has helped bridge gaps for rural, low-income, and elderly individuals by providing remote consultations, reducing transportation barriers, and increasing convenience. Rapid regulatory changes during the pandemic, such as expanded Medicare coverage, facilitated this shift. However, challenges remain in ensuring equitable access to technology and addressing digital literacy disparities. The exploration of alternative and complementary medicine practices, such as traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, and Ayurveda, has significantly contributed to a broader understanding of health as a balance between body, mind, and environment. These systems emphasize individualized care, preventive measures, and the integration of natural therapies. TCM's focus on energy flow and Ayurveda's holistic approach to doshas, body types, underscore a shift from symptom-based treatment to whole-body wellness. As scientific research increasingly examines these practices, they are recognized for their potential in managing chronic conditions and enhancing well-being. However, more rigorous studies are needed to validate their efficacy in mainstream medicine. Advancements in medical imaging, particularly MRI and CT scans, have transformed healthcare by enabling non-invasive, highly detailed visualization of internal structures. These technologies have enhanced the diagnosis, monitoring, and treatment planning for conditions like cancer, neurological disorders, and cardiovascular diseases. MRI offers superior soft tissue imaging, crucial for detecting abnormalities in the brain, muscles, and organs, while CT scans provide fast, detailed views of bones, tissues, and blood vessels, especially useful in trauma cases. These innovations have significantly improved patient outcomes, facilitating early detection and more precise treatments, ultimately reducing the need for invasive procedures. Minimally invasive surgeries, including laparoscopic and robotic-assisted techniques, have significantly improved surgical outcomes. These methods involve smaller incisions, leading to less tissue damage, reduced infection risks, and faster recovery times compared to traditional open surgery. Laparoscopy, introduced in the 1980s, allowed for a more precise, less traumatic approach to abdominal surgery. Robotic-assisted surgeries, like those performed with the Da Vinci system, offer enhanced precision and control, further reducing complications and shortening hospital stays. These advancements have revolutionized patient care by speeding recovery, minimizing scarring, and improving overall surgical outcomes. Gene editing technologies like CRISPR-Cas9 have sparked significant ethical debates regarding their potential to modify the human genome. Critics worry about unintended consequences such as off-target mutations, the possibility of designer babies, and unequal access to such technologies. Proponents argue that gene editing could eliminate genetic disorders, enhance human health, and advance medical science. However, the discussion continues about establishing ethical guidelines and regulatory frameworks to prevent misuse. Personalized genomics and pharmacogenomics, fields focused on tailoring medical treatments to an individual's genetic profile, are rapidly advancing. These approaches allow for more precise, effective therapies with reduced side effects. However, challenges remain. High costs, limited accessibility, and the complexity of interpreting vast genetic data hinder broader implementation. Additionally, the ethical and privacy concerns surrounding genetic data use are significant considerations as these fields evolve. Advancements in neurological research, particularly the development of brain-computer interfaces, BCIs, have unlocked transformative possibilities for treating neurological disorders such as paralysis and neurodegenerative diseases. BCIs enable direct communication between the brain and external devices, potentially restoring lost functions and enhancing human capabilities. However, these innovations also raise significant ethical concerns. The potential for misuse, privacy violations, and unintended societal impacts, such as exacerbating inequalities or altering human cognition, must be carefully managed. Balancing progress with ethical considerations is essential to ensure that the benefits of these technologies are maximized while minimizing risks. The integration of artificial intelligence, AI, and machine learning, ML, into healthcare is revolutionizing medical data analysis, enabling more precise diagnoses and personalized treatments. These technologies can identify patterns in large datasets, enhancing predictive capabilities. However, concerns persist about the potential for algorithmic bias, which could lead to disparities in care. Additionally, privacy risks arise from the vast amounts of sensitive data AI systems process. Experts also worry that over-reliance on AI could diminish human oversight, affecting patient outcomes. Balancing innovation with ethical safeguards is crucial to ensure that AI serves as a tool for equitable and effective healthcare. Quick facts and stats. Australian Aboriginal healers traditionally treated wounds with tea tree oil for its antimicrobial properties. The first documented use of anesthesia was around 4000 BCE in Mesopotamia, when the Sumerians used alcohol as a sedative. The first successful heart transplant was performed by Christian Barnard in South Africa in 1967. The annual death toll from malaria is estimated at 400,000, which, while high, represents a 27% decrease between 2000 and 2022. The global maternal mortality rate decreased by 38% between 2000 and 2017, from 342 deaths per 100,000 live births to 211 deaths per 100,000 live births. The global incidence of tuberculosis decreased by 19% between 2000 and 2019, from 173 cases per 100,000 population to 139 cases per 100,000 population. However, tuberculosis remains a significant public health challenge, especially in low-income countries. Studies estimate that the global burden of mental health conditions, such as depression and anxiety, increased 13% between 2007 and 2017. The total global expenditure on health in 2020 is estimated at $8.5 trillion, about 10% of the world's gross domestic product, GDP. This represents a significant increase from the 1995 level of $3.8 trillion, or 8.5% of global GDP. In 2019, the average health expenditure per capita across the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development member countries was $4,224, with the United States spending the most at $11,072 per capita. In 2018, the global average number of physicians was 1.5 per 1,000 population, with significant variations between high-income and low-income countries. The global prevalence of cancer increased about 26% between 2010 and 2019, from 12.7 million new cases to 19.3 million new cases. The global pharmaceutical market was $1.42 trillion in 2021, with cancer drugs accounting for 16.4% of total sales. Medical research funding reached $207.2 billion globally in 2022, with 67% coming from private sector sources. There were 3.6 million registered nurses in the United States in 2022, but projections show a shortage of over 500,000 nurses by 2030. Medical tourism produced about $84.8 billion in revenue in 2022, with Thailand, Mexico, and India being the top destinations. In 2022, the per-day cost of the average hospital stay in the United States was $2,607, compared to $424 in Spain and $424 in France. About 58% of all new drugs approved between 2018 and 2022 originated from research and academic institutions rather than pharmaceutical companies. Martial arts. Martial arts have ancient roots, originating as practical combat techniques for self-defense, hunting, and warfare. The earliest known forms date back thousands of years, with evidence from ancient civilizations such as Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Greece, where combat training was integral to military preparation. In Eastern Asia, Chinese martial arts developed as early as the Shang dynasty, 1600 to 1046 BCE, and were influenced by philosophy, medicine, and military strategy. Meanwhile, in India, Kalaripayattu, also known as Kalari, emerged as one of the oldest known combat systems, blending weaponry, strikes, and healing techniques. Japan's samurai culture led to the development of jujutsu, which later influenced judo and aikido, while Korea's taekyon laid the foundation for modern taekwondo. During the 19th and 20th centuries, martial arts evolved from battlefield techniques to structured disciplines with codified rules and philosophies. The spread of Asian martial arts to the West accelerated in the mid-20th century, fueled by films, global competitions, and cultural exchanges. Karate, judo, and kung fu became popular worldwide, leading to the development of hybrid styles such as Brazilian jiu-jitsu and mixed martial arts, MMA. Today, martial arts serve not only as combat sports, but also as a means of physical fitness, self-discipline, and cultural heritage preservation around the globe. Fascinating true stories. Ancient Egyptian tomb reliefs from approximately 2000 to 1800 BCE in the Beni Hassan necropolis display roughly 200 pairs of wrestlers using techniques remarkably similar to modern wrestling. The Middle Kingdom tombs, particularly those of the nomarchs Bakhet III and Kadi, showcase sequences of wrestling holds, counters, and throws that would be recognizable to contemporary practitioners. These detailed scenes illustrate fundamental techniques including stance positioning, hip throws, arm locks, and ground control positions. The sophistication of these depictions suggests wrestling was already a highly developed martial art with established training methods in ancient Egypt, representing one of humanity's oldest continuously practiced physical disciplines. Taekyon, a traditional Korean martial art, was primarily practiced by commoners rather than nobility, gaining popularity during the Joseon dynasty, 1392 to 1910. The earliest confirmed written reference appears in the Jamulbo by Lee Sung-ji during King Jongjo's reign, 1776 to 1800, though earlier references to similar movement styles exist in the Goryeo period. Taekyon nearly vanished during Japanese occupation, but was revived and recognized as Important Intangible Cultural Property No. 76 in 1983 and UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage in 2011. Aikido emerged in early 20th century Japan, created by Morihei Ueshiba, 1883 to 1969, known to practitioners as O-sensei, great teacher. Ueshiba synthesized his extensive martial arts background, particularly the ancient art of Daito Ryu Aiki Jujutsu, with his spiritual insights following several profound mystical experiences. Unlike traditional combat arts focused on defeating opponents, Aikido emphasizes harmony with aggressive energy, using circular movements to redirect attacks while protecting both defender and attacker from harm. This philosophical foundation reflects Ueshiba's devotion to Omoto Kyo, a Shinto sect that promoted universal peace. The art evolved throughout Ueshiba's lifetime, gradually emphasizing spiritual development over combat effectiveness, creating a martial discipline uniquely concerned with ethical conflict resolution. A story of Mas Oyama, founder of Kyokushin Karate, tells of his unusual training method of fighting bulls. In the 1950s, he reportedly fought 52 bulls barehanded, killing 3 instantly with strikes and breaking the horns off 49 others. While skeptics question these claims, documented evidence exists of at least some of these encounters, and his feats helped establish Kyokushin's reputation for intense physical conditioning and full contact training. In 1963, Bruce Lee faced Wong Jack Man in a controversial private match that lasted only 3 minutes, but changed martial arts history. Though he defeated his opponent, Lee was frustrated by the fight's messy nature and his own insufficient conditioning, so he completely revamped his training approach and began developing a new system to move away from rigid martial arts systems, leading to the development of Jeet Kune Do. Jeet Kune Do, the way of the intercepting fist, is a martial arts philosophy and style known for its emphasis on simplicity, directness, and adaptability, drawing from various fighting techniques and philosophies to create a fluid and effective combat system, rather than adhering to rigid forms or traditional styles. It incorporates techniques from various martial arts like boxing, fencing, and traditional kung fu, but emphasizes utilizing the most practical and effective movements for a given situation. William Ewart Fairbairn, nicknamed Shanghai Buster, revolutionized close combat training during World War II after serving with the Shanghai Municipal Police, 1907 to 1940. There, he documented hundreds of violent encounters and developed a practical fighting system called Defendu. His methods were later refined into the silent killing system taught to Allied Special Forces, including the OSS, SOE, and British Commandos. What distinguished Fairbairn's approach was its ruthless efficiency based on real-world experience rather than traditional martial arts theory. His combat system and the Fairbairn Sykes fighting knife remain influential in modern military and law enforcement training globally. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu emerged when Japanese judoka Mitsuyo Maeda, also known as Count Koma, arrived in Brazil and taught Carlos Gracie his fighting system in the early 1920s. Maeda used a complete combat system incorporating standing techniques, Tachi Waza, and groundwork, Newaza. The Gracie family, led by Carlos and his brother Helio, adapted these techniques, emphasizing ground fighting and submission holds while de-emphasizing throws to create what became known as Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. This adaptation accommodated Helio's smaller frame and emphasized leverage over strength. The art evolved through decades of challenge matches and refinement into modern Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, revolutionizing martial arts with its focus on ground fighting and practical self-defense principles. The Gracie family also significantly influenced the development of Brazilian Vale Tudo, everything goes, fighting. The brothers would challenge circus strongmen and wrestlers to fights, offering prize money to anyone who could defeat them. This marketing strategy not only helped spread their art, but also led to the development of many ground fighting techniques still used in modern mixed martial arts, MMA training. Boxing's roots stretch back to ancient Mesopotamia, with the earliest evidence dating to the 3rd millennium BCE. The sport gained formalized status in ancient Greece, appearing in the 23rd Olympiad, 688 BCE, as a brutal contest where fighters wrapped their hands in leather thongs called hymantes. Romans transformed boxing with the caestus, leather hand coverings reinforced with metal, making contests often deadly. After Rome's fall, the sport largely disappeared until its revival in 17th century England under the patronage of the aristocracy. James Figg, crowned England's first boxing champion in 1719, established the first boxing academy and codified early rules, laying the foundation for the modern sport. Tang Soo Do evolved during a complex period in Korean history. Japanese occupation suppressed Korean cultural practices, including martial arts, from 1910 to 1945. After liberation, Tang Soo Do was formalized by Hwang Ki, who combined elements of Chinese martial arts with indigenous Korean fighting systems and Shotokan karate. The distinctive high kicks characteristic of Korean martial arts like Tang Soo Do emerged from a combination of traditional Korean leg techniques and deliberate differentiation from Japanese styles post-occupation. This blending of influences created a uniquely Korean martial art that honors both tradition and innovation. During Japan's Boshin War, 1868 to 1869, a woman named Nakano Takeko led a unit of female warriors called the Joshitai against imperial forces at the Battle of Aizu. Armed with naginata, bladed pole weapons, these women fought bravely despite lacking official authorization. When mortally wounded, Takeko reportedly asked her sister to remove her head to prevent it becoming an enemy trophy. Her legend intertwines with the modern martial art of naginata do, which became popular among women during the early 20th century as a form of physical education and cultural preservation. The Marine Corps Martial Arts Program, MCMAP, was officially established in 2001, evolving from earlier systems including the linear infighting neural override engagement, line combat system of the 1980s, and the close combat training program of the 1990s. MCMAP's development was spearheaded by then-Commandant General James L. Jones, who recognized the need for a comprehensive combat system incorporating both physical techniques and ethical warrior values. The program draws from various martial traditions including boxing, wrestling, judo, karate, and taekwondo, integrating them into a syncretic system specifically tailored for modern military applications. During China's Cultural Revolution, 1966 to 1976, traditional martial arts were denounced as feudal superstition. Many masters preserved their arts through discreet means, teaching in secluded locations, disguising techniques as revolutionary exercises, or integrating them into daily labor. In rural Shandong, practitioners of Meihuaquan, plum blossom boxing, concealed martial movements within agricultural work to evade Red Guard scrutiny. Similarly, Taijiquan masters reframed their art as proletarian health exercises, emphasizing its medical benefits while maintaining its martial essence. These adaptive strategies helped traditional martial arts survive a period when practitioners faced persecution, imprisonment, and sometimes death for teaching old ways that contradicted revolutionary ideology. Kalaripayattu masters, Gurukul, in Kerala, India traditionally served dual roles as martial artists and physicians. They developed Marma Vidya, knowledge of vital points used both for combat techniques and therapeutic purposes. These pressure points, described in Ayurvedic texts like Sushruta Samhita, were integrated into a comprehensive healing system including bone setting, herbal treatments, and massage. This medical tradition was preserved through Guru Shishya, teacher-student transmission within Kalari training. Practitioners still maintain this healing tradition today, often operating clinics alongside their martial arts schools. Savate emerged in early 19th century France, evolving from street fighting techniques used in Parisian slums and southern French ports. Unlike other martial arts, savate practitioners, savateurs, employed their feet only for kicking while fighting with refined, gloved fists, earning it the name boxe française. The martial art was formalized around the 1820s by Michel Cassou, who opened the first savate school in Paris. Charles Lecour later integrated English boxing techniques, creating the comprehensive combat system we recognize today. Elegant yet formidable, and distinctly French in its technical precision and strategic sophistication. The development of Russian Sambo emerged through the dedicated work of Vasily Oshchepkov and Viktor Spiridonov in the 1920s Soviet Union. Oshchepkov, one of the first Europeans certified as a judo instructor by Kodokan in Japan, combined his expertise with Spiridonov's regional wrestling knowledge. Together, they systematically studied combat techniques from numerous ethnic groups across the USSR's diverse republics, creating a comprehensive fighting system that blended the most effective elements of judo, wrestling, and regional martial arts. The Soviet government later promoted Sambo, abbreviation for self-defense without weapons, as both military training and national sport, officially recognizing it in 1938. Eskrima, also known as arnis or kali, is a traditional Filipino martial art emphasizing stick, blade, and empty-hand combat. Its global recognition surged in the late 20th century, partly due to its exposure through Bruce Lee's films. Lee's close friend and student, Dan Inosanto, a Filipino-American martial artist, introduced him to Eskrima, which influenced Lee's own hybrid system, Jeet Kune Do. Their collaboration brought Eskrima into popular culture, contributing to its integration into military and law enforcement training worldwide for its practicality in close-quarters combat. The West African martial art Dambe, practiced by the Hausa people, evolved from ritual fighting among butchers' guilds. Fighters wrap their strong side arm in rope to create a spear, while using the other arm as a shield, and attempt to knock their opponent to the ground within 3 rounds. Judo was created by Jigoro Kano in Tokyo in 1882 as a combat and physical education system. Kano combined elements of jujitsu with his own innovations, emphasizing the principle of ju, gentleness or yielding, and do, way or path. It was introduced to the Olympic Games in 1964. Capoeira is a unique Afro-Brazilian art form that blends martial arts, dance, music, and acrobatics, with its origins rooted in the cultural traditions of enslaved Africans in Brazil. Capoeira practitioners in Brazil historically disguised their martial art as a dance to avoid detection by authorities who had banned African cultural practices. Before becoming a movie star, Chuck Norris learned martial arts while serving in the U.S. Air Force in South Korea in the late 1950s. He was introduced to the Korean martial art of Tang Soo Do by his primary instructor, Jae Chul Shin. After his return to the U.S., he started a karate club on the Air Force Base and went on to become a black belt in Tang Soo Do, a brown belt in Judo, and the first Westerner to be awarded an 8th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Yim Wing Chun, the namesake of Wing Chun Kung Fu, was a young woman in 18th century China who developed the art to avoid being forced to marry a local bully. She created techniques that emphasized efficiency and close-range combat to overcome larger opponents, incorporating movements inspired by her work as a tofu vendor in the local market. Gichin Funakoshi, who brought karate from Okinawa to mainland Japan in the 1920s, initially taught the art secretly to Japanese university students in their dormitories. He worked at various Japanese universities to gain access to the students, slowly building a following that would eventually help establish karate as a mainstream martial art. Masahiko Kimura, the legendary 20th century judoka who gave his name to the Kimura lock, was also an accomplished sumo wrestler. He developed many of his signature techniques by combining principles from both arts. His sumo training was particularly evident in his approach to grip fighting and balance breaking. In the early 17th century, Japan's most famous swordsman, Miyamoto Musashi, developed his two-sword style after observing how carpenters used different tools in each hand for maximum efficiency. This insight led to his development of Niten Ichi-ryu, which uses both a katana, long sword, and a wakizashi, short sword, challenging the traditional single-sword focus of Japanese swordsmanship. Together, these two swords form a daisho set, which grew to represent a samurai's honor and mastery of swordsmanship. Hapkido, a dynamic Korean martial art, traces its origins to Choi Yong-sul, who returned to Korea in 1946 after training in Japan. Choi claimed to have studied Daito Ryu Aiki Jujutsu under Takeda Sakaku, though records of this training are disputed. Upon his return, Choi began teaching techniques that emphasize joint locks and throws. His students, notably Ji Han-jai and Kim Moo-hong, integrated indigenous Korean martial arts elements, such as the fluid kicks of Taekyon and techniques from arts like Tang Soo Do and Judo, enriching Hapkido's repertoire. This synthesis resulted in a comprehensive self-defense system that balances fluid, circular movements with powerful strikes. Pencak Silat, a diverse martial art practiced across Indonesia and Southeast Asia, integrates self-defense, spirituality, and performance. Its core techniques, known as juris, are stylized sequences blending combat applications with rhythmic, dance-like motions. Historically, these forms transmitted martial knowledge discreetly within communities. In 2019, UNESCO inscribed Pencak Silat on its representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity, recognizing its deep cultural roots and ensuring efforts to safeguard its traditional practices and philosophies. Silat Melayu, a traditional martial art of the Malay world, blends combat techniques with deep cultural knowledge. Practiced across Malaysia and neighboring regions, it includes adaptable movements suited to diverse terrains, including shallow water, reflecting its coastal origins. Historically, practitioners, pendekar, were also trained in traditional healing and spiritual knowledge, embodying roles as both warriors and community caretakers. This holistic approach fostered resilience and self-reliance within villages, with Silat serving as both a martial system and a vessel of cultural transmission. The modern belt ranking system in martial arts, popularized by Jigoro Kano, the founder of Judo, originated in Japan in the late 19th century, initially featuring only white and black belts, with white for beginners and black for experts. These colors may have been chosen because the white belts of students naturally darkened with dirt and sweat over years of training towards mastery. Before the belt system, Japanese martial arts primarily used certificates or scrolls to signify rank and achievement. In Mongolia's national sport of Book, a wrestler wins by forcing any part of their opponent's body except the feet or hands to touch the ground. This tradition emphasizes strength, balance, and strategy, with no time limits or weight classes. Book dates back centuries and was formalized during the era of Genghis Khan, 13th century, who used it to train soldiers and promote unity. Its rituals, including eagle-like victory dances and symbolic attire, reflect deep cultural values rooted in nomadic heritage. The Japanese art of sumo originally included strikes and kicks, which were gradually removed during the Edo period. Today, sumo is a modern Japanese martial art that emphasizes grappling. The goal is to force your opponent out of the ring or make them touch the ground with a body part other than their feet. Australian Aboriginal wrestling techniques, primarily known as corrida, were traditionally taught through storytelling and dance, with moves based on native animals, including the red kangaroo hop and emu stance. The Thai martial art Muay Boran, ancient boxing, originated as military training and included techniques for fighting while wearing armor, which were later removed to create modern Muay Thai. Ancient Greek pankration, documented in classical pottery and sculptures, was a combat sport that combined wrestling and boxing, used pressure points and joint locks for leverage, and allowed almost any technique except biting and eye gouging, making it more permissive than modern MMA rules. According to legend, the Greek hero Theseus invented pankration after using it to defeat the Minotaur. Gulesh, a traditional Azerbaijani wrestling style, blends athleticism with cultural performance. Rooted in folk practices, it features grappling techniques such as holds and throws, with the aim of pinning or unbalancing an opponent. What sets Gulesh apart is its festive atmosphere. Matches are often accompanied by live music, notably the zurna, a piercing double-reed woodwind, and rhythmic drums. This integration of sport and ceremony reflects its role in communal celebrations and holidays, preserving a centuries-old cultural heritage that emphasizes strength, skill, and spectacle. The Vietnamese martial art Vo Việt Nam was created in 1938 by Grandmaster Nguyen Loc as a self-defense system that could be mastered quickly. It is a modern, eclectic system that emphasizes self-discipline, respect, and a holistic approach to life. Its influences include traditional Vietnamese martial arts, Chinese wushu, Japanese judo, karate, and taekwondo. Kalaripayattu, one of the oldest martial arts in the world, originated in Kerala, India, and uniquely integrates combat training with traditional healing practices. Practitioners not only master strikes, grappling, and weaponry, but also study Ayurveda and Kalari Marma Chikitsa therapeutic system focused on vital points, marmas, used for both healing and combat. This dual emphasis reflects the art's holistic philosophy. The warrior is also a healer. Historically, Kalaripayattu was taught alongside medicinal knowledge to ensure warriors could recover from or treat injuries sustained in battle. Scottish backhold wrestling is a traditional grappling style in which opponents begin chest to chest, each grasping the other around the waist with interlocked hands. The grip must remain unbroken throughout the bout, and the first wrestler to touch the ground with any part of their body other than the feet loses. This constraint fosters explosive throws and balance-focused tactics rather than brute force. Rooted in Highland culture, backhold is still practiced today at Highland Games and international events, preserving a centuries-old martial heritage that blends sport with Scottish identity. The martial arts practiced at the Shaolin Temple evolved over centuries as a synthesis of physical training, Chan, Zen, Buddhist discipline, and Chinese military techniques. While often romanticized, there's limited historical evidence that Shaolin monks developed martial arts for self-defense against bandits. Instead, martial practices at Shaolin reflected broader trends in monastic militarization during periods of social unrest, particularly from the Tang to Ming dynasties, when monks sometimes served as soldier monks in defense of the temple or region. Traditional Irish stick fighting, known as Bataire Acht, emerged prominently in the 18th and 19th centuries, often practiced during faction fights, ritualized brawls between rival groups at fairs or gatherings. The practice gradually declined with the rise of formal policing and the suppression of public violence. In recent decades, Bataire Acht has been revived as a cultural martial art, celebrating its unique role in Irish heritage. Persian wrestlers, or Pahlavans, have long trained with heavy wooden clubs known as meals. Tools central to Zurkhaneh, House of Strength, traditions blending martial skill, spirituality, and physical conditioning. These practices, deeply rooted in pre-Islamic Persian culture, likely influenced British colonial officers who later adapted similar training methods in India. The result was the evolution of heavy wooden Indian clubs, which became popular in 19th century European and American physical culture for their ability to improve strength, coordination, and mobility. Vo Việt Nam, a Vietnamese martial art founded in 1938 by Nguyen Loc, integrates strikes, grappling, and acrobatics to build a versatile self-defense system. While often romanticized as a product of anti-colonial struggle, its techniques, such as aerial kicks and rapid takedowns, were primarily designed for personal development and national unity. However, Vovinam's adaptability has made it effective in various scenarios, including group confrontations, and it has since become a symbol of Vietnamese cultural pride and resilience. Lethwei, a traditional Burmese martial art, is renowned for its raw intensity and permissive rule set. Unlike most striking arts, it historically permitted headbutts, bare-knuckle punches, and knee strikes to the head, even against grounded opponents. This brutal realism earned it the moniker, the Art of Nine Limbs, incorporating fists, elbows, knees, feet, and headbutts. Fought without gloves and often ending only in knockout or draw, Lethwei stands out as one of the most unrestrained combat sports ever practiced. It remains a deeply cultural expression of resilience and warrior ethos in Myanmar. Bokator is a traditional Cambodian martial art believed to date back over 1,000 years, possibly to the Angkorian period, distinguished by its wide array of techniques, including strikes, throws, joint locks, and ground combat. Bokata reflects both animal-inspired movements and battlefield tactics. Practitioners wear uniforms and colored scarves that denote rank, preserving an art once nearly lost during the Khmer Rouge era. While the name is often said to mean pounding a lion, scholars suggest it more broadly evokes combat prowess rather than a literal translation. Bokator was inscribed on UNESCO's Intangible Cultural Heritage List in 2022, recognizing its cultural significance and revival efforts. Developed in the late 1930s by Imi Lichtenfeld, a Hungarian-Israeli martial artist, Krav Maga began as a method to help Jewish communities defend themselves against fascist gangs in pre-Bratislava Bratislava. Drawing from boxing, wrestling, and street fighting experience, Lichtenfeld emphasized instinctive movements and adaptability. After immigrating to British Mandate Palestine, he refined Krav Maga for military use, and by the 1940s, it became the official hand-to-hand combat system of the Israeli Defense Forces. Unlike traditional martial arts, Krav Maga prioritizes efficiency and survival over ceremony or competition, focusing on neutralizing threats quickly in unpredictable real-world encounters. In the 1990s, Billy Blanks, a martial artist and actor, launched Tai Bo, a high-energy fitness program blending taekwondo, boxing, dance, and aerobics. Marketed through charismatic home workout videos, Tai Bo surged in popularity, becoming a cultural touchstone of late 20th century fitness. Its rhythmic, full-body routines appealed to a mass audience, helping to popularize martial arts-inspired workouts in mainstream gyms and living rooms worldwide. Tai Bo also helped spark a broader trend of hybrid fitness formats that combine physical conditioning with entertainment. Tai Chi, commonly seen today as a meditative, low-impact exercise, actually originated as a sophisticated martial art in 17th century China, notably within the Chen village of Henan province. Rooted in principles of Taoist philosophy and traditional Chinese medicine, it blends internal energy cultivation, QI, mindfulness, and martial techniques. The slow, fluid motions, now associated with balance and relaxation, were initially designed for explosive power and strategic defense, hidden within seemingly gentle movements. Far from being merely exercise for the elderly, Tai Chi is a nuanced discipline that bridges health, meditation, and martial efficacy. Quick facts and stats. The term Kung Fu originally meant any skill achieved through hard work and practice, not specifically martial arts. This broader meaning is still used in China today. Historically, Turkish oil wrestling, Yağlı Güreş matches could last for days until one wrestler achieved victory, though the matches are now capped at 30 to 40 minutes. George Lapine, a Métis martial artist, developed Okichita, a modern martial art that draws on Plainscree combat principles and traditional weaponry. In a 2022 study, martial arts practitioners were 28% less likely to develop anxiety and depression, compared to non-practitioners. Children who participated in children's martial arts programs see a 32% improvement in classroom behavior and academic performance, as measured in 2022. Martial arts tourism in Asia generated $2.2 billion in annual revenue in 2023, with Thailand capturing 40% of the market. Usage of virtual reality martial arts training applications grew by 180% between 2021 and 2023. The number of certified martial arts instructors worldwide increased by 25% between 2020 and 2023. 18.1% of martial arts practitioners worldwide were women in 2023, up from 12.3% in 2015. The number of adult beginners aged 40+ at traditional martial arts schools increased by 28% between 2020 and 2023. The average age of martial arts practitioners in developed countries was 31 in 2023, up from 24 in 2015. The average martial arts practitioner spends $1,200 annually on training, equipment, and related expenses, as of 2023. The retention rate for adult students of traditional martial arts schools was 67% in 2023, compared to 45% retention for general fitness gyms. The number of certified female martial arts instructors increased by 89% between 2018 and 2023 globally. Martial arts-related mobile apps and digital training platforms generated $2.1 billion in revenue in 2023. Live streaming viewership of professional martial arts competitions increased by 178% between 2020 and 2023. Mixed martial arts, MMA, generated $8.6 billion in global revenue in 2023, with income from streaming platforms accounting for 43% of the total. Gardening. Gardening dates back thousands of years, with evidence of early horticulture found in ancient Mesopotamia, Egypt, and China. The first gardens were primarily utilitarian, providing food, medicine, and religious offerings. In Egypt, elaborate temple gardens were built with irrigation systems, while in Persia, the concept of the paradise garden emerged, influencing later Islamic and European designs. The Romans advanced gardening techniques, creating grand villa gardens with ornamental plants, fountains, and symmetrical layouts. After the fall of Rome, European gardening declined but was preserved in monastic gardens, which cultivated herbs, vegetables, and medicinal plants throughout the Middle Ages. During the Renaissance, gardening flourished again, with Italian, French, and English gardens emphasizing geometry, terraces, and vast landscapes. The 18th and 19th centuries saw the rise of botanical gardens and the introduction of exotic plants as global exploration expanded. The Victorian era popularized decorative flower gardens, greenhouses, and the concept of public parks. In the 20th and 21st centuries, gardening has evolved to include sustainable practices, urban gardening, and a focus on biodiversity. Today, gardening remains a blend of art, science, and leisure, reflecting cultural and environmental influences across the world. Fascinating true stories. The earliest recorded use of greenhouses dates to around 30 CE under the reign of Roman Emperor Tiberius, who sought to enjoy cucumbers throughout the year. These structures, known as specularia, were built with stone walls and transparent materials such as mica or glass, which allowed sunlight to penetrate while retaining heat. To maintain warmth during cold nights, fires were lit around the structure's perimeter. The 15th century in Korea witnessed a clever adaptation of the traditional ondol, meaning warm stone, underfloor heating system for agricultural innovation. While not strictly greenhouses in the modern sense, sophisticated heated growing environments were developed using the radiant heat of the ondol, where smoke and heat from a fire were channeled beneath thick stone floors, creating warm conditions conducive to cultivating crops even during colder months. In the late 17th century, European horticulturists sought methods to cultivate exotic plants during colder months. At the Chelsea Physic Garden in London, a heated greenhouse was constructed around 1681, utilizing a stove for heating. Additionally, The use of decomposing organic matter to generate heat was common in greenhouses before the 1870s. This innovative approach provided a controlled environment, enabling the growth of tropical fruits like pineapples in England's cooler climate. The origin of the modern hobby greenhouse, as well as the terrarium and the conservatory, came about by accident when 19th-century English botanist Nathaniel Ward noticed a fern and grass seedling thriving inside an airtight jar. Inspired by this, he created a sealed glass case to grow ferns, and the plants thrived in this microenvironment, with condensation forming on the glass and dripping back down to the soil. Ward realized that an airtight glass case was ideal for growing and transporting plants, which led to the invention of the Wardian case, subsequently used to transport plants around the world to feed communities, establish trade, and expand horticultural knowledge. The art of Japanese bonsai originated in China as pensai as early as 300 BCE. It was introduced to Japan during the Heian period, 8th century, 12th century, and became accessible to the common people during the Edo period, 17th century, 19th century. Bonsai was introduced to the West in the 19th century and has enjoyed popularity around the world ever since. Medieval Islamic gardens pioneered the Chahar Bagh, four-garden layout, a design that profoundly influenced global horticultural traditions. This layout, typically square or rectangular, divides the space into 4 quadrants by intersecting pathways or water channels. Each quadrant is planted with vegetation, often including trees and flowers, creating a harmonious blend of nature. The central intersection of these pathways or water features is symbolic, representing the convergence of the earthly and the divine. The Chahar Bagh design reflects a profound cultural emphasis on paradise, beauty, and the spiritual order of nature. When Monet created his famous garden at Giverny, he faced fierce opposition from neighbors and local authorities who feared his exotic water lilies would poison the local water supply. He had to wage a lengthy legal battle to keep his garden, which eventually became one of the most influential gardens in art history. Gardens have long been muses for writers as well. Emily Dickinson, an avid gardener, drew inspiration from her botanical pursuits, with many of her poems reflecting themes of nature and horticulture. Her garden served as both a literal and metaphorical space for contemplation and creativity. French intensive gardening, or market gardening, originated in Paris in the 1500s as a way to grow a large volume of many crops in small spaces. Gardeners discovered they could grow more food in less space by deeply digging beds, intensively spacing plants, and fertilizing extensively. The technique fed Paris with local produce for decades and eventually became popular in England around 1900 and in the United States in the 1960s. The Victorian-era language of flowers, floriography, was used to convey meaning and emotion, and became so complex that specialized dictionaries were published to decode the meanings of different plant combinations. The practice was appealing to Victorians because it allowed them to use blooms to communicate their feelings without speaking openly. In the 1st century CE, Roman agriculturalist Lucius Junius Moderatus Columella authored De Re Rustica, one of antiquity's most detailed treatises on farming. While primarily focused on agriculture, Columella devoted significant attention to gardens, emphasizing their dual role as sources of sustenance and aesthetic pleasure, a concept that echoed earlier Hellenistic ideals and helped shape Roman villa culture. His work reflects a sophisticated understanding of horticulture, blending utility with beauty in a way that influenced European gardening traditions for centuries. The roots of the modern community garden movement trace back to Detroit in the 1890s, when Mayor Hazen S. Pingree launched Pingree's Potato Patches amid a severe economic depression. By transforming vacant lots into urban farms, Pingree empowered unemployed residents to grow their own food, blending self-reliance with civic reform. The initiative's success inspired similar programs in cities across the U.S., planting the seeds for future urban agriculture movements. Between 1896 and 1923, while working at Tuskegee Institute, now Tuskegee University, George Washington Carver used scientific methods and chemistry to develop agricultural innovations that improved both soil health and crop yields. His work included crop rotation, developing new uses for familiar crops, and advocating for organic farming. Establishing the famous Gardens of Versailles was a massive engineering project. One of the most complex aspects of the garden is the series of fountains that pull water from the Seine. The original Machine de Marly used 14 water wheels, each 12 meters in diameter, to power pumps that moved water through the system. The system was designed to move over 1 million gallons of water per day, but it often broke down. It was eventually replaced by a steam-powered mechanism and then a hydraulic system, but even those innovations could not solve the problem fully. Today, only about 50 of the original 2,400 fountains are still in use. South African botanists found that smoke from burning specific native plants significantly improves seed germination because smoke contains thousands of compounds, including carcinogens, ethylene, and nitric oxide, which can stimulate germination in many types of plants. This discovery has led to the development of deliberate smoke water treatments for newly planted seeds. Carl Linnaeus, the father of modern taxonomy, designed a garden in which plants were arranged in a circle based on when their flowers opened and closed throughout the day, creating a living timepiece of sorts. Linnaeus called it the Horologium Florae, which translates to flower clock. Linnaeus proposed the idea in his 1751 book Philosophia Botanica, but it is not clear whether he ever actually built it. Russian botanist Nikolai Vavilov collected over 200,000 plant specimens during his global expeditions in the early 1900s. During the Siege of Leningrad, September 8, 1941, January 27, 1944, his staff guarded thousands of edible plant specimens throughout the 872-day siege, surviving on the city's limited rations rather than eating the irreplaceable seeds. 9 scientists died of starvation while protecting the collection. The famous cherry trees around Washington, D.C.'s tidal basin are actually from a second shipment. The first trees, sent in 1909, were found to be infected with insects and disease, and had to be burned to protect American growers. But Japan sent a second shipment of 3,020 cherry trees to Washington in 1912. The first 2 trees were planted on the northern bank of the tidal basin by First Lady Taft and the Japanese ambassador's wife, Viscountess Chinda. The Hanging Gardens of Semiramis, more commonly known as the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, in ancient Assyria, used a sophisticated screw pump system for irrigation, predating Archimedes' screw by several centuries. The technique of using a screw to lift water from a lower level to a higher one, functioning as a type of positive displacement pump, is still in use today in certain situations, e.g. to stabilize the Leaning Tower of Pisa by removing water from the ground around the tower. Vertical gardening is also thought to have originated in the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. The existence of these gardens is still debated among historians, but evidence from ancient Assyrian and Mesopotamian reliefs suggests that early civilizations cultivated plants on terraces and walls, using irrigation to sustain them. These proto-vertical gardens showcased both aesthetic and practical ingenuity, blending architecture with nature centuries before the concept re-emerged in contemporary landscapes. Precision agriculture is a farming management concept that uses technology and data to optimize resource use, improve crop yields, and enhance sustainability by applying inputs like water, fertilizer, and pesticides precisely where and when they are needed, rather than across entire fields. The roots of this idea can be traced back at least to ancient Persian gardeners, who created sophisticated underground water distribution systems called qanats around 3,000 years ago. NASA scientists studying satellite imagery in the 1960s discovered that these systems were more efficient than modern irrigation in certain conditions. The first successful cultivation of vanilla outside Central and South America wasn't achieved by a botanist, but by a 12-year-old enslaved boy named Edmund Albius on Reunion Island in the Indian Ocean in 1841. He discovered how to hand-pollinate the flowers efficiently, revolutionizing global vanilla production. His pollination technique is still used today. For over 40,000 years, many Australian Aboriginal groups used controlled burns, now called cultural or fire stick burning, to shape ecosystems, enhance the growth of useful plants, and attract game. These low-intensity fires reduced fuel loads, minimized large wildfires, and fostered fire-adapted landscapes rich in biodiversity. This ancient practice is now influencing contemporary fire management and ecological restoration strategies. Between the 14th and 16th centuries, the Aztecs developed chinampas, artificial islands or floating gardens on lake surfaces, capable of producing 7 crops annually, compared to the 2 or 3 typical of modern intensive farming. Farmers built the island's perimeters by driving long stakes into a lake's soil, then fill those outlines with layers of organic matter and soil dredged from the bottom of the lake. Chinampas were used to cultivate crops, providing a sustainable and productive farming method in areas with limited land. They were a key part of the Aztec agricultural system, allowing them to feed a large population in what is now Mexico City. While chinampas were more widespread before the introduction of industrial agriculture, many are still in operation, and some are used for tourism and to revitalize pre-Hispanic traditions. Ancient Chinese horticulturists refined grafting techniques over 2,000 years ago, enabling them to grow multiple fruit varieties on a single tree, a practice documented in classical agricultural texts like Qi Min Yao Shu, 6th century CE. Their innovations laid the groundwork for modern multi-graft trees, sometimes called fruit salad trees, which remain popular in backyard gardening for conserving space, providing variety, and extending harvests. The practice of planting corn, beans, and squash together, known as the Three Sisters, originated with the Haudenosaunee, Iroquois people of North America. The plants are called sisters because they nurture each other like family when planted together. The corn stalks provide a structure for the beans to climb. The beans add nitrogen to the soil, which benefits the corn and squash. And the squash, with its broad leaves, acts as a living mulch, helping to retain soil moisture, suppress weeds, and deter pests. This is perhaps the most famous example of companion planting, the practice of strategically growing different plant species together to enhance crop production, maximize garden space, and improve soil health. Medieval European monasteries cultivated gardens that sometimes featured plant combinations now recognized as beneficial, such as pairing aromatic herbs with vegetables to deter pests. While their understanding wasn't grounded in modern science, monastic gardeners observed practical outcomes and recorded them in herbals and gardening manuals. These choices were often explained through religious symbolism or humoral theory, rather than empirical botany, blending spirituality with agriculture in deeply integrated ways. Ancient Polynesian gardeners developed sophisticated water management systems that could transform coral atolls into fertile growing areas by digging large pits in the coral grounds to tap into the freshwater lens, a layer of fresh water floating on top of salt water. These pits served as a source of water for cultivating crops, particularly taro and bananas, which are staples in Polynesian diets. Ancient Chinese farmers were among the first to use biological pest control, employing predatory Echophilus maragdina ants as early as 304 CE to protect citrus groves from pests. Similarly, evidence from ancient South Arabia suggests that date palm cultivators harnessed native ant species to manage pests like the red palm weevil, showcasing early ecological pest management. These practices reflect sophisticated, sustainable agriculture long before chemical pesticides emerged. Topiary, the artful shaping of living trees and shrubs into ornamental forms, was first formalized in ancient Rome. Pliny the Younger described topiary in his garden villas around the 1st century CE, highlighting its role in Roman landscape design. The craft spread across Europe during the Renaissance, flourishing in France, Italy, and later England, before crossing to North America with European colonists. Medieval European gardeners often timed planting with lunar phases, believing moonlight and gravitational pull influenced crop growth. This tradition likely drew from older agricultural calendars, such as those in ancient China and Egypt, where lunar cycles guided farming. While modern science has found limited empirical support for lunar gardening, Some studies hint at potential correlations between moon phases and factors like soil moisture and plant germination, though results remain inconclusive. Aulus porous unglazed clay pots buried in soil are an ancient irrigation technology dating back over 2,000 years, with early use documented in China during the Han Dynasty. Likely developed independently across arid regions, including Persia and North Africa. Aulus slowly release water directly to plant roots, minimizing evaporation. Today, this eco-efficient method is regaining popularity across dryland areas from Brazil to India and the southwestern United States, valued for its simplicity and water-saving precision in both traditional agriculture and modern sustainable gardening. While the French intensive gardening method popularized raised bed techniques in the West during the 19th century, archaeological and historical evidence shows that Chinese farmers have used deeply cultivated raised planting beds for over 2,000 years. These beds, often enriched with organic waste and human manure, sustained high yields and long-term fertility, demonstrating sophisticated ecological understanding long before modern soil science emerged. Japanese gardeners refined the neogari, exposed root, style of plant manipulation during the Edo period, 1603 to 1868, showcasing tree roots dramatically arched above the soil to evoke a sense of age, resilience, and movement. While neogari is not exclusive to bonsai, its roots lie in broader Japanese garden aesthetics. It became a striking bonsai technique, suggesting trees clinging to cliffs or shaped by wind and erosion. The effect is achieved by gradually uncovering and training roots over years, a practice requiring both patience and artistry. Traditional Maori gardeners in New Zealand ingeniously modified their environments using stone alignments and earthworks to create microclimates to satisfy the requirements of certain food plants. For instance, they cultivated hardy crops like kumara, sweet potato, at the southern limits of their viability by selecting sheltered sites, building raised soil beds, and using sandy soils to retain heat, an impressive feat of environmental adaptation in a temperate climate. Carved into the mountains of northern Luzon over 2,000 years ago by the Ifugao people, the Banawe rice terraces in the Philippines are an engineering marvel. These terraces harness gravity-fed irrigation, channeling water from mountaintop forests through carefully maintained canals, bamboo conduits, and terraced earthworks. The system integrates natural topography and communal stewardship to manage water flow and soil fertility sustainably. Vietnamese floating gardens in the Mekong Delta are traditional agricultural rafts made of bamboo and water hyacinths, used primarily to grow vegetables during flood seasons. These gardens rely on nutrient-rich floodwaters and organic compost for plant cultivation, reflecting centuries-old ingenuity in adapting to seasonal inundation. Best known for her beloved children's tales, Beatrix Potter was also a pioneering amateur mycologist. In the late 19th century, she produced meticulously detailed watercolor studies of fungi, many of which were scientifically accurate and ahead of their time. Though her work was initially dismissed by the male-dominated scientific establishment, modern scholars recognize the scientific value of her observations and illustrations. Her drawings are preserved in museum collections and are admired for their precision and artistry, offering insights into Victorian-era natural science and the early contributions of women in biology. Amateur gardeners have occasionally stumbled upon remarkable paleontological finds. While tending his garden in Pombal, Portugal in 2017, a homeowner unearthed fossilized bones that turned out to be part of a massive sauropod dinosaur, likely a brachiosaurid. Excavations led by Portuguese and Spanish paleontologists revealed one of the largest known sauropod skeletons in Europe, with vertebrae and ribs suggesting a creature up to 25 meters long, reshaping our understanding of late Jurassic ecosystems in Iberia. Ruth Stout revolutionized gardening in the mid-20th century with her no-work method, advocating for year-round deep straw mulching to eliminate traditional labor-intensive practices like plowing and weeding. Her approach emphasized simplicity and has influenced modern sustainable gardening techniques. During World War II, Victory gardens planted in backyards, city parks, and vacant lots became a widespread civic effort in the United States to bolster food supplies amid wartime shortages. By 1943, an estimated 20 million gardens produced up to 9 to 10 million tons of fruits and vegetables, accounting for roughly 33 to 40% of the nation's fresh produce. These gardens not only eased pressure on the public food system, but also boosted morale and promoted self-sufficiency as acts of patriotic solidarity. The Crystal Palace, unveiled at London's Great Exhibition of 1851, was designed by celebrated gardener and engineer Joseph Paxton, who applied greenhouse design principles on an unprecedented scale. Made of cast iron and over 290,000 panes of glass, the structure was erected in just 9 months using modular, prefabricated parts. This radical approach not only embodied industrial progress, but also transformed architecture by demonstrating the power of prefabrication and transparency in large-scale buildings. John Milton's Paradise Lost helped shape 18th-century English landscape design, particularly in gardens like Stourhead and Hagley Hall, which evoke Edenic imagery and moral allegory. These gardens mirror the poem's themes of innocence, temptation, and exile through symbolic elements like grottos, classical temples, and orchestrated vistas. While not direct illustrations of Paradise Lost, they reflect the period's fascination with Milton's moral and aesthetic vision, integrating literature, art, and nature into immersive, reflective landscapes. Contrary to the notion of plants as solitary organisms, research has revealed that plants can communicate through mycorrhizal networks, symbiotic associations with fungi. Dubbed the Wood Wide Web, this system allows plants to share nutrients and information in ways that had not been previously imagined. Quick facts and stats. European medieval monastery gardens were often designed as square or rectangular courtyards referred to as cloisters. This design was not just functional, but also intended to symbolize the order of God. The geometric perfection of these gardens was seen as a reflection of the divine order and the structure of the heavens. The first known use of artificial lighting for plant growth was in 1868, when Russian botanist Andrei Fominsin used electric arc lamps for plant growing and research. Coastal communities in ancient Britain used seaweed as fertilizer based on experimentation and observation. Antarctic research stations have developed advanced hydroponic systems that use treated water and artificial lighting to produce fresh vegetables and herbs during dark polar winters. 15 to 20% of the world's food supply was produced by urban agriculture in 2023. That figure is projected to reach 30% by 2030. The number of community gardens in the U.S. increased by 44% between 2015 and 2023, with over 29,000 registered locations as of 2023. Vertical farming systems reduce water usage by 95% compared to traditional gardening methods. The average home garden produces about 300 pounds of food per year from a 600 square foot plot. The average annual savings in food costs from home gardening was $600 to $1,200 in 2023. Container gardening in urban areas increased 65% between 2018 and 2023, particularly among millennials. In 2022, rooftop gardens covered over 15% of suitable commercial building space in major European cities. It only takes a 10% increase in garden space to reduce the urban heat island effect by 4 to 5 degrees Celsius. The concept of therapeutic gardens originated in medieval Islamic hospitals, known as bimaristans, where gardens were prescribed as part of patient treatment. In 2021, participants in therapeutic horticulture programs saw a 36% reduction in depression symptoms and a 42% reduction in anxiety. Therapeutic gardening programs in modern healthcare facilities can reduce patient recovery times by 35%. Native plant gardening increased by 83% between 2019 and 2023, largely driven by climate change awareness. The number of pollinator gardens in North America increased by 92% between 2018 and 2023. The percentage of U.S. public schools with school gardens increased from 27% in 2017 to 44% in 2023. Students who participated in garden-based learning programs in 2022 saw a 67% improvement in science scores. Property values increase by 5 to 20% when they are located near gardens and green spaces, with the greatest impact in urban areas. Pollinator gardens can increase local bee populations by 300% within 2 growing seasons, according to a 2021 study. In 2022, community gardens in urban environments produced 27.5 pounds of food per square meter on average. Garden tourism generated $2.3 billion in 2022, with botanical gardens receiving over 120 million visitors yearly. Libraries. Libraries have existed for thousands of years, serving as repositories of knowledge and culture. The earliest known libraries date back to ancient Mesopotamia, around 2600 BCE, when Sumerian scribes recorded information on clay tablets and stored them in special collections. The most famous ancient library, the Library of Alexandria in Egypt, was established in the 3rd century BCE and sought to collect all human knowledge, housing hundreds of thousands of scrolls. Later in the medieval period, monasteries in Europe preserved texts and manuscripts, while Islamic libraries in the Middle East, such as the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, played a crucial role in advancing science, philosophy, and medicine. The modern public library system emerged in the 19th century, fueled by the ideals of education and democracy. Industrialization and the spread of literacy led to the founding of free public libraries, with institutions like the Boston Public Library, founded in 1848, and philanthropic initiatives like Andrew Carnegie's public library funding, which helped establish more than 2,500 libraries worldwide. The 20th and 21st centuries saw libraries evolve beyond books, incorporating digital resources, community services, and online databases. Today, libraries remain essential hubs for learning, providing access to technology, archives, and diverse forms of media. Fascinating true stories. There are multiple instances of intelligence agencies using libraries and library personnel in espionage operations. For example, Soviet intelligence operations in the 1940s and 1950s used book-based signals and markers. KGB agents would sometimes place small, nearly invisible marks in specific library books to signal to other agents, or the marked page numbers or text could convey coded messages. Later, during the Cold War, some Western intelligence agencies used university libraries in Eastern Bloc countries as locations for dead drops, hiding microfilm or documents inside specific books that would later be retrieved by their agents. Dorothy Reeder, the director of the American Library in Paris during World War II, played a crucial role in aiding Jewish individuals during the Nazi occupation. Defying Nazi restrictions that prohibited Jewish access to libraries, she and her colleagues secretly smuggled books to those in need through an underground network. These books served as lifelines, offering intellectual engagement, comfort, and a connection to the outside world when such resources were otherwise inaccessible. Reader's defiance of oppressive censorship exemplified the power of knowledge in the face of tyranny. During the Kosovo War, 1998 to 1999, the National Library of Kosovo protected some of its books by relocating some of the most valuable collection to a secure, undisclosed location to safeguard them from potential damage by warring forces. In addition, local residents took some books home to protect them, each memorizing where specific volumes were hidden. After the conflict, an informal network of these book guardians helped reconstruct the collection, with some families having safeguarded hundreds of volumes in their basements. In 2012, as Islamist extremist groups took control of Timbuktu, Mali, a daring operation was launched to save the city's invaluable manuscripts, some of which date back to the 13th century. Led by Dr. Abdel Kader Haidara and a network of librarians, scholars, and local families, over 300,000 manuscripts were smuggled out of the city and transported to safety. The manuscripts were carefully hidden in metal trunks, wooden crates, and other household containers, and moved by donkey cart, boat, and other vehicles, avoiding checkpoints along the way. This operation preserved centuries of African scholarly tradition, with the rescued manuscripts now housed in safer locations such as Bamako, the capital of Mali. During the Cultural Revolution in China, the Chinese government imposed strict censorship, leading to the banning and destruction of numerous books deemed feudal, capitalist, and revisionist. Library workers across the country were anxious to preserve the cultural heritage stored in and represented by their books, so they hid banned books behind false walls, disguised them in the archives, and stored them in private homes. Because there were so many hiding places in use, many of these secret caches weren't rediscovered until decades after the revolution ended. During the Spanish Civil War, 1936 to 1939, Madrid's librarians and intellectuals orchestrated a remarkable rescue operation for the city's literary treasures. As bombs fell across the capital, a dedicated group of volunteers formed what became known as the Junta de Protección del Tesoro Artístico, Board for the Protection of Artistic Treasures. These cultural guardians meticulously cataloged and packed thousands of rare volumes and manuscripts from Madrid's National Library and other collections. Working tirelessly, often during air raids, they transported these irreplaceable works to the stone basements of the Biblioteca Nacional and later to the relative safety of Valencia's Torres de Serranos medieval towers. When Hawaii's monarchy was overthrown in 1893, palace librarians hid royal documents in waterproof gourds throughout Honolulu to protect them from the new regime. These hidden caches, uncovered during construction projects in the 20th century, offer valuable insights into the Kingdom of Hawaii's traditional land rights and royal genealogies, shedding light on the indigenous history and governance of the islands. These discoveries have provided crucial historical context to the ongoing struggle for native Hawaiian land sovereignty and cultural preservation. During World War I, 1914 to 1918, the British Museum, which housed what would later become the British Library, protected its collections by moving some valuable items to secure underground locations like the Postal Tube Railway and the National Library of Wales. More substantial evacuation efforts occurred during World War II, 1939 to 1945, when many valuable items from the British Museum Library were relocated to places like Shepton Mallet in Somerset and the Bodleian Library's underground stacks in Oxford to protect them from the Blitz. In 2003, American forces in Baghdad discovered thousands of Jewish documents submerged in the flooded basement of Saddam Hussein's intelligence headquarters. These materials were artifacts confiscated from Iraq's Jewish community by Saddam's regime in the 1980s. Rescue teams found Torah scrolls, community records, prayer books, and personal documents rapidly deteriorating in water. After emergency preservation, conservators in Washington, D.C. painstakingly restored these fragile pieces. The collection, comprising about 2,700 items, became the subject of competing claims between Iraq and Jewish organizations, raising profound questions about cultural heritage, displaced communities, and the rightful ownership of historical memory. Elwyn Flint, an Australian linguist who conducted extensive fieldwork in the mid-20th century, recorded various Aboriginal languages, including those from Northeast Arnhem Land. His collection, known as the Queensland Speech Survey, comprises recordings and notes that are now housed at the University of Queensland's Fryer Library. The Library of Congress originally used Thomas Jefferson's personal organization system, which classified books by categories of memory, reason, and imagination, derived from Francis Bacon's organization of knowledge. Today, the Library of Congress uses the Library of Congress classification system to organize its vast collection of materials. The LCC has 21 broad subject areas signified by letters of the alphabet. The letters I and O are not used because they can be easily confused with the numbers 1 and 0, while the letters W, X, and Y are either used for other systems or are reserved for future expansion into new fields of knowledge. This system was developed by James Hansen, chief of the catalog department, with assistance from Charles Martel in 1897. Many libraries, especially academic and research libraries, use the Library of Congress classification system to organize their collections, though public and school libraries often prefer the Dewey Decimal System. In 1475, Bartolomeo Platina was appointed the first librarian of the Vatican Library by Pope Sixtus IV. A humanist scholar, Platina oversaw the cataloging and organization of the library's growing collection, helping to transform it into a central repository of Renaissance knowledge. He created one of the earliest inventories of the library's holdings, emphasizing order and accessibility. Platina's efforts laid important groundwork for future librarianship within the Vatican and signaled a broader shift toward systematic knowledge management during the Renaissance. Founded alongside Trinity College Dublin in 1592, the famous Trinity College Library is an architectural marvel. The iconic Long Room, completed in 1732, was heightened in the 1850s to accommodate expanding collections. The collection began with just 40 manuscripts donated by Archbishop Henry Ussher and expanded drastically after 1801 when it received legal deposit status, granting it a copy of every book published in Britain and Ireland. Over 200 years later, it now holds nearly 7 million items, including the renowned Book of Kells, an illuminated gospel manuscript dating from around 800 CE. Today, it stands as Ireland's largest library and a prestigious research institution. Butterfly binding is a traditional Chinese bookbinding technique developed during the Song dynasty in China around 1000 CE that involves folding sheets of paper in half and pasting them together at the fold, forming a spine. This creates a book with alternating printed and blank pages, with texts that are easier to read and reference than the scrolls that came before. Later, wrapped back binding emerged as a refinement of butterfly binding, in which the fold of the paper was reversed, so that the printed pages were on the outside of a double leaf, which was then held at the cut edges by paper screws, leaving the fold at the foredge. This allowed for continuous printed pages, each backed by a blank hidden page. It was used during the Southern Song dynasty and the subsequent Ming dynasty. The Library Company of Philadelphia, established in 1731 by Benjamin Franklin, holds the distinction of being the first subscription-based library in America. Its innovative model allowed patrons to pay a fee for access to books, setting a precedent for future libraries. Notably progressive for its time, the library company granted women borrowing privileges, an unusual practice in an era when most institutions excluded them from such rights. The Imperial Library of Constantinople, founded by Emperor Constantius II in the 4th century CE, became a center of intellectual preservation and transmission. Specially trained scribes meticulously transcribed Greek texts, ensuring the survival of classical knowledge during a time of political and cultural upheaval. These scribes were essential in preserving not only philosophical and scientific works, but also literary and theological manuscripts. This effort played a pivotal role in the continuity of Greek literature, preserving ancient knowledge for later generations. The Royal Library of Alexandria is often attributed with a policy of seizing books from ships docking in the harbor, copying them, and returning only the duplicates. While this dramatic narrative has persisted in popular culture, evidence of the practice from historical accounts is sparse. What is documented, however, is the library's extensive efforts to gather texts from around the known world, including through diplomatic and trade channels, and its role as a center of learning in the ancient Mediterranean. In the 1960s, the State Library of Victoria in Melbourne employed women, colloquially known as punch card girls, to manage the library's cataloging system. These women operated early computing technology, using punch cards to record book locations and track circulation. Their work played a pivotal role in the evolution of digital catalog systems, marking a transition from manual to automated library management. This initiative was part of a broader trend in libraries adopting computer technology to enhance efficiency and accessibility, laying the groundwork for modern digital catalog systems. The Library of Parliament in Ottawa is the sole survivor of the 1916 fire that devastated the center block, thanks to its strategic design. A long corridor and heavy iron doors, which separated the library from the rest of the building, were key to its preservation. These fireproofing features were recommended by the library's first librarian, Alpheus Todd. whose foresight ensured that one of Canada's most iconic cultural treasures withstood a disaster that could have claimed it. The National Library of Indonesia houses ancient palm leaf manuscripts called lontar, preserved using traditional methods that include wooden boxes treated with natural insect-repellent oils like citronella and clove, a preservation technique that dates back centuries. These manuscripts, primarily from Bali, Java, and Lombok, contain crucial religious texts, historical chronicles, medical knowledge, and literary works that form the cornerstone of Indonesian cultural heritage. The fragile palm leaves require careful handling and controlled humidity to prevent deterioration, with modern conservation efforts now complementing traditional preservation methods. In ancient Mesopotamia, libraries employed a form of deterrence known as a library curse to protect their collections. This curse was often inscribed on clay tablets, warning of divine retribution against anyone who stole or defiled the texts. These inscriptions invoked the wrath of gods, threatening misfortune or death for offenders, and served as both a legal and religious safeguard. The practice underscores the cultural significance of knowledge and the sacredness of written texts in Mesopotamian society, where literacy was highly valued and closely linked to divine authority. The National Library of China houses a remarkable collection, including ancient oracle bones, animal bones, and turtle shells inscribed with early Chinese script used in divination practices. These artifacts, dating back to the Shang dynasty, 1600 to 1050 BCE, represent some of the earliest known forms of Chinese writing. The inscriptions on the bones, often used to communicate with ancestors, provide invaluable insights into early Chinese civilization, governance, and religious practices. The University of Al-Qarawiyyin Library in Fez, Morocco, established in 859 CE, is recognized as the oldest continuously operating library in the world. It boasts an extensive collection of rare books and manuscripts, including priceless texts such as a 9th-century Quran inscribed on camel skin. As a hub of scholarly activity during the Islamic Golden Age, it has been a significant center for learning in theology, science, and philosophy for nearly 1,200 years. The Seattle Public Library offers a unique seed library program, allowing patrons to borrow heirloom plant seeds with the understanding that they will return seeds harvested from their own plants. This initiative promotes sustainability, biodiversity, and community engagement by encouraging individuals to grow and share locally adapted plants. The program helps preserve genetic diversity in plant varieties, particularly those suited to the Pacific Northwest climate, while fostering a culture of sharing and stewardship. Antarctica's research stations house extensive ice libraries, repositories of ice cores that serve as time capsules preserving climate data spanning over 1.2 million years. These ice cores, extracted from deep beneath the continent's icy surface, offer invaluable insights into Earth's historical climate, atmospheric composition, and natural cycles. Scientists analyze trapped air bubbles and other materials within the layers to reconstruct past climate patterns, providing crucial information about global warming trends and natural climate variability. These archives are essential for understanding the long-term dynamics of Earth's climate system and predicting future climate shifts. Quick facts and stats. Japanese temple libraries stored sacred texts in octagonal rotating wooden carousels called rinso, which doubled as meditation devices for monks. The British Library has 5 basement levels extending about 25 meters underground and uses a conveyor belt system to deliver books from the depths to readers. The Library of Congress still maintains a card catalog for certain rare collections, with records updated by hand as a backup to digital systems. In 2023, people made approximately 1.2 billion visits to public libraries annually in the United States, surpassing attendance at all MLB, NFL, NBA, NHL, and NASCAR events combined. The British Library's digital collection grew by about 8 terabytes of data per day in 2023. By 2023, more than 65% of public libraries worldwide offered some form of makerspace or innovation lab. The average return on investment for public libraries is $5.50 for every dollar spent on operations. As of 2023, about 95 million people globally were reached by mobile library services in 2022, with the highest concentration in Australia, where 78% of remote communities are served. Digital lending increased by 245% between 2019 and 2023, with audiobook lending growing particularly quickly at 315%. The projected growth in library employment between 2022 and 2032 is 9%, noticeably faster than the average for all occupations. In 2023, 45% of new library positions focused on digital services rather than traditional librarianship. 82% of academic libraries worldwide employ at least one data librarian or data specialist as of 2023. Academic libraries spent $4.2 million on average on electronic resources in 2023, representing a 180% increase from 2015. The average public library in the United States served 2.8 times more visitors per staff member in 2023 than it did in 2010. Library programming attendance increased by 88% between 2019 and 2023, with virtual programs accounting for 45% of total attendance. About 37% of public libraries worldwide offer some form of artificial intelligence or machine learning tools to patrons as of 2024. In 2023, the average public library allocated 23% of its budget to digital resources, up from 8% in 2015. The physical space in academic libraries shrank by about 27% between 2015 and 2023, often by converting stacks to collaborative learning areas. Worldwide, approximately 6 billion rare books and manuscripts had been preserved by libraries worldwide by 2022. The average per-volume cost of rare book conservation is $950, with specialized treatments for medieval manuscripts reaching $4,500. On average, libraries spend 39% of their operating budget on environmental control systems for maintaining optimal preservation conditions. Digital archiving costs increased by 67% between 2020 and 2023, primarily due to growing data storage needs and cybersecurity requirements. Mobile library application use increased by 189% between 2020 and 2023, with 73% of users accessing library services primarily through smartphones. The average number of research visits per year to special collections departments is 2,800, with 65% of researchers traveling internationally to access materials. Afterward. As we close this journey of discovery, I hope you found yourself surprised, delighted, and perhaps most importantly, more curious than when you began. Each story within these pages is a reminder that the world is far more intricate and wondrous than we often allow ourselves to believe. Curiosity is not a destination, but a perpetual state of wonder. It is the spark that transforms passive observation into active exploration, that turns casual encounters into profound moments of understanding. The stories in this book are not endpoints, but invitations, bridges to further investigation, deeper reflection, and more nuanced appreciation of the complex, interconnected world we inhabit. Remember, every fact is a doorway, every story a universe waiting to be discovered. Keep asking questions, keep wondering, keep exploring. Thanks for reading. I leave you with one of my favorite quotes. The cure for boredom is curiosity. There is no cure for curiosity. Dorothy Parker. About the author. A.J. Goward is a student of all things weird and wonderful, inspired not only by the big stories of great discovery and innovation, but also by the little stories of incremental progress and personal triumph. A.J. lives in Ohio with family, friends, 3 cats, and a surprisingly mischievous rabbit. About the publisher. Luminarta LLC publishes creative works for curious people. If you enjoyed this book, please consider leaving a review on Amazon so others can experience it too. Thanks. Disclaimer. The information contained within this document is for educational and entertainment purposes only. All effort has been executed to present accurate, up-to-date, reliable, complete information. No warranties of any kind are declared or implied. References to real people, events, brands, books, movies, and media are for entertainment purposes only and do not imply affiliation or endorsement of any kind.